Welcome everybody to Stream League 7, brought to you by CoolStuffInc.com. We have amazing prizes today, $1,000 of CoolStuffInc.com store credit for everybody in the top 8, combined with MTG Melee's help, giving the top 4 Mythic Invitational Qualifier invitations to play in Qualifier Weekend. Super excited about the top 4 players in this tournament winning a chance to do that, just in case they didn't hit top 1200 Mythic already, because they're already a good player. But also super excited for the rest of being able to give out Arena gems as well. 5th and 6th place will be getting 3,000 and 1,500 gems respectively, and then the 9th through the 16th place will be guaranteed into Stream League 8. Super excited about this tournament. Can you talk about, we're going to be covering Elliott Dragon versus Mojo Rogue in the first round. Can you talk about a couple of some matchups, what you like, maybe a little bit of a broader view here, Jim, about these decks?
First things first, the real prize, as you said, is the skipping the line, right? No pressure to make sure you're in top 1200 Mythic for the qualifier. That last days I was like, well, I'm like 950 right now. I think I can hold it out. What do you think? Very common question in stream is, can I hold it out, Jim? Can I hold it out? So yeah. That's the big prize for today, of course, and don't want to undersell that one. So our first match today, we have Elliott Dragon playing Rakdos Control, kind of like almost like a Jundi deck here. It's aggressively slanted to an extent where they can pressure 4 copies of Bloodthirsty Adversary, 4 Tower Razor Tyrant, one of the best cards in the format. Just an extremely powerful threat. Allows it to go a little aggro, but also playing Meetup Massacre, Ingenious Inspiration, Go Blank, a big one against the Leer decks, trying to utilize the Graveyard and Friends. So a little bit of both. Might have a Jund problem here of you draw Go Blank against the aggro decks, or you draw Meetup Massacre against the Leer decks, but looks like a pretty powerful deck, and again, very Jundy, even though it's missing the color green. And their opponent is playing Is It Mill? And I actually played against this deck in the qualifier yesterday, and they played turn 1 Rune Crab, and I was like, wait, what? What did I sign up for? What format is this? But it is an Is It combo deck. Basically, like, kind of combo control, utilizing some of the Is It cards, like, Expressive Iteration, Fading Hope, etc. But rather than trying to win the game with like a Leer or whatever it is, it's all mill. It's Rune Crab, Maddening Cacophony, and then Galvanic Iteration and Dual Strike to copy these effects to go for like one big hit. Of course, Tasha's Hideous Laughter is the big one too. So decks are pretty cool. We have kind of a Jund deck versus like a pseudo combo deck, which should be pretty cool.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned about Town Razor Tyrant is that this card is an absolute powerhouse of Alchemy. If you haven't played Alchemy before and you're a standard player, if you're from Jim's chat, maybe you watch some other formats, but Town Razor Tyrant is an absolute animal, and dragons are animals, but still, this card is insane. If you get this out on turn 3 in this deck, you're not gonna be able to do that unless they're playing Kalane or something like that. But in the Dragons deck, playing that card on turn 3 is almost even game winning, if not a second copy of Town Razor Tyrant. Being able to put your opponents off of their lands and having to take the damage early, Town Razor Tyrant could do 8, 10, 12 damage in a game. It's absolutely crazy.
It reminds me of an Urza Saga card, like an old school Magic card, back when Stone Rain was the card that was in every set. Messing with your opponent's lands is a thing that they've not done a lot in Magic over the last 10 or so years, maybe longer than that, honestly, because players would hate getting Stone Rained out of the game. And Tyrant, of course, gives you the option to keep the land, but it's a rock and a hard place kind of thing, where if it's played early enough, you just can't afford to take 8 damage from your land while also getting beaten down by this 4/4 flyer. Very powerful card.
Yeah, not only do you have to out the flyer, but you also have to stop taking damage from the land eventually. So you want to keep drawing lands in order to not have to sacrifice your lands, but you also need to draw answers to the 4/4. And it's very difficult in cards in this format, like cards that the opponent's deck is playing here, like Fading Hope. You don't really want to Fading Hope the dragon.
Yeah, if anything, you want to Blink the Dragon. I did coverage of the Hooglandia Open Tournament last weekend, and there was a deck built with Ephemerate and a Stork, and Tower Razor Tyrant, just keep blinking it over and over again, so you can just put burning things on all your opponent's lands. It was really cool.
That sounds really brutal.
It sounded, yeah, it was awesome. But I think it was Cube April was playing that deck. But so yeah, very powerful card. It's insanely good on turn 3 or early on, and still very good late.
We see here. These cards are actually in a different language, man. I can't read French, but We're gonna, but
Again.
You can read French.
Bit.
Okay.
Un peu. Je parle français un peu.
There we go. We see. I know what a few of these cards are, but the Learn card, that deals 3 damage at sorcery speed, this 3 mana card, I don't know his exact name off the top of my head, but
is Ingenious Inspiration.
There we go. Ingenious Inspiration. I actually played against Elliott Dragon on the ladder a couple days ago, playing this deck, and I got completely destroyed. I love aggressively slanted mid-range decks, and the cool thing about the Elliott Dragon's deck is almost like a lot of their burn spells can actually go face still. Like Ingenious says, any target, play with fire, any target, things like that.
Yeah, and I think that the coolest card in this deck, I'm a little surprised that Elliott's only playing 3 of them, is Electrostatic Blast. It's a card that was just drawn this turn. It's 2 mana shock, but the next time you play an instant or sorcery card, you reveal the top 3 cards of your library, and you can play one of them this turn. It's basically just like shock draw card. You know, it feels like Expressive Iteration, but with a shock on it rather than a card draw. Really powerful card, great card advantage. And we're seeing that with the Inspiration too here, same idea. There's a lot of card advantage. So the ability to play these kind of burn damage spells, but also maintain card parity as well.
Right. A big thing about this matchup, I think, is whether Mojo has a turn 1 Rune Crab or not. And I was watching your match yesterday when your opponent had 2 Rune Crabs, and I don't know if anybody can beat turn 2 Rune Crab, especially resolving Natasha's Hideous Laughter in the same game like they did against you, and you still won.
I won with 0 cards in my deck. I won the last possible turn with 0 cards left, so it was close. But yeah, I mean, this deck does have the tools to kill the crabs. You know, the inspirations, of course, can go to creatures, which is kind of cool, braid and so on and so forth. You can see what's happening in this game so far. We've seen a lot of Fading Hopes, a lot of bounce spells, just kind of like keeping our Rakdos player off the board, because this is a combo deck. You know, this is a deck that's not a control deck. It's kind of just looking to sit there, keep bouncing things, just stay alive until the point where you can copy a Hideous Laughter or copy some other mill effect and just win the game that way.
Right. So you see Elliott Dragon thinking a little bit here. How's Elliott gonna push some damage through? I'm not aware of the spells that he currently has in grave right now, but 14 looking kind of pretty on Mojo's side.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Elliott has the ability to kind of just like empty the clip here and just be like burn spell, burn spell, burn spell is pretty cool. Effectively, you know, burn spells have haste in that effect where you just kind of play them and they do their thing. So you don't have to wait that extra turn, which might matter, because this is going to come down to one critical turn where Mojo is able to fire off the big, you know, combo finish, copy the mill spell, and win the game all in one shot. So Elliott's got a lot of pressure here to end the game before that happens.
You see a Jawari disruption here. I usually always like to have at least some creature on board attacking every turn, so you have to the control deck has to think about that while you're playing your other spells. But I really do love how the burn spell that he's choosing to play in this deck also draws a card.
Yeah, it's sweet. And both of them do, because the electrostatic one does also. So, and then it's funny because the adversary's been bounced a number of times already here, but of course it has haste and it comes into playability. So it was bounced on turn 2, and now it's back here on turn 7 or whatever, ready to cast multiple spells.
I can imagine this deck being good later on in the tournament as well. I feel like it just it might have a really good control matchup in general.
Yeah, with the main deck go blanks and everything, this deck has the tools to beat everything in a very Jund-esque style. You know, again, as I said earlier, you know, there's the problem of like drawing the wrong cards at the wrong time. So Munich Massacre or Go Blank are really, really good in one matchup and not the other. But 3 main deck Go Blanks is a huge, huge game against the Lear decks. All the Lear decks are really, really good, using a Key to the Archive and they're really, really big blue, powerful spells. So Go Blank's a huge one there for sure.
Yeah, I actually have in my current deck that I'm playing in Alchemy right now is a Jund aggro style deck with Gruul like a Gruul Magda kind of thing. But the only black cards is 4 Inferno Grasps and 4 Go Blanks in the sideboard. Like literally 4 copies of Go Blank because of how powerful the card is. Not only to just get the card and the +1 off of discarding 2 of your opponent's cards, but it's the exiling of the graveyard. It makes a Lear top deck a bad draw, and that's exactly what you want when you're trying to kill them.
Yeah, and honestly, Mind Rot isn't that bad. You know, it's funny because the classic Jund decks in Standard used to play the card Blightning, you know, which is Mind Rot plus a Lava Spike. You know, but there were points where Mind Rot was legal in that format, and those Jund decks would board in extra Mind Rots. They'd have 4 Blightning and 2 Mind Rot, because the discard 2 was just so good in the mid-rangey matchups, you know. So Mind Rot is not that far from a playable card in Constructed, and then Go Blank with the exiling effect gives it that extra push to get over the edge.
Right, Exile in the Graveyard is so huge against the Lear decks, but this deck specifically that Mojo's playing, I don't think is playing Lear. What do you think Mojo's game plan is right now? We can't see their hand, so I would assume that there's a kind of like copying, a maddening cacophony, like brewing up in Mojo's hand, just trying to find a kind of like a window, an avenue to play it.
Yeah, I mean, there's one card foretold right now, which could be a copy of Dual Strike. 3 copies of that in the deck, and Dual Strike, of course, will copy the next instant or sorcery you cast. There's also Galvanic Iteration, too. So, could be setting up like this big copy turn for a Laughter or a Maddening Cacophony, but needs to buy the time to get there, of course. And again, these haste creatures and these damage spells in Elliot Dragon's hand are really, really clutch because they deal with damage now. It's not like you're casting a Werewolf Pack Leader or something like that needs to wait a turn to attack. These burn spells do lethal, so there's lethal in hand right now, effectively for Elliot if these spells could all resolve.
Now these spells should resolve. I don't think there's any hard counter spells in Mojo's deck, and that's one of the bad things about the Fading Hopes and the Divide by Zeros in the deck is that this adversary is just going to keep going back to hand and doing its thing over and over again.
Right. And to do it for more and more every time.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are 4 Divide by Zeros and 3 Jawari Disruptions in his deck. No hard counter spells at all. So 4 Fading Hopes as well. Things can bounce, but they will come back eventually.
One thing I also like about Elliot Dragon's deck here is that there's the burn with the card advantage, like I said before, but it also allows them to hit more land drops. Like the Electrostatic that we talked about before, the 2 damage, and then when the next time you play an instant and sorcery, you exile the top 3 cards and you can play one. Usually that's just a free land drop. Late game, it's just a free whatever other spell you want.
It's basically just Expressive Iteration, but instead of drawing that first card, you shock something, which can be just as good or better because it's also a 2-for-1, but it's also tempo too. So if you kill their 2-drop with it and then draw a card later, that turn you play Iteration can often be troublesome. You see your opponent play Iteration turn 3 and they're behind on board. You're like,
right,
all they're drawing cards.
Right.
But the blast can kill a creature and she'll still draw that card later too. It's a really, really good card. I'm very, very impressed with it.
Yeah. One thing about me playing my Jund deck, I'm gonna go back to my deck again, but using it as an example, when someone on turn 3 plays Expressive Iteration, then they just go like exile Hall the Storm Giants, play it untapped, and I'm just like, okay, Reckless Stormseeker, haste, go. It just gives you that little slight opportunity.
Right. There's that very common thing in Standard or in Alchemy where even in Historic, every format, honestly, everyone's playing Expressive Iteration, but they're behind on board and it's turn 3 and they cast Iteration and you pump the fist because you're like, all right, sweet. All we're doing this turn is drawing 2 cards. They may have a 1-mana play, but probably not. And I'm ahead, and I get to keep being ahead. As long as I'm ahead, the cards they draw won't matter because they'll be dead. So,
yeah.
The Electrostatic Blast having the ability to provide the same sort of effect as far as card advantage goes, but then also defend you is just so good. It's one of my favorite cards in the Alchemy set.
Now, what do you think is going on with sideboarding here for Elliot? Elliot won a very convincing game 1. I'm very impressed with the card advantage and the burn that was able to happen there. And a part of it was Mojo maybe have drawn half of the combo, not the other, and didn't really start with a Ruined Crab to start blocking. But what do you think the game plan is here for Elliot Dragon?
Well, we got to look down at the left side of the screen here. 67 cards. So Elliot's going to be boarding up on cards. I don't really like this. This is the thing that I used to do in Limited back in the day. You would do if you're playing, it's like a kind of weird mill Limited deck, stuff like that. The cost, of course, is now Elliot has 67 cards in their deck, right? But the cards aren't as good. Their mana ratio's off now. They're going to draw Pest Summoning at some point during this game. And the turn they lose from drawing Pest Summoning is another turn for their opponent to have time to get them, and mill them out. So, definitely interesting sideboarding here. Definitely a little off the wall, bringing in 7 cards. For those who don't know, when you sideboard, you can bring in as many cards as you want. You can't board down below 60 cards, but you're allowed to just bring in cards if you want to. So right now, Elliot has a 67 card deck, brought in some of the lessons, and going to try and kind of small ball the too many cards to mill, strategy, if you will.
Right. I'm not really a fan of doing it. If you can mulligan to having like 2 or 3 lands, that's fine. But the problem is, you number one, like you said, you make your deck so much worse. But I think the bigger problem is your mana is just so bad after you do that.
Right, you've thrown your mana ratio off, so now you're drawing a Pest Summoning instead of not Blood Crypt, whatever, a black-red duel. you know. So we'll see how it plays out, though. The big things here are going to be a lot would happen in game one, where, you know, if Elliott has the ability to kind of get in the board, keep forcing Joe to interact every turn, and they can finish off with a flurry of burn spells. Now, we see a crab here. Of course, this can be killed. Go blank's pretty good, too, as far as removing the cards from hand for Mojo. So I think his hand looks pretty good for Elliott.
Yeah, having the Infernal Grasp there is very strong. From what I've heard about this mill deck is that they kind of rely on a few mill strategies earlier on in the game in order for Maddening Cacophony to be able to one-shot, or the other mill spell to be able to one-shot. It's kind of hard to do all the points of damage, deck points of damage, if you haven't really done a little bit of deck damage earlier on in the game. And we see this second Ruin Crab come down here, so if Elliott Dragon didn't have that Infernal Grasp, it would have been really bad, really fast.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of cards. Double crab's pretty crazy. But Elliott has the ability to kill these crabs and to provide threats. Also has duress and go blank. So a lot of hand disruption, ways to kill the crabs. And his hand's looking pretty good for Elliott. Is able to go duress and go blank next turn. There's no doubt that this mill deck is a critical mass deck. You know, it's working to build up to it's like a burn deck almost. You know, where, you know, they have some lava spikes, stuff like that. And instead of having more lava spikes, they have sort of like Fire Blast, copy Fire Blast, you know, with the big spell and the copy effect. And if they can't reach that critical mass, they're just kind of like, you know, here's a crab with no lands in play, I guess. So go blank and duress should be absolutely clutch here.
And this Confront the Past here in hand is interesting. Doesn't that get back Planeswalkers or kill Planeswalkers?
Yes, it has no function. I can see looking at the Isn't Mill deck list. There are 0 Planeswalkers, and there are, I guess there are a few Planeswalkers in Elliott's deck. There is 2 Soar in the Mirthless. So if one of those gets milled, I suppose they could like bring it back.
There's also a chance that there's not very many of those in the decks in the sideboard still, since he brought most of them in, right?
Yeah. I a little strange, but I don't know. You know, the more important cards here definitely are the duress and the go blank for sure. You know, now we see a crab though, and now there's an actual thing in play.
One thing I actually didn't mention about Town Razor Tyrant earlier, which makes it even better, is that it actually turns off the abilities of the lands as well, which is very, very good against most people playing creature lands in this format. Against control decks playing Hall of the Storm Giants, against aggro decks playing Den of the Bugbear or, you know, Lair of the Hydra, it just does everything.
All right, so here's the big discard push. All your cards are gone, except for the card that's Foretold.
Ooh.
And the Foretold card can be either Dual Strike, which can copy a spell. There are also some copies of Demon Bolt floating around in this deck as well, which is 4 damage to a creature. And there's your Demon Bolt. Okay, so that's it. Mojo's got nothing left but a crab.
And we also know that the 2 cards in hand was 2 copies of Cathartic Fire that were discarded.
Yep. Attack for 0. Love it.
It's the content play.
Respect it. Total respect it. And now we see this crab going away. And again, we're talking about this mill deck trying to put together, you know, twin cast plus mill spell. You gotta copy it. We gotta go over that big shot. And off of 4 lands and no resources, it's gonna be very, very difficult. And Elliott has a bunch of cards in hand still.
That's a great draw.
That is true. You're gonna start somewhere. That's a good place to start.
I would say if I wanted to draw anything, it would be that exact card right there.
Yep. No doubt.
We see this on blue here come down. Scry 1. Gotta get the cards we need here. 2 cards left in the hand for Mojo. Drawing Sorin. Okay. That's a little bit of foreshadowing here with the Confront the Past. He knew he was drawing Sorin. It had to be.
Now, Sorin's interesting because it's obviously a good card. You know, any Planeswalker on unopposed graveyard, that's pretty funny.
That's funny. That's funny.
But I don't even think Sorin's that important because it's a good card if the game goes grindy, but Elliott wants to, like, close this game out. You know, if Elliott waits too long, eventually Mojo will find a twin cast effect and a mill effect and possibly steal the game. So...
Yep. We see a Environmental Sciences from Elliott getting that 5th land for Adversary in hand, holding up that Abrade just in case the 4th crab comes down, or is it the 3rd crab? Pretty sure 3 are down.
Yeah, a lot of crabs have been fried here so far. So we see no play of the Electrostatic Blast on the end step, not wanting to waste the trigger on it.
All right, here we go. Here is the pressure 2/3 lifelink flyer coming down from Soren's Midas. What does Mojo do at the end step here? Mojo play any 4-mana draw spells? Probably not.
No, they're very, very tight deck list. It's just 4 of everything for the most part. It's mill cards, it's copy cards, iteration, and then bounce spells. So,
all right, here we go. Here, Inscription of Ruin drawn from Elliott Dragon. Do we see a discard 2 and then the following turn discard 2 again off the adversary? Potentially,
that seems very reasonable. You know, we got more Mind Rots coming in, to try and muck things up.
Can also bring back an adversary after it dies. I really like Inscription of Ruin in this deck.
Yeah, card's sweet. And this is an interesting situation. So, of course, the Electrostatic Blast, the next instant or sorcery you play will trigger it to reveal the 3 cards. So, do you play it first, try and hit a land off the Mind Rot? Do you play it second? The timing on the card is very, very interesting because you don't want to waste the card. It's very similar to Iteration, where you got to play it at the right time. You can't just play Iteration on turn 2 and draw 2 cards. Usually you wait till turn 3. Same with the Electrostatic Blast, where you want to cast it at whatever time will make it easiest to cast the spells off of that you'll hit off of it. But here's the Affronter le Passé.
Well, you know how to pronounce it and I don't, so this is why you're commentating with me.
Donnez-vous sur la chambre de... Yes, oui, c'est vrai. So more Soren and just more G3 flyers.
Oh my gosh! Changing it to English.
You fight for me.
That's funny.
Je parle français.
He changed it to English. What an absolute gentleman.
All right, so we see a copy of Cathartic Pyre here is not exactly what Mojo wants to be doing. Did it work? Yes. But those copy effects are pretty important as far as using for the mill effects. So every time Mojo has to use spells like that to defend themselves, that's time they didn't spend building towards their combo, and more time Elliott has to put a board together.
Exactly. We see this wonderful art of Evolving Wilds. All right, there's the teachings. Draws 3.
That was a full one.
Woo. You gotta love that if you're on Mojo's side. Kind of trying to come back here, but gosh, it just seems like Elliott Dragon's deck is doing a lot of pressure while also just having so many cards in hand. Sometimes
this is huge. This is actually huge here.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm like playing a deck like the opponent's deck, I'm like, how do they have so many cards left in their hand?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Mojo's just bouncing stuff. Mojo's not dealing with them, just bouncing them. This is huge, though. A 3/3 haster, discard 2, and exile. Most importantly, exile the iteration in the graveyard. So now that's gone. Once again, very difficult for Mojo to pull together enough resources to actually go off here.
Now we need another expressive iteration. Like, we have to keep top decking gasoline if we're Mojo.
Yes, every go blank must be met by an iteration.
Yes. But we see adversary being bounced again.
Yep. I mean, again, this is working out pretty well because most, adversary likes being bounced.
Yeah.
Town Racer Tyrant likes being bounced. These are cards that you want to keep playing over and over and over again. So, the defensive measures in Mojo's deck aren't lining up super great here. So now you can see adversary for another go blank, possibly. I'm not sure if it's another discard effect in the graveyard. We have a duress. There are no more go blanks. We could see adversary for duress. We also just see the inscription cast from hand too. Another mind rot,
Elliott Dragon thinking a little bit here. We can attack with a 2/3 first. We can just try to go in with Hasty Bloodthirsty. The problem with that is we can't hold up Infernal Grasp or a Braid if we do that, or Electrostatic Blast. I don't think that's much of a problem. We see a Divide by 0 in the graveyard.
Yeah, I love Mind Rot here. Again, as long as Mojo doesn't have the critical mass to go off, Elliott has all the time in the world. So I love the inscription here. I like the timing on the Electrostatic Blast also. Probably gonna play that in the end step. So not playing that first.
Yeah, I really do like, especially I like the discard spells, especially since you want to use those preferably before they start foretelling things.
So not being greedy with the adversary. saying, you know what, I've mind rotted you 4 times already. I'm just going to kill you now. Just play the adversary, get it going, and now at 7 life, it's a 2-turn clock. The blast is here, the inspiration's here. Perfect.
There we go. That should
lethal.
be lethal if there's no. It has to be like what, double bounce spell to stop.
But the thing is that if it's
inspiration?
double bounce spell, then Elliot has all the time in the world because
Yep.
Mojo needs to again put together more resources because the bounce spells are just treading water.
Yeah, and we have 5 burn damage in hand already, so 1 removal spell doesn't do the job.
Yep. Yeah, pretty sweet deck.
I would say that if I wanted to farm the mill deck, I might play this deck if I really wanted to target like how this deck is doing against the mill deck. I think that this might be actually one of the mill deck's worst matchups.
Yeah, it's funny here too because this token can't be divided by 0. Obviously, you would love to bounce token here, but instead, Mojo has to bounce the creature with the comes into play ability.
Yeah,
which it's just not ideal, but it just has to be done because otherwise Mojo's gonna die. So, get it for 2, and that was an adversary. It was 2 burn spells. This has got to be if not it, then mostly it.
See, that's peak commentary right there. If it's not it, it's mostly it.
Exactly. So, again, the choice of Elliot's been refusing to cast his blast. Absolutely refusing to cast it. I think now is the time you probably want to cast it. Cast blast, then inspiration, and look at the top 3. You can hit a duress. You can hit a land drops fine also.
How scared do you think that Elliot Dragon's been this game? Just like potentially getting comboed? I don't think very, because there's a lot of mind rots being cast here.
Yeah, it's hard. We don't know. I mean, 38 cards in deck. I think Elliot's sitting pretty here. It would take a pretty wild sequence of cards here because Mojo needs to also not die. I don't think a Laughter that's copied would win the game here. Laughter mills. It's total mana value of 20 or more. The mana value of Elliot's deck is reasonably high. There are a lot of 4 drops and things. So there's no way that Elliot gets one shot here.
Elliot is choosing to play the adversary post-combat.
We get a Mind Rot again?
I think so.
One in doubt, Mind Rot. So
Yep.
This is like a bit of a safety play here, saying that I really don't want to lose to anything. Not going to go for lethal, just going to go for the Mind Rot. There's still 2 creatures in play. Again, Mojo can't win off of nothing, So, however, the card was a iteration. So again, if Laughter's drawn here, it could be copied, but I don't think it's enough cards.
Maybe it has to be iteration into like removal and Tasha's copy. I don't even know if there's enough mana for that.
It's just too much. So, send in the clowns, lethal burn in hand. And again, even if this kills both creatures, we see inspiration and blast to finish it off.
Double Demon Bolt.
So basically the ideal draw in the scenario, because this keeps them alive, but obviously they have the burn spells as well. So the burn spells being pretty clutch here. There aren't a lot of spells that go face in this format and in standard in general, So seeing this, the ability for decks to do this is really cool.
Yep.
Dominating win.
That was as I can't speak English. That's almost as dominating as you can get.
Yeah, but that was very, very impressive. Very, very impressive.
That is it's a very scary deck to play against because you're just crossing your fingers the whole time. But if you resolve 5 mind rots in a game, that might be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, strategically things just lined up really, really well. It was funny. I think Bloodthirsty Adversary was cast about 14 times over the course of those 2 games. If that's a card you're casting over and over again, you're pretty happy. It flashback probably 7 or 8 spells, attack for 2 a bunch of times. So a great place to be. Mind Rot was great. Duress was great. Go Blank was great. All looks good.
So do you want to be the Ushers of Defeat again? As we were last time?
Let's pop right in.
We have Berserksy playing against Chris Patello with a Hullbreaker Horror already on the battlefield. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So we have Chris Patello here with a Leer being cast right now. Only 2 lands in hand. There's a Galvanic Iteration in the graveyard. There's a Hullbreaker Horror to Fairy who slows the sunset. on the other side of the battlefield. I mean, what are your initial impressions of this board state? 9 minutes on Berserk's side.
The big thing here is that the Hullbreaker Horror player only has 1 card in hand.
Yep.
You know, his Hullbreaker Horror is great when you go spell, bounce, 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 bounce. But a little light on resources here. We see an Epiphany for the Lear player. Obviously, Stroke's not doing too much, but there's also the Go Blank for the Lear player too. This is the turn of the game here for sure. We, instead of being the Harbingers of Doom, we've walked into like the critical turn of the game. Can our Esper player deal with this Lear or find some way out of this? If they don't, if Lear gets to untap, this game is over. Go Blank, Epiphany, etc., etc.
Now, yeah, Teferi's downtick can find a card, and that's pretty scary. The thing I'm noticing here about Chris Patel is 20 life total is where you want to be in this situation, but it's a little hairy.
Yes, it's pretty interesting. We're gonna see the Hive of the Eye Tyrant come in, as well as the Hullbreaker Horror. This will exile one of the cards in the graveyard, probably the Epiphany, I would assume. This is basically saying out loud that our Esper player does not have a spell.
Right, but we also didn't see a minus on Teferi either, so it actually could be a spell. The thing I really like about attacking with this Hive of the Eye Tyrant that's kind of unassuming is that Teferi untaps an artifact, creature, and land. So Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Hullbreaker Horror, and the artifact will all be untapped.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet. So taking Epiphany is huge. If we see it on tap here, then it's got to be a spell in hand, which is great. Yeah, so this looks pretty good. Because if the Lear gets bounced, wow, just going to pass the turn.
Now, if Hive of the Eye Tyrant and a land were untapped, we could potentially have seen 4 untapped mana this turn. But choosing to untap the Hullbreaker.
Yeah, this is interesting, honestly. So, untapping the stuff and not minusing Teferi. Again, I mean, any spell in hand could have bounced the Lear.
I like this in response for Chris.
Yeah, so now we see a double unexpected results. Right? Windfall, sorry. And this is a huge windfall of cards, obviously, for our Lear player. I'm very curious what's going on our Esper player side of the board.
I feel like we could have with Teferi minus to try to find a spell, or there's already a spell in hand and Berserk's just choosing an appropriate time to use it. But
why not bounce the Lear then? You know, like bouncing Lear feels like the most important thing, forcing Chris to replay the Lear again and be very, very limited on mana. This just gives Chris all the mana in the world to do exactly what's happening right now. Play iteration.
Wow.
So we see Test of Talents. Oh, this is actually awesome.
Okay, this is crazy. Yeah. Wow.
So we're going to see Test of Talents to bounce the Lear, removing the uncounterable clause from it, and then countering the unexpected.
Wow.
That's really cool.
I have to say, Jim, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, and then by doing that, now the Lear is bounced and can't be recast this turn. So super cool play from our Esper player. Still gets to resolve 1 copy, but now also our Chris is just tapped out with 10 damage in play too. Not totally tapped out, but mostly tapped out.
Wow, I mean, looking back at it, I didn't really know what Berserk's was doing, but that seemed like the perfect play with what was given.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense too, because the counterspell can't be cast proactively. You need to wait for your opponent to cast a spell to cast it, but once they do, it's going to be really, really good. So the kind of odd puzzle of like, well, what spell could they have that they wouldn't have cast to bounce Lear makes total sense. It had to be a reaction spell. Cool game.
Yeah, that was. I mean, we didn't get to see the first part of that game, but as for a control mirror goes, like that's as good as it gets right there. Like that play at the end.
Yeah, it's not often you see your Lear resolved and lose the game, so that was sweet.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if we can find like a Clerics match or like a Boros Dragons match or something like that. We're currently seeing if we have another match still available to be played. Looks like all the games are finished for round 1. I mean, I don't really get a chance to play against the mill deck a lot, so I'm excited that I got to see that here, that we got to see that together. The control mirror matches usually take longer, but that was a clean 2-0 by Berserkzy over Chris Patello there. And Chris Patello is a great player too.
Yeah, that was a crazy game to walk into for sure. And the mill deck's pretty interesting. The mill deck seems like it's filling a niche in this format where there are a lot of sort of mid-rangey control-y decks that really have this over-the-top endgame, right? So the Leer decks have this crazy Leer endgame, and then there's also a lot of like black-based control decks, you know, with Meat Massacre and Blood Artist stuff and Lawless Spider. And these decks are powerful at grinding, but pretty slow. They don't really win the game quickly. They might set up a dominating board position, but they don't actually necessarily win the game. So the mill deck takes advantage of that by being like, well, if you're going to sit there for 10 turns, I'm going to assemble this 2-card combo and just kind of kill you in an aspect that doesn't care about the board, doesn't care about your life total. I just do it and you lose. So it's kind of a cool, like, niche anti-metagame deck.
Right. I like it against control deck. I like it against control decks too. I mean, it seems like it's pretty well positioned, just not against the bouncing your adversary every turn.
Yeah, the Mind Rot Burn deck is definitely probably not what I'm playing against.
So it looks like we do have a match left. Going into game 3 with Adam the Ant plays Adamant MTG versus Turtlebox here. What can you tell us about this matchup here? I believe Turtlebox is playing Mono White, but I could be wrong.
Load the deck lists right now. We got Azorius mid-range for Adam Ant MTG. Turtlebox is on Dimir Control.
I was the opposite. I was way wrong.
Azorius mid-range looks like a fairly aggressive version of. I mean, it's not super aggressive. Focusing on Inquisitor Captain and Glassful Mimic. Obviously, Captain, one of the best cards in Alchemy. The 4-drop. Somewhat Bloodbraid Elf adjacent, but very, very good with the clone effects. Then we see on the Dimir Control side, we've got pretty basic stuff here. You know, a lot of spells, a Hullbreaker Horror, Sedgemoor Witch, Maidhook Massacre, Leer, of course. So a kind of standard control build. There are a couple of copies of Cursebound Witch, which is kind of cool. But big cards here are going to be Meathook Massacre, Blood on the Snow, Crippling Fear, a lot of sweepers.
All right, so we see Turtlebox still sideboarding, seeing if we can get into this match here. In game 3, I'm not sure who's on the play or who's on the draw here, but let's see what they start out with.
There's some cool stuff happening in Adamant's deck. There's 4 Spectral Adversaries. It's a little bit of a flash thing going on. Obviously, post-board cards like Negate can come in. Malevolent Hermit's a little more of like a flashy counterspelly game.
Yep.
Valor Stance is a really cool card, being that it's a card that can kill Hullbreaker Horror and Leer, but isn't dead if they don't have that card yet. You can save your own creature. So a card that's a removal spell but has some utility otherwise is really, really cool. A really important piece to this format, I think, because having a way to kill Leer and Horror is so important, but you can't afford to have like Fateful Absence or, you know, Doomblade or whatever in your deck. It has to have some other utility.
Right. You don't really see Spectral Adversary being played in Alchemy, but I'm super interested to see how it performs in this deck, especially since it looks like it's maybe a little bit of a blink action going on here with Inquisitor Captain. And when you can blink Inquisitor Captain or play Inquisitor Captain, get a Glasspool Mimic to copy it, it can get out of control really fast.
Yeah, there aren't really many good blinks in Alchemy, but the Mimic is a 4 of, and that's a really, really easy one. You know, just play the Captain, try and high roll the Mimic, and just keep going, which is very, very powerful.
And to your point with Valor Stance, in addition to your point, actually, with being able to have answers to Leer and Hullbreaker Horror with also the ability to protect your things if they go to answer it, it also has the really good utility of being really good against dragons, right? Dragons are very popular in this format, and also angels are popular as well. I mean, I say angels, but it's clerics with some angels in it that are also clerics, but against the 2/4 angel that's very important to get rid of, Valor Stance also gets rid of that, so a very well-rounded card, and if it wasn't in this format, I think it would be... If it wasn't in this format, I think people would be asking for it.
Yeah, it really is like the perfect card for this format. You know, it's not too good. It's kind of a little bit narrow, but lines up really, really well against a lot of the important things.
The adversary come down, Glasspool Mimic, there's the blinker here, but we probably need to play it as the 4th land. Kind of want to hold on to it, though, after post-Inquisitor Captain, but what are you going to do here against the Dimir deck?
Yeah, I think it'd be a little greedy to try and hold on to that one. Let's get our lands up here. Let's get this Captain going. Now the adversaries will provide enough pressure where it'll force Turtlebox to answer them, and then Adam can go on and play the Captain, hopefully, and get things going. But again, got to be aware, Meathook Massacre, Crippling Fear, Blood on the Snow, these are all options available to Turtlebox to suit the board. So don't necessarily want to go too wide with Captain. All right, we're going to see a tiny Massacre here. It's a little baby Massacre.
I'm not necessarily in love with Tiny Massacre here, but say for instance, I don't know if Adam the Ant plays has something like Divide by Zero in the deck or anything, but kind of maintaining life little is something that you want to be doing if you're on Turtle Box side.
Yeah, I would say this screams I have multiple Master Calls in my hand.
Right.
From Turtle Box. Because willing to use the Meadow as a 1-for-1, that should be their ace in the hole. They should have this sweeper that's ready to go. So I would assume more sweepers. And I'm wrong as the cards are revealed, but just wanting to stay alive for Lear probably. So we see Lear, double dispute, nothing is sacrificed off your disputes, and a Hullbreaker are.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see Deadly Dispute in a Dimir deck, but I'm here for it. I want to see this.
Also interesting that the Adversary was not cast on the end step, which kind of surprises me, honestly. Holding on to the Adversary, looking to kick it maybe, or maybe being aware of playing around a possible sweeper, not wanting to go Adversary into Captain Creature, and then get swept the next turn.
Right. I think I like that's kind of heads up by Adam saying there was a really tiny Massacre. That means there's probably another Massacre in hand, and I'm going to say this Adversary post-second Massacre, or
yeah,
to save something from another Massacre.
Yeah, this looks pretty good now, because now Adversary's up, a good clock is in play. Hermit was a good draw for the turn, but do you cast the Hermit to keep the Adversary up? A lot of tough questions here for Adamant. Of course, the stances are also up too.
Yeah, Valor stance looking real pretty here in the face of a Lear and a Hullbreaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
As obvious as that is to say.
But I think it matters though, because a lot of times these aggro decks, the opponent can just cast Lear, survive the turn, untap, and win the game. So
Valor stance not as good to protect cards from Meatok Massacre, but it will at least protect it from maybe an Infernal Grasp.
Yeah, and this is a great spot here. When you're the kind of the aggro deck, and you have a Hermit in play, and you also have stance in hand, and Adversary in hand, and lethal on board. This is a lot of things for Turtle Box to try and cover here, and I think we're probably going to see a defensive Hullbreaker Horror, a Valor stance, and then a concession.
Yep. And this is in game 3, and I think I would expect the blue-white tempo deck with Malevolent Hermits to have a pretty good matchup against Dimir Control.
Yeah, average sideboard for sure. Once you're bringing these Hermits, these Negates, there's Redain in the board, just a lot of these kind of anti-control-y cards. And
there it is.
Again, the stances are a really, really good safeguard as well.
There it is. Valor stance potentially coming down to kill the Hullbreaker Horror before blocks. Getting in for this 8 damage, being at 7. Adamant will lose a life from this, but it's game over here.
Yeah, right. This is exactly how Adamant drew it up. A little Elite Spellbinder here, some chip shot damage there, fire in a Hermit, and then stance in one of the larger threats, and that's it. So right to script, Adamant takes it down.
Yep. Out of the matchups that we didn't see when people are playing, take a look back at the players playing the decks here. What are you excited to watch in round 2? Round 2 is going to be coming up in just a few minutes.
It's a pretty big spread. The Dragon decks are very, very good for sure. But I think it's been a sort of like the Dragon decks are good, but the control decks are also good, and they are good against the Dragon decks. They kind of feed on them, and then it's kind of like a rock paper scissors with the format. We have a little bit of there's the aggro decks. Then there's just like these bigger mid range decks that beat the aggro decks, like dragons and like the black control decks. Then the control decks beat those pretty good, and then to complete the triangle would be aggro beating control. I'm not even sure if that happens because control decks are all really, really good. Yeah. But there's definitely an amount of like decks that are good against other decks pretty clearly in this format. And I'm interested to see if that like sort of paradigm can be broken in some way.
I think the closest thing to the paradigm being broken is Clerics, because the Clerics have an amazing aggro matchups with how much life they can gain and how much synergies that they can accrue. There's a lot of lifelink in those decks. The cards are really huge. And being able to have a lot of flyers, being able to race with all that life gain against other aggro decks is really brutal. Like being on the aggro side of those matchups, I hate playing against Clerics, but you just have to pack your deck with aggro with removal spells post board against Clerics. And Clerics might be kind of okay against dragons as well if dragons don't draw a bunch of Dragon's Fires. So I think out of that triangle that you were mentioning, in order to kind of have an okay matchup against control, because they kind of are the aggro deck and also beating the aggro decks, I think I would go with Clerics. But Clerics has a almost miserable matchup against control, like pre-board. Control, I think, beats Clerics game 1 almost every time. I'm not sure. I think the closest thing to what you're talking about a triangle, I think maybe Clerics.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very flexible deck too. You're playing Pyre of Heroes. You can kind of put in some Silver Bullets, stuff like that. We've seen versions that are Esper. We've seen versions that are Mardu. It was a cool Mardu list in the last Hooglandia tournament. It's topping out on a 5-drop. I forget the name of it. It was like Ghost Forge something. Whenever something dies, you get a copy of it. It was like a really, really cool card.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was really sweet. So there's definitely a few ways to build that. It looks like in our deck list here, we've got Abzan Clerics, which is interesting. I have not seen an Abzan version of a deck before. That's our only cleric deck, actually. Most of these Orzhov mid-range deck is clerics. It is not. No. So yeah, Abzan Clerics here. We've got, take a little look at this. Green for Snakeskin Veil and Prosperous Innkeepers. Innkeeper, of course, a very good life gain element. Also, the Moon Dancer. So we had a bit of like the green-white life gain stuff here with Prosperous Innkeeper and Moon Dancer, but also playing the cleric cards too. A Cleric of Life's Blood, a Sky Cave Hierophant, and a couple Pyre of Heroes, of course, Inquisitor Captain. By going Abzan, loses out on the synergy with the Glasspool Mimic, because can't play the random blue land. I guess they could play the random blue land if they wanted to. But so a pretty interesting looking Abzan version of clerics. But that's our only cleric deck in the field today.
I mean, for being the only cleric, I'm kind of surprised that it's only the only cleric deck in the field. But I'm not surprised at the same time, Esper being one of the most popular decks in the format. Also, Esper having access to 4 copies of Vanishing Verse, which is amazing against a lot of decks in the format. Vanishing Verse being amazing against almost every card that Clerics plays outside of the black-white 2-drop and the black-white 4-drop, the one that gets the Clerics back out of the graveyard. So having a pretty abysmal matchup against Control in game 1s, at least. If they're Esper, they can bring in some negates. I've seen that before, some negates and Test of Talents out of the Esper versions of Clerics. But against the Esper Control deck, which is probably one of the most popular decks on the format, I don't really like the chances of Clerics, but I do like Clerics against aggro decks a lot. So if you see a lot of aggro, if you plan for a lot of aggro, I think the life gain out of Clerics, along with the huge flyers and huge creatures, are enough to beat that, especially the red aggro decks. But that is it for round 1. All of the matches are in. Are you seeing some of the some decks that you like that have won from round 1 in the tournament?
Let's take a look at the results here. I have the pairings page up. 1 second. Standings. There we go. We got a Rakdos Vampires deck. That's pretty interesting. Aaron Gertler, very good player. Also, we got Boros Dragons, Izzy Control. A lot of like mid-range, a lot of control decks here. We got Azori's mid-range, Orzhov mid-range, Zan Saeed, very good player, obviously. Mardu mid-range from the Nimble Sloth. Looks like a pretty cool, basically Rakdos splashing for Vanishing Verse. You were saying how important Vanishing Verse is. Totally agree. Very, very good card in the format. Control, Is It Dragons? A lot of mid-range, a lot of control so far in the X1 bracket, or 1XO bracket. 1-0 bracket. The people who won the matches.
The people that won their only round available to win.
Yes.
So out of these 1-0, you said there's a lot of control and there's a lot of mid-range. What do you seeing winning round 2? What do you think has the best chances of winning round 2 out of those decks?
I mean, decks like Elliott Dragons seem pretty well positioned, right? So we have kind of like a slightly aggressive slant, but that real Jund game plan of just, main deck go blanks, duresses, extra mind rots on the board, the ability to kind of like really pressure their life total, but also pressure their cards in hand too, is really, really cool. So, so far, I mean, I've only seen so many decks, but Elliott's deck has very much impressed me. So the way to go, kind of being big enough to beat the aggro decks with your removal spells and things like that, but also having these cards that are real good against control in your main deck. It seems very important.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the wrong half problem sometimes in decks like that, where you're playing against Boros Dragons and they have a Whelp on turn 2 and you have a couple go blanks or something,
Yeah.
But other than that, I really like that deck's position, and I would really not want to play against that deck if I was in this tournament.
Yeah, and the reality is that like you're sort of flopping your matchup stuff, right? So you say you play against Dragons, you draw 2 go blanks. Well, you get the sideboard, so you board the go blanks out, and you bring in more, removal spells and more whatever else, So sort of just like pre-sideboarding a bit for the control mid-range decks, which is a very smart thing to do in this field. There's a lot of control, a lot of mid-range. And you play against aggro, you board them out. Whatever, you bring in some more removal spells. So I like the choice a lot. And realistically, even against aggro, this deck has 3 Infernal Grasp, 3 Spikefield Hazard, 3 Electrostatic Bolt, 4 inspiration, 3 brittle blast. There's tons of removal spells. 3 main deck Meat Massacre. So there are plenty of tools against aggro too. So definitely looks like his deck is a pretty good handle on the field.
All right, so round 2 is paired, I believe. We're waiting on them to actually start the round and start playing. We have Zan Syed versus Aaron Gertler as one of the matchups here, which is a powerhouse matchup in round 2. What do you think about this matchup here and how you think it's going to go?
Are these pairings up? Hold on. Sorry. Just trying to load the pairings up here.
No, it's okay.
There we go. Sorry, my bad. That was my bad. We got Orzhov midrange versus Rakdos Vampires. So this is an interesting one. Both players are very, very good. Zan is on kind of one of these, like I was saying, these black mid-range decks that are really good against creature decks. Meat Massacre, Vanishing Verse. A lot of like the blocky stuff going on. Eye Twitch and Deadly Dispute, Wedding Announcement. These cards that can kind of flood the board against the aggro decks, but against the control decks, but block really well against the aggro decks. Rite of Oblivion and so on and so forth. So I'd imagine this is going to look pretty good for Zan. Our Rakdos Vampires deck from Aaron, it's got a lot of vampires in it. Who would have thought, right? We got Maid of Dishonor here. Voldaren Scion, the 3-drop is very, very good. Voldaren Epicure. This is like a real, actual aggro vampire deck. But also playing 4 copies of Sanguine Brushstroke. So we'll have that sort of Blood Artist kind of drain effect as well, which should play very well if they can stay alive against Zan, because Zan's going to have a lot of creatures in play as well. So Blood Artist in play will drain a lot of life from both players. It's very important to note that Blood Artist is 2-sided. So when Zan sacrifices a creature for an effect, the Blood Artist will drain Zan. So if those can stay in play, that'd be pretty good. But I got to give the edge to Zan here. Zan's deck is just going to be extremely good against creature decks.
Yeah, I really like what the type of decks that Zan Syed has been building, especially on his streams and things like that, with built an Abzan list, built an Orzhov list of really sacrificing things in very marginal decisions that could really matter in the long term. And I really like the fact that you can build those decks in this format in Alchemy and win with them. I just really like that you can. I dislike and like the fact that you can play the game perfectly, miss 1 damage off of a blood token trigger or something off Sanguine Brushstroke and just lose because of it. It just really highlights the skill of players when they play decks like this and win consistently.
Yeah, long games and a lot of game actions. A lot of little things here, a lot of resources to manage, both on board, in hand. Definitely really cool. And this deck looks pretty sweet. Don't underestimate Meat Massacre. The card is obviously very, very good, but it's even better in a deck like this where you have so many of these fodder creatures you're sacrificing to Rite of Oblivion, sacrificing to Deadly Dispute. The damage really adds up over time.
So it looks like that we will be looking at Veggie Wagon first. We're looking at Veggie Wagon's matchup first here. Veggie Wagon is notorious for building the craziest decks and playing them and winning a couple matches. And he played in the last tournament, actually won a lot with it. I believe he actually made very close to the top 8 with a crazy combo deck that he built last time for Stream League 6. So, what do you think about his deck here in Stream League 7?
I gotta read some of these cards. Give me a second. We got Hallowed Haunting here. 4-mana enchantment. As long as you control a set of more enchantments, things have flying and vigilance. If you cast an enchantment spell, make a token. We have 4 Warlock class. A lot of enchantments here. Warlock class, Paladin class, Meat Massacre, Sanguine Brushstroke, and then a lot of Wraths here. 4 Divine Purge and 4 Doomscar. 3 Catilda. It's a pretty crazy looking enchantment deck for sure. And facing down against a Jeskai Dragons deck. Bunch of dragons. Main deck Negate, Valorous Stance, Fateful Absence. Not a ton of ways to deal with enchantments beyond these negates. But again, these Divine Purges from Veggie aren't going to do much here.
Now, this matchup could be a slog, but it also could end very quickly. We have Aaron Gertler against Zan Syed coming up after this match here. But we'll see how fast or slow this goes. With Catilda and Paladin class, I can imagine this game going fast. It just depends on what Dragosi draws here.
Normally I would say Catilda would be an absolute monster in a matchup like this. This deck is just full of random enchantments, so it's going to be very easy to get Catilda up to a 5/5, at which point it's usually very, very hard for a Dragons deck to kill a 5/5 or 6/6. However, this Jeskai Dragons deck has 4 main deck Fateful Absence, 3 main deck Valorous Stance. So there are tons of answers for large creatures. I think this is going to be a pretty messy match in the favor of our Dragons player.
Is the Dragons deck playing 80 cards? How do they fit all that?
I don't know. There's Dragons, there's a couple Orbs, Dragonkind, and there's some removal spells. But yeah, that is a lot of removal spells. No Dragon's Fires, only 1 Abrade. So the removal spells are all hard removal in Absence and Stance. And again, it's going to line up really, really well against Catilda here.
I think the Absence and Stance hard removal lineup is just to be able to consistently kill Leer and Hullbreaker.
Yep, it's very fair. So it's funny, so the Catilda here as a 3/3, normally you want to be like, wait, maybe I should wait to make this bigger. There's only 1 Abrade in the whole deck that can kill this, that they can't kill everything else. And there's your first Absence. Yeah, I think this is going to be, unfortunately, a bloodbath for our hero veggie here.
I mean, if I'm going to draw a card, I want it to be this card. This is one of my favorite cards in Alchemy. Well, it's not Alchemy specific, it's from Crimson Battle, but to be played in Alchemy. Wedding Announcement makes a 1/1 if you don't attack with 2 creatures in a turn on your end step. And if you do attack with 2 creatures in a turn, it draws a card. And then on the third turn that it does this, all of your creatures get +1/+1, and there's 2 more Paladin class on the battlefield.
Yeah, super cool card. Really cool grindy card. When you first look at it, you're like, ooh, it's a Glorious Anthem. It'd be good in my weenie deck. The reality is, this card is just really good by itself. It just makes an army. It's good if you're trying to block and buy time and just, having extra resources to sacrifice. Super awesome card.
Now, the thing that this doesn't work very well against is against dragons, but we do have a flying lifelinker here.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problem is that there's still 6 hard answers to a large creature in Dragosi's board, or a deck, I mean. So.
Well, that's not even post board. That's just main deck.
Main deck, right? Yeah, 4 Absence and there's 3 Absence and 3 Stance left. So obviously those cards need to be found, and the huge lifelinker was good for a while, but we'll see what happens here. So pretty interesting. We see the adult gold dragon revealed to the land, but not cast. This is probably going to be a removal spell again of some kind, I would assume.
Are there any 3-mana instant speed cards in Dragosi's deck? I don't think so, right? This must be either 1 removal spell held up or 2 removal spells.
Yeah, I mean, there's an Negate, there's an Abrade, 3 Stance, and the 4 Absence.
The thing about that is there's also consideration for there's 2 Paladin class on the battlefield, so you have to keep up 4 mana if you want a 2-mana spell.
Oh, absolutely correct. All right, and there it is. So, again, like I said, normally Catilda would be a beating against your average Dragons list, where once it gets to a 5/5, it'd actually be pretty hard to kill. But not against this list. Not against this list. Bad news for Veggie.
There's a Vanishing Verse coming down. Notably doesn't answer the Adult Gold Dragon. Does answer Townraiser Tyrant.
Yeah, it's a big swing here. I mean, we're going to see those clues come into play here. Fateful Absence is a card, when you look at it at first, you're like, wow, this is just an amazing card. But it's card disadvantage. That clue drawn, and now Veggie's got a 2-for-1.
Oh my gosh. Do we bolt, and do we attack with the 3/3 bolt meat hook for 4?
Yeah, phenomenal draw by Veggie. So a way to kill 2 of his creatures, kind of get back into this game. That's a big one.
Either that or don't bolt and plan to Sanguine Brushstroke and Vanishing Verse, and then just eat the Adult Gold Dragon next turn.
This is interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's no creatures left from the festivity. So, interesting spot here. This comes down to a lot of what Veggie thinks Dragosi has in hand.
And coming from a Dragons player, just you have to think it's just more, it's just Goldspan Dragons, right? At this point, it just hates Dragons.
Yeah, the interesting part is there's 4 Adult Gold Dragons, 4 Goldspan Dragons, and 2 Inferno Star Mounts. It's interesting because by doing this, if they play a Goldspan, you're really happy because you can kill it with the Vanishing Verse. If they play an Adult Gold Dragon, now you're in big trouble because you can't kill that with the Vanishing Verse. So, big turn here.
Okay. Wow. Oh, wow. The Vanishing Verse against the Moonveil region is incredible.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, all things considered, I like this spot from Veggie Wagon.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely stabilized very well here.
All right. Thinking about the Sanguine Brush. We're going to go Brushstroke, maybe loot the Doomscar, drain for 1, maybe Vanishing versus Moonveil Regent. I I don't know if we loot. I don't know if we loot this Doomscar, because Doomscar paired with Blood Artist could kill your opponent out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think this was a consideration of playing Doomscar instead of playing the 2 cards that were played this turn, because once Blood Artist in play, you don't really want to cast Doomscar anymore unless you're actually winning the game. So, and then given how a Dragon's deck plays, there's not many creatures in play at once and stuff. So, interesting spot here.
I actually have a different perspective on this, actually. Doomscar is a really good combo kill with Blood Artist and the Meat Hook Massacre there on the board. So if Veggie Wagon draws like another wedding announcement or another way to put a couple creatures on board, I believe, depending on how many creatures Dragozi has on board, it could just be game out of nowhere with the Doomscar.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that like the Dragon deck isn't going to put many creatures in play. Usually they'll have one big dragon in play. And there isn't really that much creature action coming from Veggie Dragon's deck, except for Wedding Announcement. You know, no other card really makes creatures in this deck. There's a lot of Wraths. I suppose Hallowed Haunting would do that, but you know, I can see Doomscar being needed to use defensively. And now you see what I was saying, where because Doomscar wasn't cast last turn, now this Doomscar has to be cast this turn, and now you lose your Blood Artist too. So if Doomscar had been used last turn, we could have seen Vanishing Verse and Sanguine come into play this turn, and the artist would have lived. So interesting decision point last turn. Ended up not working out because the Inferno came down.
Right. I usually side out copies of Sanguine Brushstroke against dragons because Blood Artist isn't very good attacker or blocker against dragon decks in general. But the Doomscar does have to come down here. Maybe there's a life to be gained with sacrificing the blood token, discarding the Cave of the Frost Dragon to gain a life off this Sanguine Brushstroke. Gonna gain 3 life off this, I believe. Or 3 life off.
Looks correct to me. It's 3. So down to 8, up to 7.
Playing it.
Gonna play the Cave of the Frost Dragon. Now the cave is a large creature because of all these anthem effects, so it actually could outsize dragons, which is pretty sweet.
Cave's
if it had been a 3/4, I think I would have agreed with you.
Ooh.
Just get rid of it. But there's our boy Town Razor.
Oh, that is brutal.
Earning the peasants.
That is brutal. Town
So
Razor
again, as
Tyrant.
mentioned earlier, important to note that this removes the ability from the land. So even if Veggie Wagon wanted to keep this Cave of the Frost Dragon, they could not activate it. So it's probably going to go to the bin here.
That was such an incredible Town Razor Tyrant right there.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, there's still a clue in play also. So there are still resources available. A blood, a clue. You can Doomscar the Town Razor. The orb can get popped here to try and find another dragon. So the dragon train's going to keep on rolling, but obviously Veggie has to deal with them as they come, or Veggie will be dead.
Veggie actually kept the cave.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe not realizing that it would lose the ability.
Yep, really.
I believe that's confirmation.
Oh, man. All right, so we see 2 damage lost here from keeping the Cave of the Frost Dragon on the board. Probably see a Doomscar paired with drawing a card off the clue.
Yeah, I mean, the upside here is that the extra mana will allow a clue draw. So it's basically, you know, pay 2 life to be able to use the clue this turn, which may end up mattering as far as, like, you know, you need to just spend mana and draw cards.
Right. Veggie didn't know he was drawing Doomscar, but, you know, Veggie knows the top card.
Right, obviously,
yeah, Veggie knows the top card of his deck, so that's a good thing.
Sort of worked out serendipitously, I suppose.
All right, Order of the Dragonkind coming to get a dragon here. With all the removal spells in the deck, there's a little bit less chance to get a dragon off of this, but pretty high chance regardless.
There's still a lot of dragons in the deck. Yeah, it's just, you know, still 4, 8, 9, 10. So there's 14. Yeah, there's 18 dragons in the deck. More if you count the whelps too, but 18 big hits.
All right, so what does Veggie need here?
Gotta stop the dragons.
A Vanishing Verse and stop another Haste Dragon.
There's a Hallowed Haunting, and a Swamp.
Okay, we can at least filter one of these out with a blood token if we want to. I'm not actually aware of what Hallowed Haunting does. You looked it up, right?
Hallowed Haunting is an enchantment. Whenever you play an enchantment, you get a token. And then if you have 7 or more enchantments, they have flying and X very small. Sorry. Flying and Vigilance. It makes a Spirit Cleric token with power times equal to the number of spirits you control.
That's it.
Yeah, so that game, as I said in the intro, was you know, really, really on these hard removal spells in this dragon deck. You know, but having the ability to kill a 5/5 lifelinker. You know, if without those hard removal spells, Catilda just takes over the game there. It was a 5/5 lifelinker both times, and most Dragon decks just can't kill that. So definitely a little unfortunate for Veggie running into so much hard removal, but now got to figure things out here. And sideboard-wise, not a lot going on. Duress, Go Blank, Ray Enfeeblement, and Mordane all don't line up very well here, to the point where these Divine Purges don't actually do anything, but there really isn't a great card to come in. I think they should probably just swap one for one with the Go Blanks.
I was thinking the same thing.
Go Blank at least does something, whereas Divine Purge does nothing. And maybe they can Go Blank away the removal spells and then get Catilda down or something like that. But
or maybe Dragosi is holding like an Inferno with the Star Mounts in hand. He can get rid of that. Yeah, for sure.
Again, against a deck that's just like trying to play big things and make 5 land drops, they're often going to have 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand. If you can just nail both those cards, that's definitely a decent place to be.
There's also an argument for Duress, just to remove that Fateful Absence or hard removal spell and get in with the 5/5 lifelinkers. If you're in the game plan of what happened last game, but you don't want to get answered by the Fateful Absences that happened, maybe bringing in Duress is something you want to do.
Reasonable, yeah, and not super appealing. There's only like 10 or 12 targets in it, but they're really, really important. Sideboard-wise for our Dragons player, not a ton going on. There's a 4th Valorous Stance, why not, and a Negate, which I'm sure came in as well. Otherwise, just like Divine Purge, Test Talents, not too much going on. But again, I think his favors our Dragon player pretty heavily, though, still.
I believe I would keep this hand on the play because you can Vanishing versus a Fearsome Whelp on turn 2, or the Orb of the Dragonkind, and then just hope to draw playable spells.
Yeah, it's reasonable. And then the Hallowed Haunting, it is a major part of the deck. You know, this deck is absolutely full of enchantments, and it's a kind of way to kind of get paid off for that. But get a mulligan into a not so great hand. Got Warlock class here. There's Catilda, but not a lot of lands.
I mean, Warlock class is a pretty good turn 1 play because it's also a turn 2 play. It reminds me of kind of like Bonecrusher Giant, but worse, of course. Of course, it doesn't do anything like Bonecrusher Giant, but the fact that you can keep a Bonecrusher Giant and 6 other lands in your hand because you know you have a turn 2 and a turn 3 play is pretty strong.
Yeah, it does work out here. So Blind's line number 3, which is huge. And now you can see, you know, the announcement come down, maybe a Go Blank, try and get this Catilda up to size, but there's your Whelp. So all dragons in hand are now cheaper. It's done its job.
All right. I always have the opinion, it might not be correct, but after the Fearsome Whelp gets 1 trigger on it, I really just feel like using your removal spells to just kill the dragons they play afterwards instead of dealing with the Whelp at all at that point.
Strong agree. It's done its job. You know, it's made the dragons cost 3, so now they can play dragon on 3 and dragon on 4, making them cost 2. I mean, if their hand's really good, they can possibly dump a couple dragons at once, but realistically, I agree. When the Whelp has done its job, and it's not really worth killing anymore. So probably looking at a wedding announcement here, kind of getting the board, get things rolling, I would assume. Unfortunately, you know, Paladin class not doing much here. Massacre is not super great. Catilda, I want to play that when it's larger, but we're going to see a Meadow Massacre to kill as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this stops like an absolute nut draw from Dragosi, and maybe Veggiewagon feels like he's behind enough and is never going to get to 6 lands to use it anyways, and this is the opportunity to use it.
There's World number 2. So, I mean, it worked. You know, I guess it didn't work either way, but the no dragons come down this turn, so a little more time has been bought.
You definitely see a gold span on 3 lands next turn. Or an adult gold dragon.
For sure. Yeah, I think that if there wasn't a dragon this turn, there's definitely going to be a dragon next turn, for sure.
Now, does this make Go Blank a little appealing? Probably not, right? If there's a lot of dragons in hand, they can just cast them all already anyway.
Yeah, I don't think you ever want to cast Go Blank with your opponent having 5 cards in their hand.
Yeah.
They just have too many options for what to discard. You just wait. So, going to build the enchantments up here, and then Catilda would currently be a 5/5, but again, 4 Valor Stands and 4 Fateful Absences are saying that probably isn't going to stick, but we'll see. We'll see. Land number 4. Wow.
Whoa. Okay.
All right. Now there are 3 cards left. So we could see Go Blank Paladin class here, and then a big Catilda next turn.
This is the Go Blank turn.
So The big question here is, will Dragosi have the heads up play to keep one of the removal spells in hand if they have them? Catilda is the card they lose to. So,
as always, most of these players are streaming as well. Not all of them, but most of them are streaming on their own channels as well. So if you'd like to catch the coverage or catch one person individually, you can also go there. Or if you're watching them individually and you want to watch some more matches in this tournament, you can come back on over here, whatever you like. I know a lot of players are streaming this as well, and this is Stream League, so all of these players playing in this event are streamers. So that's one of the reasons why I put this event on. And with your help of CoolStuffInc.com and you, of course, Jim Davis, thank you for helping me out with this as well, is I really like bringing all of the streamer community together and just battling out against each other. So really, really cool thing that I think is kind of needed in the Magic community, too.
Events are a lot of fun because the streamers also are, like, usually playing more fun decks. There's always have a wide variety of good players playing cool decks. Usually a great event. All right. Our Dragon player's all in, which means Catilda could be ready to go here. I actually missed it was discarded the Go Black. Did you catch it?
Ooh, no, I actually did not catch it.
Yeah, I was listening to your wonderful speech about how awesome this event is. Yeah, so I don't know if a removal spell was removed or not, but either way, Catilda is here, and Catilda is huge.
Now, you know what that means, right? Top deck Fateful Labs.
There are 8 of them, so there are 8 potential draws, which will kill Catilda here. Now, it's important to note that Catilda can go on one of these tokens and keep being big, but if Dragosi does not find an answer soon, Catilda will go coast to coast here.
I want to see Catilda go coast to coast. Whether it is or not, it's a different story.
Yeah, the card is really good. I mean,
it's good when you have double Paladin class, Warlock class, Wedding Festivity, and Meat Hook Massacre on board for sure.
Yes, with Brushstroke coming next turn as well. So.
Yeah. Whew. If there's not a removal spell drawn right now, I mean, Dragosi's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely time. 24 life, a lifelinker in play, but can only take so many swings up this thing.
You also don't want it to get Catilda in a position that it gets double blocked, so you kind of have to grow it kind of further. But it can also get double strike with these Paladin classes, so big trouble.
Now, this is pretty interesting. So choosing to play the Town Razor over the Goldspan Dragon is, and then keep the Goldspan in play. That's very interesting. I guess Veggie is at 11. Meat Hook Massacre. That's also interesting.
Oh my gosh, that's great. That's great if we draw a couple lands in a row if you're on Veggie's side.
This is a really interesting sequence here because the Goldspan would have allowed for a draw of Moonveil, and then to try and draw the 2-mana removal spell, which Goldspan could have immediately cast also. So evaluating the Town Razor, damaging the land first, ends up working out because the Massacre was the draw. So now less mana for Massacre. Also, no 5th land for activating Catilda from the graveyard, too. So if Catilda attacks here, it's blocked by 2 dragons, and then not enough mana to recast it on a 1/1.
We go Brushstroke here. We're not going to loot away this Meat Hook. Meat Hook's too good in this board state right now, right?
I don't think so. There's not enough mana for it. Like, you have to draw at least 2 lands to make it good. And I don't know if there's enough time for that, realistically. You know, with the Moonveil in play is really applying a lot of pressure as far as every spell Dragosi casts draws another spell. And then again, the second that Dragosi finds this removal spell, the game ends. Because, 5 dragons come rumbling in. So, I don't know. This is tough.
See if there's a discard off this Moonveil region. There is a discard. It's another Moonveil region. Is it a removal spell?
Big spot.
Clench. It's a land.
And you got to play the land, too. Valuing the Scry over the card in hand. Makes sense. Scry bottom. All right. Not coming next turn. Maybe not.
We're not going to see a full-in attack. We're not going to see an attack or anything, right? Because 8 gained life is crazy.
Yeah, this is a Catilda versus the world right now.
Yeah, it's like
standing tall.
Ooh, protect the castle.
Yeah, I think it's a spot where
if you're the Dragons player, you're like, come on, not like this.
Yeah.
Please, just not like this.
All right, so there's land number 5.
Oh my god. I
still unable to attack though.
Veggie builds the craziest decks. Oh, you top decked it.
Oh boy. I mean, it was gonna happen eventually. There are 8 of them, so Think that's gonna do it.
It was great while it lasted. We had hope for a second. Oh man, I wanted to see a game.
So we see the drains, and this is still lethal, right? It's still 860. Yes, it's definitely lethal. All right, so 16 in the air, 17 in the air. That's gonna do it. Good show. Good show. Almost got there, but just too many hard removal spells. And again, a lot of this is on Dragosi's deck. If that had been a Dragon's Fire, or a Frostbite, or some of the more traditional removal spells that Dragons plays, Catilda's golden there. But 4 Valor Stance, 4 Faithful Absence takes it down. Unfortunate for Veggie Wagon to run so much hard removal for Catilda.
Wow. It's like, I feel like that's how the meta has to evolve, though. And I think Dragosi's probably on the front end of that. Just it already being good against Lyra and Hullbreaker is just enough to put it over the top, I think. Just those hard removal spells.
Yeah, while maybe not efficient in a vacuum, giving your opponent a clue, stances and kill everything, format specific does hit almost all the important cards, and then Absence, while it is card disadvantage, if you have 4 dragons in play, you kill them at turn, you don't really care. So
we're going to go over to someone we haven't watched yet, which is Christmas, playing against Killadub. Christmas is a notable mono white player, always plays mono white. We're taking a peek between games 2 and 3 here at the sideboard. There is 4 copies of Guardian of Faith in the deck to play around. I believe Killadub was playing blue-black control, but I could be wrong.
We got Esper control, yep.
Esper control. So 4 copies of Guardian of Faith protecting the team here. We have a Thalia in the sideboard still. Let's see if they bring it in. Christmas has 2 Thalias already in the main deck, 4 copies of Valor Stance. So really respecting Lyra and Hullbreaker here with 4 Valor Stance. I mean, Valor Stance does protect you against hard removal spells like Fateful Absence or maybe like a Grasp coming out of the black side of the Esper deck. But Vanishing Verse is so good against mono white that maybe 4 copies of Valor Stance might be too much, but you still need to protect your thing and also maybe have another Valor Stance to kill a Lyra Hullbreaker down the road.
Yeah, interestingly enough, this Esper control deck is very light on win conditions. There is only 1 Hullbreaker Horror in the main, and then 1 in the board.
Are there Lears?
There are no Lears. That is it.
In the 75 at all?
In the 75, yep.
Whew! Oh my goodness. I'm surprised.
Yeah, 1 Hall of the Storm Giants, 1 Hullbreaker Horror in the main. Those are the only ways that I can win the game in game 1.
Is there... Yeah, you said Hall of Storm Giants, right?
1 Hall and 1 Hullbreaker Horror.
All right, so if there's a town... If there's like a town resident tyrant, for instance, that comes down on the land, and maybe the Hullbreaker Horror gets answered by something else. Like,
yeah.
The deck can't win?
This is the leanest control deck list I've seen in a long time. Kind of like back in the day, a million years ago, and the mono blue control deck would play 1 Rainbow of Freet and no other way to win, or like 1 Stalking Stones or something like that. So really, really light on the win conditions here. So those 4 Valor Stance, that's a lot. But the deck's got 4 Doomscar and 4 Divine Purge post board, so these Guardians of Faith should look pretty good.
Wow, I mean, that deck must be filled with removal and draw spells.
Yeah, it's actually playing 4 copies of Kindred Denial, which is a new alchemy card. 4 mana counterspell, and you seek a card with the same mana value as that card. So kind of Dismiss-esque, which is interesting. Yeah, 4 Absorb Energy, ton of counterspells. 4 Soul Shatter.
Soul Shatter is interesting.
Shatter's good. Shatter lines up well against the Dragons and Lear and Hullbreaker Horror also.
I think if I'm the white player here, I just attack with Usher and then make a 1/1 with it. Just preserve resources in hand. Or maybe if Killadub plays a Fading Hope on this Usher, I just play Luminarch Aspirant post board and put a counter.
Oh, there's no Fading Hopes in this control deck. This is a old school control deck. This is counter spells and removal spells.
Okay.
Again, Syncopate, Absorb Energy, Bloodchief's Thirst, Infernal Grasp, Vanishing Verse, 4 Memory Deluge, 4 Soul Shatter. This is just an old school control deck. No bounce spells, no divide by zeros.
No divide by zeros.
Gangsters, old school.
Oh my gosh, I kind of love it though. I'm not gonna lie. Wait. Is there the copy of the? Is there a couple copies of the card that puts 4 cards back in your deck and then
Not.
gets a card?
I'm honestly, if you showed me, 58 cards from his deck list and asked me, is that card in here? I would have said yes, but it is not.
Oh my gosh, I'm kind of surprised. I would say if you can't win with those 2 win conditions, like Hullbreaker Horror or the land, you just want to deck your opponent out.
Right, exactly. That's kind of what this deck is built like. So I am a little surprised to not see that card, honestly. All right, Divine Purge. Interesting spot here. I think recasting Usher is just fine as a 3-drop. The next turn you can go Usher plus Guardian of Faith.
Yeah, I think I would do the same thing. Because you don't really need to hold up Valor Stance right now. If your 3-mana Usher the Fallen gets answered, you have another one. You also have a land for Luminarch Aspirant the following turn, so I think casting the 3-mana Usher tapped is fine.
Yep, I agree strongly. That's the thing about Divine Purge. The card is good, but you just get the cards back. It's basically like a super bounce spell, All right. Christmas agrees. So Haven's gonna be good as well. Again, this is like real old school Magic here. This Esper deck is just like 1-for-1 removal spell and card draw. 1-for-1 removal spell, counter spell, card draw. So every creature land, every bit of value that Christmas can get will be good. And there's no like unbeatable end game here. It's not like eventually Killadub's gonna cast Leer and the game is going to come to a crashing halt. They're gonna play probably 20 more turns of this game. So every little advantage that Christmas can squeeze out, it's gonna matter. All right, so yeah, I mean Usher, Guardian of Faith, and again, though we don't see this sort of like nickel and dime Magic being a thing much anymore. The cards are all so powerful, but if Christmas can go Usher the Fallen here and say go, Killadub goes to kill it, and Christmas saves it with a Guardian of Faith for a 2-for-1, that's going to matter a lot, with the Valor Stances to help protect against the Doomscars. It's so old school Magic happening right now. Here's Usher. And again, Usher's up, Faith is up. A lot of interaction here for a mono white deck. Usually you don't see this many flash effects. Only 4 cards in hand for Killadub. Make it 3. And Usher the Fallen has the ability, too, to kind of like build an army in and of itself. So just attack, make a token. Attack, make a token. And then these sort of nickel and dime exchanges normally aren't super great in modern day Magic, but look really good here based on how Killadub has built their deck. So right to combat. Here comes Usher. I gotta imagine we're gonna see activation here. Damage is in. Play Haven. Another creature land's great also for your nickel and dime stuff. And I love it. Love the play from Christmas here.
Yeah, Christmas with his experience he has a lot of experience with mono white, so I would expect him to do mostly the right decisions here. Valorous Stance, just having a couple of them, like I was saying earlier, a couple Valorous Stance is what you want, so I was surprised that he kept all 4 of them in. But being able to kill the Hullbreaker Horror or the Hall of the Storm Giants, whichever one is drawn, and also having one available to stop a removal spell is like pretty strong.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like, yes, it is too many, but if you're able to kill the win conditions, they can't actually win anymore.
Yeah, I think that might be what Christmas realized, that I'm going to bring all 4 in and just make sure to kill the win conditions.
Yeah, now, I actually like playing Guardian here a lot, because the Guardian will come in, phase out the token and the creature. I believe you can phase out tokens. And then the Guardian, once it dies, will go into exile as a 5-mana Guardian of Faith, which can be left up all the time.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Keep the Usher in play. Keep making tokens.
Unless Killadub also has a counterspell, which is pretty likely.
If it happens, it happens, though. You're trading resources here, which is fine. Divine Purge isn't killing anything, So the way this deck is constructed, normally Divine Purge is just buying you time, but the reality is that they're just going to come back eventually anyway. There's no major end game for Killadub, so there's enough time to find these things. So Divine Purge is definitely interesting here. Usually, you got to think of it more as like a mass unsummon effect than a wrath effect. And Kilodub's deck is going to give their opponents time to replay all these cards.
I think I really like the, Faceless Haven, get in for 4 damage, play the Usher, pass.
Yep, I agree. I like it a lot.
And this Hall of Storm Giants is probably going to be like a pretty good blocker for Kilodub. But Valor Stance is going to get their inability to pay the 4 mana cost for Ward.
Yeah, definitely think we see Usher coming in here. And again, this is such old school Magic to me, because like these sort of like nickel and dime exchanges are like, obviously they feel very natural to me because I've been playing Magic for so long, but aren't really a part of the game anymore. Now there's just like turn 6 Leer, do I win or do you win? Whereas like this is like a real resource grind here. I'm just like, how many resources can I squeeze out of every turn, and then keep getting my cards in, and then 10 turns from now, whoever has more resources is going to win, So now this is interesting. So we see the Haven coming up, but the ward on the Hall is 3, right?
Yeah, I don't think they can pay for the ward with attacking with Haven.
Right. So it is activatable, and the ward is 3. Perhaps realizing the mistake here.
Yeah. Well, at this point, you just say, well, I guess I accidentally activated Faceless Haven, attack him with the Usher, get it blocked, potentially. But, like,
right.
Maybe you just play Hopeful Initiate and pass at this point?
No, I think attacking is totally fine. Like, attack with Usher. If they activate, you kill it with Stance. If they don't activate, make a token and say go.
I don't think Stance can kill it. They can't pay the ward cost.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I was thinking if the Haven attacks, but I can't attack too. So you're totally correct. My bad. Yeah, I think I agree here. You got to just
you have to just like eat that you messed up, and then play Hopeful Initiate and pass, or just pass and holding up the Guardian of Faith. But
gonna attack. All right.
Maybe you just get in for 2.
We could see a defensive Guardian of Faith here, just phasing out whenever they block. Or we could see a Valor Stance protecting whatever they block also. Like Valor Stance, whatever's blocked, and then activate the Usher.
Will Haven stay a creature if it gets Guardian?
No, I don't think so.
It will come back on the upkeep
as a land.
Phased in as a land.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so there are a lot of Wrath effects, of course, in this control deck. Guardian of Faith is not available now because of the tapped out of white. So a bit of misstep for Christmas, not really paying the price, which is good for Christmas, of course.
All right, a little slow-mo Hopeful Initiate draw there.
Yeah, I mean now we could just slam. So fix the mistake from last turn, get it in. Of course, no extra mana for Kilodub as far as activating or casting any spells beyond the Hall. So it feels like a very safe attack to me. It grows the Hopeful Initiate, it gets in for 4. If they activate, it's great. If they don't activate, it's great. All seems great for Christmas here. Little training action.
All right, so we could see Hall of Storm Giants block here. This Valor Stance is going to be super important. Valor Stance showing, and not even only in this match, but in one of the matches we've seen already, that attacking in, control deck flashes into the blocker, remove blocker.
Oh, gotta wait till it
what
resolves.
Is happening here?
Has to resolve first. Not a creature yet. There we go.
All right. Perfect time right now.
It's firing the stance, pay of attacks.
Maybe use one of the Faceless Haven mana here so you can hold double white for Guardian of Faith, but I don't think it might just not matter.
Yeah, I think it's like, well, there's only enough. Hold on. So this costs 5. It's not a mana for that. It's 5 mana total. So
oh, gotcha.
As long as the mana's left for a second Valor Stance, everything's paid for. Pay the ward.
Ward 3. I don't know why I thought it was Ward 4. Maybe I'm just thinking of the 5/5 dragon, aren't I?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, you are, yeah. All right, so not sure what the thought process is here. Just tap the Havens. Looks good to me. Kill that. Probably make a token.
I mean, I really like this play here from Christmas. I like the fact that you can kill this, get in for 4, and make a token. It's just really a really strong play.
It's also a Stone Rain. You know,
Yep.
There's one less land for Killdub to work with, which is great.
I mean, Christmas could
flashback,
technically hold up Valor Stance, but no reason to do that anymore since there's only Hullbreaker Horror in the deck. Doesn't make a token.
Well, so leaving up Stance here to protect against the Doomscar, I suppose.
Oh yeah, it does get Doomscar. Yep.
Sure, so that plays. Ends up working out.
Yep.
With the 2 Havens in play and the Guardian of Faith.
Oh, is this actually lethal? You Valor Stance the Hopeful Initiate.
Yeah.
You fire up the Faceless Haven. And then no, actually Faceless Haven only has 3 power instead of 4 in Alchemy, so it wouldn't be lethal.
It's still lethal.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 8, right? The training and the I'm sorry, it kills 1, right? You're right. It is 1 short. It is 1 short. Still good though.
Actually, if they draw 1 untapped land, they win with 2 Havens. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is that like it's not like there's any pressure on Christmas here, because say Kill a Dub does stabilize, then what? Like there's no Leer.
Yeah.
There's only 1 horror, and there's there's plenty of time to just like nickel and dime these Space Savings in and maybe flash in a Guardian Faith and whatever it is. I don't think that Kill a Dub can have anything. The only 1 mana card in the deck is Bloodchief's Thirst, which obviously is a sorcery. So
Christmas taking all available time.
Just gotta make sure.
I mean, firing up at Faceless Haven, getting in for, 6, putting them to 1, and then holding up Guardian of Faith for the next, is just very, very powerful here.
Does seem pretty good. Yeah, definitely attacking on a lot of angles here. A Wrath wouldn't kill the Haven anyway. A Guardian of Faith can protect things. The Wrath can just happen and just flash into Guardian of Faith end step. I mean, just too many angles here. Too many angles. All right.
I would game 1 or 2, whichever one Kill a Dub won. I would have loved to see the Hall of the Storm Giants or Hullbreaker Horror taking it down against the Mono White.
So chooses to not play anything here, or not play the Guardian Faith end step. I think I might just play the Guardian Faith just to guarantee a lethal attack this turn. Now does the Haven activate? If it does, if they have 2 kill spells, they can maybe stabilize. Yeah, I mean, I imagine we're going to see a Haven activation here, and probably the game, honestly. But there's some combination of like Vanishing Verse and Soul Shatter or something like that. And then Christmas at a spot where they're kind of tapped out.
Christmas has enough mana and enough pressure that Killdub shouldn't be able to get out of this, but you never know. A couple memory deluges and it could change.
There's your verse.
I think I just let this happen and keep attacking with the Faceless, and then if I don't get in, just play the Sun Gold Sentinel out, maybe another Hopeful Initiate.
Yeah, if you Guardian of Faith that, and then the Haven gets dealt with, then a Wrath kills both. So yeah, sure. So there you go. Christmas, careful play takes it down.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how good Mono White will do in this tournament. It's a kind of a sleeper deck. It's like kind of a deck that people kind of lost interest in playing. I don't know if it's because of the popularity of Vanishing Verse or popularity of sweepers like Doomscar and Meathook Massacre in a bunch of different decks. And not only do control decks play Meathook Massacre, but so does the mid-range deck. So that might be a reason to push Mono White a little bit out of the format. But I'm excited to see how far Mono White gets here.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragons decks, there's a lot of mid-range. The Dragon decks are mid-range. The Meathook Massacre decks are mid-range. The control decks are pretty good too. It's a little bit of a tough spot for like pure aggro decks, I think. But the white decks can be built in a way where they're probably pretty reasonable against control decks. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But that's a W there. So
All right, well, we're going to go over to the match that we said we're going to play after this is Aaron Gertler versus Zan Syed, and they're in game 1. Let's go ahead and go over here. Right now, we see a copy of Inscription of Ruin, Scryed, thinking about a Scryed at the top or bottom here with Forsaken Crossroads on Aaron Gertler's side. We have Zan Syed on his board, has a Blood Artist. We have a Elite Spellbinder, a few enchantments there as well. Looks like a pretty back and forth game. Zan's at 9, Aaron's at 10. This game could go either way. Right now, Zan Syed has a lot of cards in hand, though.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Zan has 5 cards in hand, which I think is like more than enough here to probably pull this one out. I mean, a 4-mana Dispute is pretty good. There's still, Bloods in play, as a Harvester available, but this is a lot of cards for Zan. With Meat of Massacre and Blood Artist in play, so things die, life can be gained, flying blocker. Got to give the edge to Zan here.
And this is probably a match that we can expect to see in the top 8, playing in round 2.
Yeah, super high quality players here for sure.
And Sanguine Brushstroke's one of these cards that are new. We've already seen it in this tournament so far with Veggie Wagon playing it. But this is a card that is new to Alchemy, as we see a Glass Casket come down here taking a Florian. A very, very powerful card, getting access to a extremely powerful card in Blood Artist, especially with all these sacrifice triggers.
Yeah, that casket was huge. Florian was like the one major part of Aaron's hand, or Aaron's board that was like able to kind of like get things going, keep the ball moving. Now that is gone, this is gonna be tough.
We've seen a card in Zan Syed's hand. Is that the ramp spell that eventually makes a bunch of copies of itself?
Correct. Yes. I assume that was drafted off of the white card.
And you can draft Replicating Ring off of the card. I didn't even think that was a draftable card off of that card. Maybe I'm wrong.
Actually, hold on. There's one copy of Break Expectations in Aaron's deck, which is the Thoughtseize that replaces the card you Thoughtseize with like a random junky artifact. So that's why the card's also revealed to us. So it was a Break Expectations, Thoughtseizing a card and giving Zan this Replicating Ring.
It's ramp.
Yeah, it isn't the worst card of all time. It is a multicolored ramp that will eventually blow up into more multicolored ramps. But
I'm personally a fan of Breaks Expectations because you're taking their best card in their hand against you and replacing it with a Millstone or a Replicating Ring or something else that's probably bad. The best card that you can get off of it is if the control deck gets the ramp spell, or gets the ramp artifact, or if the control deck gets the Thopter Foundry card. I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's a 3-mana artifact that you can pay 4 mana and tap it at instant speed to make a 1/1 Thopter. And like those cards, I think may be the best cards to get out of it, but in general, the card's gonna be much worse than the card you got rid of, and it exiles, importantly.
Yeah, it's still a resource though, and I think that the spellbook cards, when I first saw them, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted to vomit my mouth. I was like, oh, this mechanic is awful. But having played with them, they're really cool. It's really fun to see a Replicating Ring in play in a competitive constructed game, and you get a spread of the options you can get, so you have an idea what might happen. But then there's a lot of like things like where now there's this weird card in play that I haven't really accounted for. Now I need to think on my feet and figure out what to do with it. It was like there's 10 feet of rope in play or whatever. Okay, how's that going to affect the game?
I've definitely won matches and lost matches to 50 feet of rope.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really cool. Like that these it forces a lot more thinking in your feet, which I like a lot.
As we see the vampire deck here from Aaron Gertler, I like that this deck and decks like this, especially the vampire deck, which I just put a video out on and played this deck fairly recently. I love how much burn damage and drain this deck has. With Anya, if there's enough mana and enough creatures on the board or blood tokens, Anya just takes over the game.
Yeah, Anya is really, really good. I've had that card in limited a few times, and it's just an absolute house.
And a combination of... This is like a mid-range deck, but it's aggressively slanted, kind of like the decks that I like to play. We have Blood Tithe Harvester, which is a 2-mana 3/2 that notably doesn't get exiled by Vanishing Verse, which I think is the... I looked up all the cards that don't get exiled by Vanishing Verse on turn 2 against Esper, And Bloodtithe Harvester is the best card to play on turn 2 if you care about playing around Vanishing Burst. It is number 1. It's a double color card, it's a 3 power 2-drop, and it also kills opponent's creatures if you're playing against a creature deck. Very good against control, very good against aggro.
I'll have you know, I mean, I don't know how much Magic Online you play, if any.
I don't play Magic Online.
The Bloodtithe Harvester is in the Vintage Cube right now.
Really?
And I have a trophy under my belt in Vintage Cube with Bloodtithe Harvester in my deck.
Really?
So, yep. That was during Cube charity. So
wow, that's awesome. That's cool.
It was like a black-red Reanimator artifacty deck. So
yeah, it's good to pitch cards from Reanimator with your blood tokens.
Yeah, card's good.
All right, so we see Bloodtithe Harvester on turn 2, Voldarin Estate, one of the cards that came out in Crimson Vow to make additional blood tokens. So nice blood token synergy here, some extra burn damage off your Sanguine Brushstrokes, making additional blood tokens for Anya to sacrifice. That might be one of the main win conditions for this deck, outside of just the actual creatures, is after the control deck deals with the creatures, you still have all this burn damage you have to deal with. And Zan Syed actually has cards like that in his deck also, so it's kind of like a blood artisty who can gain the most life and have the blood artist on board for the longest, or who can have the biggest hand or manage the resources. So this matchup could literally just last years, right?
Yes, we might be here forever.
We might be here a long time.
So folks, get a Snickers and buckle in. But yeah, I still got to give the major advantage here to Zan. Typically when two somewhat similar decks play against each other, the one that's bigger is usually a favored because they just kind of have the better end game. You know, you kind of trade blows for a bit, and then they have the bigger thing to go over the top. And Zan's deck just has that. I mean, there's just more removal, more kind of grindy cards. You know, there's no Voldarin Epicures in Zan's deck. You know, it's kind of all haymakers.
Right. Now the other side of the coin for that is that the haymakers might not make as many blood tokens as Aaron Gertler is going to make. So we might have that axis better on Aaron Gertler's side than Zan Syed's side. So it's gonna. I think it just matters who has blood artists on board the longest.
Yeah, building a board is going to be huge. The best board presence will definitely win here. And both players have, a variety of permanents, enchantments. We saw a few planeswalkers come in, the creatures, the blood tokens, a lot of things they can play that aren't necessarily all hit by Doomscar or all hit by Meathook Massacre. So these first few turns are going to be critical, though. I think because Zan is favored, that if Aaron can get off to a fast start in these first few turns and then put Zan into like this blood burnout range, that could be the key to victory.
I like the Spikefield Hazard in this deck as well, because if that's the game plan of making sure that their blood artist dies and yours lives, Spikefield Hazard, if he wasn't a little bit short on lands here, might have just saved that for opposing blood artist.
Yeah, interesting choice here. Could have played the Aghanim Awakening land instead. So valuing Awakening over Spikefield Hazard, and then there's your
there it
blood
is.
Artist. So interesting choice to see how it ends up affecting the game, but decided to go with the Spikefield Cave over the Crypt of Aghanim. So
I don't know. For me, I think I'm just playing Haunted Ridge or Aghanim's Awakening tapped almost every time. But knowing that Aaron Gertler, knowing that he already has an answer to Blood Artist and he doesn't care about taking the damage from it, going to gain the life back anyway, potentially, that maybe playing that tap land is more important.
Yeah, and we're going to see a pain damage off the Epicure, perhaps signifying that Aaron also wants to play the Awakening tap too.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe a little bluff here, trying to say that Aaron has another Spikefield Hazard, because obviously could have tapped the Ridge for the Epicure and not pained off the estate. So either a slight mistap or Aaron's just playing a sick mind game here and trying to say I have a black or white card.
Here we go.
But there's Meathook Massacre, and this is kind of the thing. Once again, we're in a spot now where Zan has a bunch of cards in hand, and Aaron doesn't have too much left here.
One thing that we do have an abundance of, if you're Aaron Gertler, is blood tokens. There is a lot of them. All right, here's the land that we need to Aghanim's Awakening for 2. Now the board comes back.
Yeah, I mean, this is, fine. I guess we see the activation on the Bloodcaster as well. You'll see the blood come into play.
Another blood token if these die once again. We get to... Yeah, I mean, that's about all we could ask for here, right?
That's a pretty good turn. Still 6 cards in every Zan, though, so... Big spot. This is probably the most important turn of the game. If Zan's able to deal with the Summoner and stabilize this board, not a ton left for Aaron. Inscription is certainly fine. You know, can reanimate a creature, can mine rot, not looking too good right now. The total all modes cost of Inscription is 7, I believe. It is 7, yes. So a fully kicked Inscription would obviously be pretty good if it killed a creature also. That's a little ways away here. And Zan's in a tank, so Valky out of Lies is definitely not the most impressive thing to be doing on this board.
Zan could be having a really big hand right now, but if there's not enough lands to play the cards, then Aaron Gertler could be kind of ahead here.
All right, well, there's the answer to the bat, which is very, very important. So still a bat left over, but Valky, God of Lies here to block the Epicure. There's land number 6, so kicked Inscription is starting to be on the table. But we're going to say blood instead. So we're going to blood off the land and look for something to do here.
All right, Anya drawn. Okay, this is the end game I was talking about. I mean,
that's a pretty good thing to do. Now, it's important to note, obviously, with the Rite of Oblivion in the graveyard, that can be flashback to kill Angie before Angie can be used. So, not all the way there yet, but gotta just play it. All right, sure. So, this is going to require Zan to tap 4 mana and exile it.
What would you give for this Inscription to be a go blank at that point in the game?
Yeah, that'd have been huge. All right, big spot. Once again, Zan probably has to deal with Angie here. Still flush with cards, though, you know, so...
Yep. And this might be sort of the end game that happened in the last game, where Zan Syed, you know, scrapes by, 9 life, plays a Meat Hook Massacre, deals with Anya, and all of a sudden, Aaron Gertler's top decking, and Zan has 4 cards in hand.
So we see a land for red, indicating the possibility of the backside of Valky coming into play at some point. And a Mauling. A Mauling for a discount. No basic lands for Aaron.
Wow. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, and pretty solid looking murder there. 3 mana left over. So valuing the murder over the Rite of Oblivion. Just keeping the Brushstroke and the Meat Hook Massacre in play. But now we're running a little lower on cards, so now this Inscription Mine Rot's looking pretty good.
Yep.
And here comes Valky. Interesting. Despite being mostly on the front foot, the entire game, Aaron is at 11 life. You know, a lot of that life paid to Agadim, to Baldaran Estate, et cetera, et cetera. So,
draw. And by good draw, I mean not a land. So
I got a feeling here that Zan's last card is a heater.
Yep. Been holding it for a while.
Yeah, I'm feeling something big here. These last 2 turns felt like setup.
Feeling Meat Hook?
Yeah, another Meat Hook, maybe a Doomsguard, some big effect here to really put this game on ice. Because that last turn felt like a big setup turn. Make sure you don't die to Angie, clear the way with Go Blank, and then let it ride. Yeah, we're getting Doomsguard here for sure.
I mean, either that or Meat Hook.
Yeah, one of the other. There are 3 Doomsguards in Zan's board, so. Yes, no, maybe so. Gotta be something.
Doomsguard cleanly deals with the board. There's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant there on Zanside's board. No creature lands for Aaron Gertler. So, and we also have another removal spell in the graveyard here for Zanside. So it's all looking up for him. One thing that could turn the tide here with so many blood tokens is a copy of something that can take advantage of those, of course. Like another copy of Sanguine Brushstroke would be amazing. Another Anya would be amazing.
The issue is this Rite of Oblivion just sitting in Zan's graveyard.
Yep.
You know, and there's always an enchantment to sacrifice, so it's just 4 mana kill a permanent, and that's gonna cover most of Aaron's outs here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the best draw there would be another copy of the 2 mana flyer that makes those blood tokens into flyers. Get a little haste damage there.
A token though to turn on.
Oh, doesn't
So,
doesn't it make a token on ETB? I could be wrong.
no, it's whenever creature dies.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Yeah, so we see an adversary here, a naked adversary getting it for 2. Honestly, the Den of the Bugbear didn't look that bad. Can't be killed by Rite of Oblivion. Can't be killed by any sorcery speed removal. Enough mana to activate it, but decides to go bigger than that. And here's a Blood Artist.
I mean that draw is. What more could you ask for at that point? Maybe the Blood Artist is forced to block.
Yeah. Now double triggers on the Bloods, disadvantaging first. Oh yeah. Florian is good, but with the right already set, the Blood in play, Double Brushstroke in play, Blood Artist in play, Massacre in play. As I was saying, these decks can build these really big boards of a bunch of different permanents. And yeah, this is 2 life left off the Blood Sacrifice. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Zan. Attack for 0.
Insert dominance. Spikefield Hazard. Okay, getting attacked for 3 with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant isn't very good.
Yeah. That's not going to do it.
Full flood at the end there. At least we can use a mana to discard these cards that we don't want. Okay.
I'm not happy
about
all
it.
The drain on the board, I don't think this matters at all, unfortunately.
I'm not happy about it, but I'm not sad about it. If I'm Aaron.
Yeah, I guess there aren't many better draws in that spot, but Zan had to break off here unbelievably. Probably never draw a spell for the rest of the game, and there's still many, many turns to play.
Yep, and Aaron Gertler has to draw a removal spell for Hive of the Eye Tyrant or a blocker. And then Zan has to not remove the blocker if there is a blocker.
Right. And then when the Hive of the Eye Tyrant dies, that's 2 points of damage as well. 1 from Artist, 1 from Edict Massacre.
Yeah.
So.
Oh. Okay.
That, also sort of works. So that's a couple points of damage there. Down to 3.
And that. Okay. So we need an instant speed removal spell here, and that would be okay.
That actually doesn't.
No,
really
it's menace, right?
You can't sack the Blood, no card in hand, so
it's
close.
Yeah.
Close. Not close enough. Zan takes it down.
Yep. Well, I think that went down to maybe playing the Spikefield Hazard tap the turn. I'm not sure, but Aaron was probably thinking something different about that play and how he expected that turn to go. Couple next turns.
The mana mattered that game, having the extra land, and then the Abrade would have just been sitting in hand anyway, because the Abrade is what killed the Blood Artist.
Yep.
So I think that game was just built lost in deck building. Just like Zan's deck just lined up really, really well against everything Aaron was trying to do.
Yep. It just seemed like Zan just when they were in parity, it always seemed like the board was similar, but Zan always had at least a couple more cards in hand.
Right. And then also just had the cards where, there's just Doom Scars and all these big cards whereas Aaron has Voldur and Epicure, Zan has Doom Scar, and one card catches up much better than the other, so.
All right. So that is actually it for round 2. We should be pairing the next round in just a couple minutes. We're going to take a quick break for a couple minutes because we did that match did last pretty long. Game 1 lasted very long. Still getting into game 1 after we finished 2 matches is a very long game 1. All right, everybody, welcome back to Stream League 7, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Here with me, Jim Davis, of course, as you saw a couple minutes ago, but we have a very important feature match to let you know about today. It's 2 people that are 2 wins and no losses going into round 3. It is El Gran Boa and Daninja. Daninja, very notable player, is playing in current Rivals League, I believe. It also is playing Izzet Control, and a notable control player as well. Usually plays the best control deck. I've seen him play Blue-White, Esper. Right now it's Izzet. Give me a snapshot, Jim, on how you think this Izzet mirror is going to go.
We got to look in the mirror, because this is a pretty close mirror match here. Both players are on Izzet Control. Both have 1 Hullbreaker Horror, 1 Leer Disciple of the Drowned, and 4 copies of Key to the Archive, one of the keys to the format here in Alchemy. Really, really powerful ramp artifact. It's funny because the drafting part of Key to the Archive feels like the you read the card, that's the part that jumps out at you. I draft this card. It's the one card that can conjure like Lightning Bolt and Time Warp, always crazy cards. But in these decks, the mana rock aspect of a card is almost a bigger factor than anything else because these decks just want to get to 7 mana. They want to get 7 mana and cast Hullbreaker Horror, or they want to get 7 mana and cast Leer with mana up to use it. So you just got pretty simple stuff here. Galvanic Iterations, Discover the Formula, Abrades. Very, very similar deck list here. Very, very similar deck list. Spikefield Hazard, Windfalls. There are 4 Windfalls for each player. Same idea, just trying to go from 4 mana to 7 mana. Almost a pure mirror.
I think I agree with you in that, and saying that over the card that it gets off Key to the Archive, and I saw the pun that you did there with Key to the Archive being one of the keys. Yeah, it's a good one. But yeah, I think the mana acceleration of it, just going from 4 mana to 7 with an untapped land, is absolutely crazy. Especially against a control deck. If one person has key, resolves it, and the other person doesn't, I feel like they just run away with it.
Once a player gets to untap with 7 mana with these decks, it's like we were saying earlier. So the last match we saw with that Esper control deck, that super old school Esper control deck, was very much like old school control. 1 for 1, 1 for 1, 1 for 1 card draw, play 1 on my win condition, This is modern day Magic control, where there's a bunch of control cards, but the reality is they hit a flashpoint, they get 7 mana, they play this bomb, and the game just ends.
Yeah.
Leer pops up and 40 cards go into your hand basically, and there's just no coming back from it, And because of that, you can play cards like Divide by Zero, Fading Hope, and just bounce and buy time and kind of, whatever. That's totally fine because all that cards event doesn't even matter because eventually Leer will come down, undo everything, and win the game. So very much a new school control mirror here. And because of that, the ramp is just so good because you just want to get to that stage of the game as fast as possible. And then Key's is a good card also. Like, you might hit a Lightning Helix. You might hit a Doomblade or whatever it is. That's like a fine card to play as you're going on.
Approach, Time Warp.
Yeah, there's some big ones too. And it's funny because these decks are actually playing white lands with no white cards. Both of them have a number of red and blue pathways that also make white for approach. So if you do it the approach off the Key, you can just cast it and then have the white mana to cast it, even if your archive is destroyed. So pretty fun deck building in that regard. But yeah, Key is very, very powerful and powerful on both ends. It's cool to find the cards it drafts, but also just the mana ramp is so good.
Yeah, currently still waiting on them to challenge their match here, but super excited to watch this matchup. 2 very good players, both amazing streamers. Encourage you to go follow them on Twitch as well, El Granboa and Ninja. Always excited to see both of these players play. I actually lost to El Granboa on the ladder the other day. But specifically talking about, I've had conversations about different cards in these control matchups, but being an aggro deck, something that you said, Jim, earlier about playing all your cards that might even be -1s, like maybe you Fading Hope, a 2-mana creature that you don't really want to do because you run out of cards very quickly. But you do that, and then you get to a point in the game where you have like 8 mana, maybe it's off of a Key to the Archive, you play Leer, and all of a sudden, none of that card disadvantage matters anymore. You instantly win the game. Or either that, or you play a Discover the Formula, you get a Leer off of it, now the Leer's 4 mana, and now you have even more mana to use Leer off of, and the cards that go to the graveyard off Discover the Formula are further discounted as well on the graveyard since the perpetual mechanic exists here. And it makes 2 mana Divide by Zeros, 1 mana Divide by Zeros, 4 mana Leers, 3 mana Leers, 3 mana Teferis. That was outside of Teferi, they're all recastable out of the graveyard at their discounted cost. So you just get all that card advantage right back.
Yeah, and these decks sort of play like 1-card combo decks. They kind of play like combo control, where we see in older formats like Splinter Twins combo control. The Epiphany decks were also combo control decks too, where they play a control game and all of a sudden they kind of just like win the game on the spot. But the cards are so broken that it's just a 1-card. The Leer's is a 1-card combo. You just play the card, you win the game. Like you don't really have to do anything like crazy with it. You just play it and you win. So
yeah, it's like your whole entire graveyard is you cast the card and then you just cast them all again. One of the most frustrating parts for an aggro deck is you have them at a point where, all right, they're at 7 life. All right, I have game on board. Next turn, we got this. And if you don't have an answer to Leer, they just drop Lear and recast their graveyard. And even if you get to the point where they might have no graveyard and they have a Lear on the board still, maybe you cast a Go Blank or something, right? Which is very important to counteract the Lear decks. You do that, and then if they top deck a Vanishing Verse, they Vanishing Verse your thing, now they have another copy in the graveyard.
Yep.
Again. So every spell's doubled, which is so crazy. We see a couple of Jawar Disruptions in the hand here for the Ninja. What is your philosophy in a control mirror of playing a card on turn 2 in a Jawar Disruption?
I mean, it's very, very important. This is going to be an amazing spike for the Disruption. Very important to make all your land drops here. But having a Disruption available to counter like this iteration, it counters iteration very well in turn 3 because you don't want to play your land yet. So great hit here for the Ninja. Great start to the game. I'm going to go for it again. We're going to see the non-Disruption land tapped here played.
I don't know. I might have considered keeping that land on top just as a tap land.
Yeah, making land drops is pretty huge here, but yeah, this is just
oh my goodness,
nasty.
Absolutely.
Once you
gross.
play into the first one, you feel like you're safe for the second one, and no, amazing start for the Ninja here, absolutely incredible.
The Ninja gets the land off the top again. Oh my gosh, gets to resolve their own key to the archive potentially. Cast Discover the Formula next turn. Oh, it's just dirty.
Yeah, now they're considering if they want a Windfall or not. It looks like to discard Burn Down the House. Rather resolve this because getting Windfall countered is pretty disgusting because you lose the card as well. But playing Key is just too good here. Play the Key, draft the card. Electrolyze looks pretty good here.
I mean, Despark deals with Teferi, right? And also your opponent's next key to the archive. Also deals with their Lear or Hullbreaker Horror down the line.
Yep, so that's pretty reasonable. So Despark, probably discard Burn Down the House. It's a question of like, is Despark better than Burn Down the House? Tokens do kind of matter clockwise, but
or counterclockwise.
Yeah, Electrolyze also just cantrip, deal some damage, draw cards, also reasonable too. But I think there's definitely a question here of like if any of the cards in this draft pile are better than the cards in hand for the Ninja right now.
I think Despark's probably better than Burn Down the House here.
It's also the option of like even if you take the Despark and then discard the Despark, it's now in the graveyard for Lear later too.
Exactly. I've definitely taken a card off of Key. My hand was great, discarded the same card, and just drew Lear later on in the game and cast it. I've done that with Lightning Bolt, Lightning Helix as well.
All right, so big turn for Gramboa here. Can they make some sort of play to get back into this game because they are way behind right now?
All right, we see a Divide by Zero main phase on the Key to the archive. What does that mean for El Gramboa here?
All right, so just trying to buy some time here. Looks like we see the archive bounce. Now bouncing Key isn't nearly as bad as bouncing some other comes into play abilities because you do have to discard the card too. So it's not like you play Key and just draw cards. So play Key again. And, they want to keep Despark or keep any of these cards. We'll see, but not as bad as bouncing like a Town Razor Tire or something like that.
Looking back, that was a pretty smart Divide by Zero, denying the mana from Key to the Archive, because if El Granboa had done that in, say, Upkeep, the Ninja could potentially just fire off an unexpected Windfall or Discover the Formula in response and use that mana.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a play saying, like, okay, I'm a little behind here. I'm stumbling a little bit. Let's just redo this entire turn. But I get to make a land drop with my science as well too. So
discarding Despark is interesting. I think I might have discarded the Growth Spiral, but I mean Growth Spiral on opponent's end step is pretty fine in a control mirror as well. So I don't hate it.
I think Spiral's great here. Yeah, I mean the ability to kind of like get that mana advantage. You play land here, get things going. Spiral looks pretty good. And again, Despark is it's okay. It has a few targets. Maybe comes up later. Has Divide by Zero to remove things anyway. Plenty of card draw in hand. So card draw plus Growth Spiral, pretty good place to be.
Here we go.
All right, big one. Big play.
Now Discover the Formula
is absolutely huge.
One of the things about Discover the Formula that's
the Ninja's turn to swing back here.
One of the things about Discover the Formula that I think is just really insane is that it doesn't just discount the cards that you get. It discounts your hand.
Yeah. Card is extremely powerful. Like, a little surprised to not see the Growth Spiral cast here too, honestly.
There's Galvanic Iteration. We have
I guess
mana
Divide by
0
Zero for 2 mana is insane. So that's really good.
Yeah. Also, El Granboa is thinking to themselves, do I want to get Jawar Disruption again? For the third time?
So we are in the slugfest stage of the game. Early stage of the game, trading resources. Now both players have resolved to discover the formula and have a lot of mana in play, so big plays galore from here on out, I think.
Gosh, Discover the Formula just changes the game so much. Like, El Granboa was behind, resolves to Discover the Formula, now it's even.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Discover the Formula, getting another copy of Discover the Formula is even another level of dirty, because Discover the Formula is also just 5 mana now instead of 6.
Yeah, and then it reduces everything else in your hand. Yeah, it's just an absurd Magic card.
I don't know. If there was anything to, like, maybe nerf in this format in the coming weeks, maybe I consider Discover the Formula. I don't know. I think my stance on Divide by Zero is that it's too well rounded. The card deals with everything besides creature, lands, and tokens, and whether it's on the stack or on the battlefield, it pairs so well with Leer that you can't counter any spells with Leer, but you can put the spell to their hand. So it kind of like works a little too well for me.
Yeah, I think Discover the Formula, I think Inquisitor Captain and Town Racer Tyrant are all cards that could be like maybe turned down a little bit. All three are very important pillars in the format. Honestly, Captain's a little more in the older formats where you can keep blinking it over and over again. But all three cards seem to be the major standouts in the set.
All right, so we have I have actually seen the power of Discover the Formula. I've seen a 4 mana mascot exhibition and like 3 mana mascot exhibitions, stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, so we see a Riverglide Pathway drawn here. Growth Spiral still chilling in the hand. Archive, Key to the Archive. We might see Key to the Archive come down this turn just to access green mana for Growth Spiral later on down the road. Another Key to the Archive in El Granboa's hand. What are you thinking in this hand for the Ninja, Jim?
There's a lot going on here. You could like iteration cast formula, draw 6, double reduce the cost of all the cards in hand, but they have a lot of cards left over and you can't do anything else. And then Kiwi costs 1, which is insane. I mean, playing key format next turn is pretty cool. Now the spiral's off because there's no green mana yet. So iteration plus formula draws 6 and reduces the cost of everything by 2, but that would require you to discard 3 cards to hand size. So I think it's like a little bit short. I think with 1 or 2 more mana, I would love that play. Like for example, if there was 8 mana here and the key could also be cast, so you can go iteration, double discover, cast key, say go. That'd be awesome. But we're gonna see a copy Windfall, also very good.
Discarding Growth Spiral, yeah.
Yep. So draw 4 treasure, pretty powerful. Can play this key here most likely.
This is definitely one of the most powerful things to be doing in. Still, it's great in Standard. It's just as great in Alchemy.
Yeah, I mean, the spell-based cards are just really, really good. Like Discover the Formula, Leer, Hullbreaker Horror. All these cards are just amazing.
I really like Abrade in this format. It doesn't deal with the 4 toughness dragons and 4 toughness angels clerics, which I don't like. It doesn't deal with Leer, but it does deal with cheap aggro threats. Has an important role against killing Key to the Archive in the mirrors.
Yeah, it's super contextually good in this matchup for sure.
Like Frozen Grip.
Yeah, just have to go for the Electrolyze. That's the safest option. Just cantrip. All right. I mean, the slugfest continues. So
you can maybe combo Electrolyze with Abrade in order to kill a Leer down the road or something if you really need to.
That's fair. Just tons of mana, tons of cards for each player. Just slugging it out, tapping out every turn. No real counter spells in these decks. There are soft counters like Disruption and Divide by Zero. But now we're going to see iteration for Granboa. Let's see what they can copy. That's a good one.
You Divide by Zero the copy?
I mean, it requires all the treasures. It's a huge cost because these treasures are like huge to discover from playing.
Yep.
I think you should let them have it and just try and do your own thing too.
Oh my gosh.
We could see iteration plus discover on the ninja's turn, and then there's enough mana left over to actually do some stuff too. So,
how many gray hairs are you gonna have before this match ends? Because I'm about to be pretty old after this match ends.
Just every turn, just tapping out for something ridiculous. 1 mana Key to the Archive.
Yep, that's a 1 mana Key to the Archive.
Pretty good. Just Soul Ring plus.
Imagine this card in Commander.
All right, and about 1,000 cards in hand.
Another
Cards in expressive iteration makes sense.
another like cute thing that you can do in these decks, especially with Hullbreaker Horror, is you can like divide by 0 your own key back to your hand to try to like search for Approach of the Second Sun and things like that, and Time Warp.
That's cool. All right, so this is gonna be a crazy turn. I imagine we're gonna see copy Discover here.
I think you can say this is going to be a crazy turn every turn from here on out.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I think this is gonna be copy plus Discover, and then reduce the cost of everything by 2. Now divide cost 1, Abrade cost 1, Electrolyze cost 2. This card's just so broken.
I know. It's like it's not even draw 3, right? It's guaranteed 3 spells.
Yeah. It's funny, when I was doing my set review for this set, I got to Discover, and I was like, this card could be the best card in the set. It could be a sleeper card. It could be maybe unplay. I have no idea. Like,
Yeah.
No idea. And there's your divide by 0, targeting the.
Do we divide by 0? There, divide by 0 to get an extra 3 cards.
I think that returning Discover here is actually kind of good.
Returning Discover.
Because
they're targeting the copy.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. You're right. The arrow looks like it's pointed that way. Yeah. In that case, yeah, maybe you do want the more cards. But I don't know, because like resolving 1 Discover is still good. I'm not sure here. This is
Cool.
Yeah, I think this is reasonable. I think saving your Discover for their big thing is better.
I'd be tempted.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I guess you have to.
So
I guess
cards drawn actually get a cost reduction, which is pretty big.
I guess you have to consider that you don't want to discard the hand size if you draw the other 3.
Yeah, and just having it actually feels pretty good too. So it is funny, but all cards drawn have no reduction. So 1 mana blue spell, 1 mana red spell, and then blue red spell. But so is divide up, so is electrolyze. Starting to run out of gas a little bit though. If you can consider drawing expressive iteration running out of gas. We'll say running out of ridiculous haymakers. Is that a better way to put it?
Yeah. We run out of gas, but we have divide by 0, electrolyze, mascot exhibition, and expressive iteration. But that's running out of gas in a control mirror.
We're just not drawing 6 cards, reducing the cost of all our spells by 2 this turn.
Yeah, who needs to do that?
So mana advantage definitely to Ninja here. Although I would bet even in the dark here with the card quality and Bramboa's hand is much better, with the iteration in the graveyard and 7 full cards in the grip. Although in these game 1s, there are a lot of, Fading Hopes and Spikefield Hazards flying around that aren't necessarily going to be super effective.
How fast are you thinking about the time clock in this match being in game 1 already?
Probably pretty early.
Probably right now.
Experience, I'm sure they're very aware of that.
When I play a control mirror, I just play as fast as possible from the get-go.
Yep. Hurry up offense from turn 1. All right, we are copying spells.
Oh, here we go. Here's the time warp off of the key to the archive.
Yep. So we can see a divide on the copy here, but an extra turn will still be taken. And then there's still many, many more spells to be copied.
Especially if there's Lear in El Granboa's hand.
Yeah.
If there's a Lear, then this means his time warp's getting copied again.
Yep.
This is the second time I've seen Start from Scratch in people's sideboards for lessons. And it's very smart. It deals with your opponent's key to the archives.
Yeah, it's a shatter, and it also can kill a Thalia in a pinch, something like that.
Yep.
Weak card, but flexible card. All right, here's our extra
Here we
turn.
go. We're gonna see Lear with 4 open mana. There's a Fading Hope in the hand, and that could stall it for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it would still allow the Time Warp to be cast and then Lear to be recast. So
that's not a Lear.
There's teachings. All right. Sigh of relief for the Ninja. There only is 1 Lear of a deck, so.
When I first read Lear, I didn't think it was as good, and then I read it more as a creature past in flames that your things can't be countered, and then I realized it was insane.
Yeah, I'm such a boomer, but like every card ever printed like Lear always had a cap. There's always like 1 spell a turn or something like that. So like they've always been, mediocre to only okay. So I sort of just saw Lear. It was like, all right, it's one of those cards. Sure, whatever. And like didn't really process the untapped potential of just casting 1,000 spells in 1 turn.
And like usually I would think that something like that on the card would be you can only cast spells on your own turn. Like with Luris, you can only cast spells on your own turn. You can't just cast flash spells out of your graveyard.
Some sort of limitation in some way.
Yeah, you can't just remove your opponent's things and then pass with open mana with Leer on the board and just keep doing it.
Yeah.
I actually even more assume that you can only do things on your turn because it says that spells can't be countered anyways. But, Divide by Zero exists with the card as well.
Right.
That you can use to bounce your opponent's stuff. And when you do use Divide by Zero on a copy of a spell, it literally counters it. So, there you go.
All right. So, this is like so much information to parse. Both players have 8 cards in hand, 15 mana in play, possible second key here for the Ninja. And again, like both players aren't really playing any actual counter spells, so these game ones are sort of just this slugfest of like, all right, boom. All right, they go, boom.
Last discover the formula wins, I guess. Man, I mean, it's hard to even understand what's like happening or like what the best play is when you have to play fast because the timer is an issue. It's just like sensory overload for both players, right? In this case, it's like both players chewed 5 gum at the same time.
Yep, this is key seems good here. More mana is great. Plenty of things to do. I mean, Fading Hope, good card to discard, or maybe Electrolyte. I don't even know. Like,
I mean, what is there to talk about? Did we just like talk about random things now instead of talking about the match?
Ooh, that's Hullbreaker.
Okay.
And I mean, this is Hullbreaker Horror costs 2 less to cast with 2 cards left.
That is a 5-mana Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah, this is probably the game. I mean, the Fading Hope could bounce it in theory, but
it's just going to come back next turn, and there's no answer, and didn't just hand for it.
Right. I mean, there isn't really an answer, period. Like, there are no ways to kill a Hullbreaker Horror in this deck. So, whoever gets it, and that's it. You can bounce it, you can buy some time, but still gets to bounce treasure, or still gets to counter the key. And
what do you do at this point if you're the Ninja? You just scoop?
I don't know, because the clock is a factor too. I don't know what you can find your own horror, I guess. Once one horror is in play, it bounces the other. It's
like you think the Sensory Overload is now. Wait till there's 2 horrors on the board.
Yeah.
There's also no timeouts for the Ninja.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could resolve a Windfall here, maybe.
But even then, what does that do?
I mean, just gotta keep digging, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't have time to cast this.
Oh my gosh!
Yep. Couldn't cast it fast enough. The rope.
Got him.
The rope.
Usually going to combat fixes the rope.
Yeah, you can like go to combat. You just do something. It's usually I hold my land for the first like 4 seconds in a turn. Then you play the land to keep the rope from coming. But all right, gotta say go. We know about Hullbreaker Horror here, so I can't see.
I don't think this Windfall is resolving.
Cast Windfall here. Horror will come down and bounce it probably. I gotta imagine we're seeing 5-mana Horror here plus a spell. Bouncing Windfall is phenomenal, obviously, because the card was already discarded. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I think this is the end of the road.
Yeah, I
especially since all the mascot exhibition tokens are going to get bounced as well.
Yeah, like the decks just don't really have an answer to this card.
Unless you're the
board, honestly.
Unless you're the Dragons deck that has 7 main deck answers to it.
Sure, yeah. No absences and no Valor stances here.
I mean, it's just a thing that just immediate answer or you lose the game. Like we were talking about earlier. This deck plays into a spot where you play a bunch of cards that deal with your opponent's stuff and draw extra cards, and then you play a card that wins you the game immediately.
Yep. Yeah, so
Gonna divide by 0 the key and the unexpected windfall.
Yeah, it all looks pretty good. I think the copy, the divide by 0, doesn't even do anything. There's not enough stuff left.
Imagine not having enough stuff left to bounce with your stuff. I guess they just can fizzle the bounce of Hullbreaker.
Yeah. Yeah, just didn't even use it. Sure. All right.
All right, now it's game over.
Yeah, I don't. Again. Well.
Okay, I mean that gets bounced too.
Oh. Right. So when Lear gets cast, it gets bounced, and there isn't enough mana to recast it and use it. So yeah, the subtle mana destruction here from Grambo working out really well. We can see Lear fading hope here maybe, but like the problem is that the Despark's not castable because there's no archive in play.
I think my brain's exploding. With like Lear in this graveyard right now.
I love when you cast Lear and all the cards pop up, and there's just 100 cards at the bottom of the screen. It's like,
I'm surprised the game just doesn't crash and doesn't let you enter the game to the next day or something.
Yeah, you played enough cards for today. You can go for a walk or something like that.
Yeah, you're done playing cards today. Imagine playing this deck on mobile.
Yeah, I think it'd be easier on Mono, honestly, because your graveyard is much more like cleanly laid out. You know, Mono doesn't look pretty, but it is fairly well organized.
Oh, how about mobile?
Mobile, forget it. Yeah. All right, so play iteration doing nothing but bounce Lear. And again, not enough mana here to play Lear and an unsummon, so this game is just over.
Can we get Key? Can Key get something to do here? Probably not, right?
The thing is, anything that's done here will be undone by Hullbreaker Horror. And then, I mean...
Key can't kill Hullbreaker Horror here, right?
What can't?
Key.
There's no colors of mana to do it, even if you hit like a Doomblade or something like that.
That's true.
You can like, even if you windfall here, like the treasures will also be bounced by Hullbreaker Horror. So.
All right, go to combat. Go to combat to Ninja. All right, he knows.
There's like nothing else to do here, I don't think, so.
Nope.
Just like say go, and like somehow hope that you can draft a card off Key that can kill Horror or resolve Lear, and then Despark the Horror. I just don't see if that's ever going to happen with so many spells in hand for Gramboa.
Yeah, this game went from the Ninja being ahead to
a copy on exhibition. Maybe I don't even know. You can cast the start from scratch and shatter a treasure and bounce treasure. Play Key, sure. Again, bouncing treasures here is like really, really good.
Gosh, all of these really powerful things that happen in these matchups. That maybe you say you're playing another deck that's not Izzet and you're playing against the Izzet deck, you're like, oh, they have a Key on turn 4. Wow, it's so powerful. But like in the spots like this in the mirror match, you're just like, all right, play a Key, sure. All right, play Mascot Exhibition, sure. Like it just feels like nothing really matters at this point.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, honestly. There's only one Hullbreaker Horror between main deck and sideboard for both players.
Maybe it's because they know after they have one, they just always have it.
Yeah, I mean, the deck's all card draw, so like, it kind of makes sense you don't want to like overload on it, but...
And then plus, if your Hullbreaker's ever in danger of dying and you can't bounce a spell, you just bounce the Hullbreaker back.
Right. It's more the just like finding the first copy.
Yeah.
Like, Gramboa found the first copy, the Ninja didn't, and the game looks like it's just comical. Like...
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of Nezahal in a way, where it's just like you have it and it doesn't go away.
Yeah. All right. It's funny because last turn there was an option for the Ninja to play the red-white pathway on red or white. And I was thinking if they played it on white, they're halfway to Despark. So like, but they chose to play it on red.
Yeah, like
if they played it on white now, they could play Lear and Despark the Horror, which might end up just bouncing it. But, I mean...
What can you do at that point, right?
Right, it's at least the option to cast a spell.
Yeah, I mean, like, say Lear eventually comes down at some point. You at least have the white mana and a treasure token.
Right. So, and like, there's plenty of red mana regardless. So, a little surprising to me that the Ninja didn't put thing. There's also, the Ninja's already down to 15 minutes. This is game 1.
That's so crazy.
This is a spot where, like, maybe you're 5% to win, but you're damaging your ability to win the entire match by continuing to play.
Maybe this entire match is just decided on round 1, and then game 1, and then games 2 and 3 are just like how fast can we run each other's timer, and whoever wins game 1 wins.
Right now, Gramboa is currently sweeping the both time clock game and the game itself. I love these blank iterations just for nothing.
Just to cast a spell,
whatever. Oh, never mind. We go on aggro and electrolyze here.
All right, there's our black mana that's gone.
Great. It ends the game right now.
Does it really?
4 damage, draw, or 6 damage, draw 2, bounce treasure, attack for 7.
Oh wait, that does end the game. Look at that, El Granboa finding the lines.
Yeah, we gotta pack this one up, Ninja. There we go. All right, 14 minutes and 34 seconds for game 2.
All right, what are you thinking about for the sideboard after that one?
We get a lunch break between these games, right? I mean, jeez.
Yeah, go grab your lunch.
All right, game 2. Now you get to see things will tune up a little bit here, though, of course, because now you get to see the some Fading Hopes. You know, these kind of like cards that are a little bit dead come out, burn down the house. A Braid actually seems pretty good, all things considered, as far as killing Key to the Archive, but not super great. And then conversely, we see Smoldering Eggs. We can see a scenario where, you know, players board out their removal spells and then board in a threat that these, you know, spells would be good against and stuff like that. A lot of options here. They can, you know, the post-board control plan is one of the spots in Magic where you can gain the biggest edge by having a really good plan.
Gosh, I just really wish this Izzet deck had a better answer to Hullbreaker Horror somewhere in this. Like, that's not like Divide by Zero.
There are 8 white pathways in the mana base, and there are treasures and 4 Key to the Archives. You could just play a couple copies of you know, Valor Stamps or something like that to actually deal with it. You know, the problem is that unlike an aggro deck, you know, where you're hoping to put them in a spot where they just tap 7 to cast hard, you just kill it. These decks have more mana floating around, so they're more likely to be able to bounce it in response to a kill spell. But, you know, is that better than being like stone cold to do it? Probably. You probably find a spot where like they'll tap down low enough you can kill it. You know?
Yeah, but with all these copies of Iteration, just Galvanic Iteration casting them for free, there's a lot of spots. There's a lot of mana open and if you really wanted to cast Galvanic Iteration for nothing, like we saw last game, to save something or bounce an important spell, you will.
Yeah. All right, so we got Fading Hopes coming out here.
Or maybe these Izzet decks just don't want to play against each other. They would rather just play against everything else.
Interesting, boarding out some Key to the Archives. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
The mana advantage feeling so important.
I don't know. It's interesting, but also you have to think like your opponent's preparing for you having it. Maybe they hold up something for it and you don't have it. Maybe you have something else. I don't know. There's also like maybe expecting Prismarity Command to come into the deck on the other side and want to play around that. I don't know if that's worth taking out the keys though.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, kind of rather just have them, you know. But
all right, we see a pretty good hand here. I mean, I think I'm keeping this one going first. I mean, any land is really good, but you can almost guarantee the land off Expressive Iteration anyway. So you have a clean Gerard Disruption tapped here into Needle Verge Pathway next turn. Hold up that negate.
The fear, of course, is that the iteration gets countered, and then the game pretty much ends. You know, this is a matchup where you got to make every land drop. All right, that works. Drew a land anyway, so worked out pretty good.
Yeah, we were always drawing a land there. I never didn't have it.
It's funny. It wasn't a land. It was a spell. So, all right.
All right, there we go.
Wow. That is very interesting. Firing off the iteration after already having played a land. So turning the iteration into an impulse.
Does that mean that Elgran Boa just has a bunch of lands and just needs spells?
I would say it's the opposite. I would
a bunch
say
of spells just
a
needs
two-lander,
lands?
and they felt like they needed to resolve iteration to find that third land. They had no chance, but very odd play. Very odd play.
Definitely something you don't want to be doing.
Yeah, like, so pretty good iteration here for the Ninja. Finds another iteration and a land. So from 2 lands to infinite lands at this point.
And now the Ninja has everything he wants, right? Just all the lands that he wants, all the spells that he wants. Well, not all the lands he wants yet. There could be 3 spells off the top, but.
And so I was correct. So there was no land for Gramboa. So
yeah. Oh, and
this is exactly what the Ninja needs.
And still didn't get a land off of the draw step, and didn't get a land as well off the iteration. There's 4 cards in a row for Gramboa that weren't lands.
Yeah, this is a godsend for the Ninja, because with the clock so low, getting kind of a free game win here in game 2, in theory, it's not over yet, but is huge.
That theory could be a pun too, because isn't that El Granboa's first name? All right, so we see a negate there. Terrible puns. Disregard me. We have Prismarity Command that could potentially draw 2, discard 2 right now. You can replay those cards with Lear anyways, but do I just want to hit my land drop knowing that El Granboa hit that 3rd land drop right now?
Very interesting spot there. So the Ninja chose to not defend the iteration with negate, even though they didn't have another land to play. And now they've missed that land drop, and Gramboa made the land drop, and now we're back to square one now.
Yep.
all the advantage that Ninja had about a turn ago is now gone.
Wow.
And now we're just starting hand size.
And not casting Prismark Command here would be surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good, but still allows you to leave the gate up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised here too.
Wow. And if Elgin Bell hits a land drop right now, oh my gosh.
Yeah, advantage bar was way to one side. Now it's right back in the middle.
Wow.
And like casting Prismark Command to loot doesn't feel very good. It is card disadvantage. Not even gonna do it. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, bouncing over the lands, but the options were there. Multiple chances for Ninja here to try and guarantee this land drop, defending your iteration, casting Prismark Command at their main phase or end step. So frustrated they didn't draw a land, obviously, but there were plenty of options to try and find a land and not be discarded to hand size 2 turns in a row. So, and of course, right on time. Just in case you're wondering, you have 12 minutes left to finish the match.
Yep. Oh my gosh, a 5th land drop. Oh my gosh, everything going Elgin Bella's way here.
Yeah, and now if we see the windfall, we'll probably see it countered. There are many options to counter it: disruption, negate, test talents.
It feels bad, but we discarded 2 divide by zeros to hand size. We would have drawn those cards off the original Prismark Command and have a chance to draw if we cast Prismark Command a couple turns ago and not discarded the hand size and discarded those same cards to Prismark Command and made a treasure token. So
right.
We'll see.
The iteration would have cleared them if it had been, if it had been defended with negate. So
yep. Let's see.
Tough spot here.
Yeah, very tough spot. I think you have to, Prismark Command plays around your Water Disruption, does discard a couple cards though. You don't really care about discarding Galvanic iterations since you can play it out of the graveyard. There's a Leer in hand, so maybe there's a discarding negate thing going on here that you could do because you can't cast it anyways after Leer comes down. But the Ninja's, I didn't think I would say that the Ninja is short on lands this game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, now that was playing the Prismari Command this turn. Could have played it last turn. So ended up just playing it anyway, but they didn't want to. And obviously, again, not drawing lands here, but the options were there. The avenues were there to try and find more lands, and now the Ninja's in a world of hurt. These windfalls look super awkward, only 4 lands in play. This is a very tough spot. Might see an upkeep windfall here. Either way, it doesn't feel good. Discarding the Leer.
Wow.
This gets countered here. This is backbreaking. And again, we know Gramboa has all spells in hand.
This gets countered. There's a land drop and a main phase discover the formula. This game might just be over.
Yeah.
A lot of negates and counter spells on El Gramboa's side here.
We see a Disdainful Stroke. And another land drop.
Wow.
And a key.
My gosh.
Wow. Yeah, this...
All right, who did you think was going to be at the mana advantage at the start of this game?
Yeah, they if you showed me this game state right now, 5 minutes ago, and said this is where we were going, I'd be like, in game 3, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Whew.
That's about as comebacky as you can expect, right? As you could even ask for, right? If you're El Granboa missing that land drop on turn 2 after turn 2 expressive iteration, not finding a land, also not finding a land on the draw, so it's 4 cards in a row not finding a land.
Yeah.
Has to pass on 2 land drops. The Ninja hits the land. Oh my gosh. And then runner. Was that 4 lands in a row for El Granboa off the top?
Yeah. I mean, this isn't like a terrible turn for Ninja. Obviously able to bounce the key. Not going to play the Sciences, though. Going to leave up negate.
I don't hate that.
It's a huge opportunity cost, though, because it's very clear the counterspell is there. Again, not making land drops, and that's a really, really important thing to do with Hullbreaker Hard and in general, because land drops are so important here. And then, of course, Gramboa can just say, well, obviously the counterspell is going to say go. So now that 2 mana is wasted.
Currently sweating.
Yeah, this is a pretty crazy game.
I mean, if there's
windfall defended by negate, but now we're getting that 7 mana range where Hullbreaker Horror and Leer are coming into play.
Yep.
Discover the Formula is coming into play.
Yep. If there's one hope for the Ninja, it's resolve Hullbreaker Horror, and then El Granboa doesn't have an out, just like game 1.
Yeah.
Do you Galvanic Iteration negate just to counter another negate?
I almost kind of like playing Windfall here in response. And then if they go to counter it, you can defend with negate.
Yeah.
If not, you can
or just Galvanic Iteration and Windfall in response? I don't know.
that's reasonable. I guess at that point though you're not ever playing negate, so you might as well wait till end step and let them like draft their card and stuff and see what they're gonna do. Oh, I guess I'm sorry. You guess you could use the treasures also to negate. So
yeah. You get
however, every treasure you use here is not a treasure you can use for Hullbreaker Horror. So
yep, gonna get 4 copies. Four copies of treasure tokens here. Gonna get 4 draws as well. That's if unexpected windfall doesn't get divided by 0. Yep, I would expect El Grimbo to have divide by 0 based on discarding a divide by 0 off the key of the previous turn.
yeah,
You negate this.
I don't think so. I think the treasure is more valuable for Hullbreaker Horror. I guess you have 7 mana next turn anyway.
If you negate this and then you go land Hullbreaker Horror main phase, they can't Disdainful Stroke it, and then what does El Grimboa do?
We can't counter horror anyway.
Oh yeah, that's also true.
So like, and once the horror is down, it's just there, you know. So I suppose that negating the key here does allow them to not draft like a Doomblade or a Despark or something like that, which kind of screw things up. So, God, what a ridiculous game. And the problem is because this game is taking so long, Ninja's got 8 minutes left. This game is gonna take at least a few more minutes to finish. Even if Hullbreaker Horror comes down and everything wonderful the Ninja wants to happen happens, this game's not going to finish in the next 2 minutes, you know? So, going to go into game 3 with like 6 minutes left. I mean, a horrible, horrible spot.
6 minutes left in the game would be really good for the Ninja. I'm thinking he's going to start game 3 with like 3 minutes left.
Right. That's the ideal scenario. It's like 6 minutes left at this point.
At this point, he would need to cast Hullbreaker Horror, nothing happens to it, and then El Grimboa immediately concedes. That's what the Ninja needs to happen here. Oh my gosh, actually, the Ninja might actually have Smoldering Egg, backed up by Hullbreaker Horror. You got a couple instant speed spells to cast. I mean, this is as good as you can hope to have it for the Ninja.
That was pretty good. But again, I mean, like I said, if everything goes right, you know, in the ideal world for the Ninja, it still takes 2 minutes, maybe 3. So play the land, attack with Hullbreaker Horror.
You just play Smoldering Egg?
Divide by 0's up, but I'll play the egg too, I would think. I guess iterations up to I'm not even sure, but whatever you're gonna do it fast.
You don't have time to think.
Can't afford to think here. Just gotta cast your spells.
And I'm the one to talk, right? Because you're the one that commentated on me literally running out of time as I'm attacking for lethal in the finals of the Hooglandia Open.
That is true. That is true.
That was the worst, to say the least. I'm attacking for lethal. I mean, I have in my intro, usually for my regular streams, I have a clip reel playing of all my shortcomings and good things that have happened. And that clip, you best believe, is in my intro.
It was worth it. All right. Winning a tournament, you know, whatever. Content lasts forever. So
Exactly.
All right. So didn't play the egg. Horror's here. No spells cast.
Now El Grimboa might be in this spot that the Ninja was in game 1, but the problem is the Ninja might not have enough time to win. There's also a Hall of Storm Giants.
Ninja does here, right play or wrong, it just has to be fast because anything slow is the wrong play, even if it's the right play.
Yep. Hall of Storm Giants come in and block. Probably not going to since it just has to jump. Smoldering Egg, go. Like, the quickest possible.
Yep. And Hullbreaker Horror is any spell? I thought it was instant or sorcery.
Oh, it's any spell.
Wow. Silly card. All right, it's an iteration.
Okay. The good thing about this is that Hullbreaker Horror can bounce both things. This is going to be a crazy sequence.
Go on. Gramboa, tell me more.
This might actually... This stack might be the biggest stack of the day.
I mean, I'd imagine that this resolves. Divide by 0 targets the copy. Hullbreaker Horror targets the spell.
Or either way. Either way is the same, right? Right?
Yeah, or this.
Target the copy here, then?
I guess, but what is the Ninja planning on copying here?
Maybe divide by 0?
Was that there's not enough things to target? Like,
Well,
Maybe
now
fairy
I guess now there
bounce
is.
the no, I doesn't really do anything either. I don't know.
Yeah,
honestly.
I guess waiting for Smoldering Egg to come down is good.
But like, yeah, that's something like I okay, sure. Just valuing Divide by Zero as like a spell they want to use reactively and just like the iteration not mattering. So
Yeah, that's true.
but again, we're on 6 minutes
6.5
left,
minutes.
you know.
Well, I guess your foretell might come true here. Exactly 6 minutes might be the end of this one.
Yeah.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off Galvanic Iteration and Divide by Zero.
Ooh, okay, so this is still fine though.
We actually have enough mana to flip enough cards to play already to flip the Smoldering Egg.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine the game's gonna end right now. Just we gotta end the game. You know,
Gotta play a card.
Zero, let's go.
Gotta play a card.
Lear's not resolving, so
I mean, we only have one. If you're the ninja, you have one spell to play, and this is it. This is the one spell.
bounce treasure probably. Maybe.
Viewing battlefield, 5.5 minutes.
I suppose you could just target the Lear. So like,
Oh,
both
double
things will
target it?
bounce it for sure. Don't let your Lear resolve. Don't let the Divide by Zero get hit by like a test talent, something like that. You know.
Yep.
But
yeah, I think your play is correct. I think let's see what the ninja does, but I think going double bounce on Lear is
yeah.
what we should be.
But
doing
again,
here.
there is no right play if it takes too long. So.
Oh, the ninja, come on! There's another game after this if you win. Tick tock. Oh no, not targeting Lear. Let's see what happens.
All right, bounce token, make it blue. And I'm in like crazy disco roll over here.
Yeah, I feel like it's the finals of the Hooglandia Open. Now, and the fact this is only round 3 and it's not like in the top 8 is pretty cool too. We might just see this again today. Time warp! Oh no! Oh my gosh!
That was awesome.
Oh my gosh!
That was awesome. That was really, really cool.
Oh,
All right.
Wow.
I guess it feels better for Ninja though, because like that game was lost anyway. So it's not like it came down to a clock. That was just an insane sequence from yeah, that was crazy.
Wow.
Woo!
Wow.
Wild game.
All right, let's see who else is playing here. That was wild. That was actually wild.
I need a breather. Whew.
I need
That's
to
crazy.
calm my nerves on this one.
All right, well, what we got now?
All right, I believe that. Okay, this match was the last one.
Wow, that's weird. Who would have thought that they were the last match there? That's kind of bizarre.
Wow. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if the audience liked that, but I kind of liked the little things going back and forth in that mirror match.
Yeah, those some crazy games. Those games, like, that's the kind of mirror, if you've never played it before, you play one game and you're like, oh my God, I need a plan. Like,
yes.
I don't know what I'm doing here, to have a plan for what things should happen. So, whew.
Yeah, like in game 1, it went from haymaker, 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 and then there was no more haymakers except for one person had the Hullbreaker Horror, and then it's, can I answer this Hullbreaker Horror? The answer is no, you lose.
Yeah.
And then the flip side, the whole land advantage thing and disadvantage going both ways in the same game is like really weird. It hardly ever happens. And then the ninja came across the finish line, not across the finish line, but tried to get there with their copy of Hullbreaker Horror, and then didn't have quite enough mana to cast 2 spells on the last turn to stop the Lear and the Time Warp.
Yeah, I mean, if the egg hadn't been cast, that might probably been enough, right? So
Yep.
It's tough. It's tough to, like, you're playing, the clock's ticking. It's definitely very, very difficult. So yeah, I think that game was really, really predicated on those first few turns of the choice to not defend iteration on turn 3 or 4, as we turn 4 with the negate, or maybe turn 5 even, and then the choice to not just fire off the Prismari command and draw some cards, either main phase or end step. There was a few turns there of major stumbling. Was it unlucky to draw 5 spells in a row? Yeah, but the options and avenues were there to possibly get around that. So crazy early game, crazy late game, crazy match overall.
And think about this: if the 2 Divide by Zeros hadn't been discarded for hand size,
oh yeah,
There would be 2 more in hand, and he wouldn't have played the egg, held up both Divide by Zeros, and probably wins the game.
Absolutely, for sure. So
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. We're getting ready to pair the next round in round 4. I know there's a couple of decks that we have not been able to cover. Let's talk about Ubelstar's deck. Ubelstar has played. This is not his first Stream League. This is probably his 3rd or 4th Stream League. Also a member of the Abin team. We have not been able to cover his deck yet. So can you give us a little bit of a snapshot on Ubelstar's deck and what you like?
What deck is this? I see. Yeah. Esper mid-range, got it. Let's take a look here. We got this is interesting. An Esper mid-range deck. A lot of cards we don't normally see in the same deck. Don't often see Jazwari Disruption and Rite of Oblivion in the same deck list.
Oh my gosh,
so,
wow.
Taking the kind of the black-white core of Deadly Dispute, Eye Twitch, Meat Massacre, and Friends, and adding some blue cards, Fading Hope, Divide by Zero, Disruption, kind of a light splash for blue. This sort of makes sense in a lot of ways because these black decks tend to be really, really good against creature decks. You know, Meat Massacre, all these early blockers, great removal spells, Vanishing Verse. The problem is they suffer against the control decks where Vanishing Verse and Meat Massacre aren't very good against, Hullbreaker Horror. I guess Versus, but whatever, you get the idea. Discover the formula. So by splashing blue, this deck has access to counter spells in it. Sideboard cards like Malevolent Hermit, Test of Talents, and so on. So kind of gives you a little more game in that respect while also still being good against the creature deck. So kind of a cool looking list here, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it might have that same wrong half problem that the Rakdos burnish aggro deck that we saw in round 1. But it definitely has the ability, and what I love about mid-range decks, it has the ability to beat everything.
Yeah, definitely. The tools are there for sure.
So it looks like we are pairing the rounds right now. We have Dragozi versus Zansayed, John Ramos versus the Ninja. I don't know if you want to watch the Ninja play. Is it control again, or is it combo, whatever you want to call it? And we have Nimblesloth versus Ubelstar. So let's go ahead and take a look at Ubelstar here, playing against Nimblesloth. Can we go over the Nimblesloth's deck list?
Can it load up right now? This is versus
Ubelstar,
right? Ubelstar, sorry. So we got Esper Control, and we have pretty standard looking deck list here. Hullbreaker Horror, some Teferis, Fading Hope, Meat Massacre, Vanishing Verse, Key to the Archive. Most of the stuff you'd expect to see here: a Celestis, a Duress, some spicy one-ups here, like 1 Duress, 1 Stroke, 1 Discover the Formula, 1 Unexpected Conversion, a couple Considers. Just a pretty wide range here. Pretty standard looking. Not necessarily standard looking in the sense that like the list looks stock, but more so just the usual suspects. If you told me there's an Esper Control deck, I would expect most of these cards to be in the deck.
What do you think about Unexpected Conversion? And I kind of prefer Unexpected Conversion if you're playing some polarizing cards, like cards like a Meat Massacre that are going to be terrible against control. You can resolve that Unexpected Conversion, turn that into seeking a different card.
Yeah, card's sweet. It's a pretty fun design. Obviously, trying to get the get best of one, game 1, no sideboard kind of thing, where you get some like pre-sideboard sort of. Card's sweet. On rate, it's divination plus a little bit, which is fine, not super exciting. It's only 1 copy here, but definitely a cool card, very very flexible. And you're right, it does allow you to sort of fix that problem of like, well, I'm playing against aggro and I have a negate in my hand, or I'm playing against control and I have Meat Massacre in my hand. So it solves that wrong side problem.
Yeah, I think I do like that in control decks. I don't know if mid-range decks should be playing a card like that, but I'm particularly a fan of aggressively slanted mid-range decks, and maybe it has a wrong half problem or something. But I like jamming my aggressive decks and playing around my opponent's cards. I really like kind of taking a guess, an educated guess on what my a control opponent has in their hand, and just playing around it. And when they have it, it just feels so good.
Yeah, I think that people like, newer players tend to not like playing against control decks. And I wrote an article actually recently on cool stuff about how to play against control decks. Because what players who aren't as experienced against control decks don't realize is that you have all the control. When you're playing against a control deck, you're deciding when you play your spells, and then they have to react to you. So you can plot things out where you can play things in all the wrong turns for them, where the turn they want to cast their Memory Deluge, you play an important spell. Turn they want to Force Spike you, you play, a 2-drop instead of a 3-drop or whatever it is. So you have all the control against a control deck. deciding when you want to cast your spells, and it is very, very fun. I totally agree.
And when you're on the control side and someone else is playing like that, you get super frustrated. You're like,
Right.
man, I really need to play this 4-mana draw spell this turn, but do I want this Town Razor Tyrant to resolve? No. So then they cast a different spell. It's not the 4-mana spell, and then they lose out on mana the following turn, and maybe and you just can you can choose as the aggressive deck to just never let them cast their draw spell, and then when they do decide to cast their draw spell, you can hold a haste creature back or something, and when they cast it, you win the game.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. You know, people have much more agency than they think playing against counter spells.
All right, so we see iTwitch being resolving, getting environmental sciences here, drawing a couple cards. We had a Sedgemoor Witch and a Hengegate Pathway that gives us our white mana to round out all of our colors here. Bloodthirsty Adversary from Nimble Sloth comes down, deals 2. Let's see. Nimble Sloth is definitely I don't know, it's kind of a difficult spot for Nimble Sloth to be in, to be honest, with all of these like little chump blockers.
Yeah, for sure. They'll meet a massacre here. Sedgemoor Witch, a card very, very good. Don't see it a ton because it's hard to get the critical mass for enough spells for it. But with the blue cards added as well, Fading Hope, Divide by Zero, that kind of helps that. Also playing Hunt for Specimens. It's a lesson learned stuff happening to help with the Magecraft, but huge swing here. Get a little learn action going. Teaching's also a very cool card to have access to in your learn sideboard as a pretty solid card draw spell.
Yeah, especially in an aggressive slanted deck. Maybe with a little bit of creatures, maybe your hand runs out a little bit too fast. You draw too many creatures, then you can go ahead and refill your hand. Your hand's probably going to be 1 or 2 cards at that point. Your control opponent, if it is a control opponent, will probably have more than 4 cards in hand. So higher chance than normal to draw 3 cards off of that card.
Yeah, risky spot here, though. Going down to 1 blocker in play with a Stormseeker in play and no real interaction aside from this disruption. So obviously we see a 4-drop here, that'd be great, but going to be a pretty big attack here. And then an interesting choice of, do you want to block with iSwitch and use the Dispute or leave up Disruption?
I feel like if you're Nimble Sloth, you're kind of excited about this Dispute. You wanted to play your Town Razor Tyrant if you have it before combat to give it haste, but you did want to play around Jawar Disruption if that's the case. Now the mana has been used. Now Town Razor Tyrant or something else can come down.
I think that if Sloth had Tyrant, they were just jamming it. I think that waiting with the haste effect in play, if it gets countered, it's not great. But if it resolves, the game actually just ends for the most part.
yeah, so, you're right about that.
I'd be pretty surprised to see a Town Razor post thing. It's also only 2 disruptions in the board, so we actually see it getting looted away here, which is pretty interesting. So we shall see. We shall see what Sloth has in store for us here.
Want to see this Town Razor Tyrant?
Wow. All right, there it is. So now, but now, there's Meetup Massacre for 4 here. So this just plays perfectly into everything Star wanted to do.
With that treasure, it definitely did it. And if Nimblesloth had jammed the Town Razor Tyrant into the Jawar Disruption, that wouldn't have been discarded either. So a different card would have been discarded, but
right,
same result.
Still a decent spot for Sloth though. Double Town Razor here, making 2 of his lands very painful.
And for those of you who don't know, Nimblesloth just started streaming like 2 weeks ago, and has been playing in the Stream League. He is a member of this chat here for a pretty long time, and he had the urge to start streaming. So, and he's very good at it as well. So, encourage you guys to follow him if you'd like, and check out his content. All right, we got white mana back here. Cast a Sedgemoor Witch, and then Vanishing Verse. Make a token. I mean, this spot's pretty good for Ubelstar.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's cool seeing the Witch see play. You know, it's a very powerful card, but decks in Standard and Alchemy can't necessarily always find enough spells to make it work. But a little extra lesson learned stuff here. Divide by Zero is pretty sweet, and kind of hit the sweet spot because the card's very good in this deck. The extra tokens are great with blocking, Meetup Massacre. There's also a couple copies of Plum the Forbidden in this deck.
That card's pretty scary.
So pretty cool. Ooh, and this is a big splash for this Rakdos deck, or Rakdos deck, quote unquote. It's a Mardu deck actually, and Showdown of Skulls is a monster card.
It really is. I like the fact that it's card advantage, and of course, it makes your smaller creatures that they play as well huge.
Yeah, card's just super good.
Here we go.
That was a big spot because Divide by Zero, I guess, can't. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we can be guessed now. Divide by Zero is phenomenal here. Now that Stars Ahead gets this attack here, leave up Divide by Zero, say go. They play one of these 4-drops, bounce it. But no, I got a Plum here, actually. Or not.
I would have been surprised.
Yeah, I mean, leave the Divide here just seems phenomenal. 7 power in play. Unfortunately for Sloth, the hit off Showdown wasn't great. 2 4-drops and a 2-mana spell, and not guaranteed to have land number 6 here either. So, Showdown, you really want to get all the spells off it if you can. Only getting 2 is not ideal.
All right, we're going to see us get divided by 0. It takes it from exile and puts it in hand, which is something you don't want, but there's a witch and a bunch of tokens on the board right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty good spot to be in. The Plum actually might be lethal, right?
I would say
7, and then plum everything away with the Meadic Massacre.
I would say that if Nibblesoft had an untapped land, they would have cast a Braid before they cast down Razor to see if it got divided by 0.
No, this is lethal. Yeah, it's definitely lethal. So Pest Summoning, cast the Plum the Forbidden.
You've got to make sure the auto tapper doesn't destroy you. Paying all black mana for this.
That is true. All right, there it is. Many, many pests.
It's actually a cool combo win con.
Yeah. So 7, sack 7 things. They take 7. Then what life's a wash for you? I guess you draw 7 cards also, but
I guess you can draw 7. Don't worry about it. You just kill them.
Yeah. So.
And you gain 7 life too.
Oh yeah, the pest is double life gain. You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
What is the game lagging?
Meat hook. So 2 mana, draw 7, gain 7, deal 7. It's pretty good.
I think the game doesn't want Star to win this.
What's
Is it frozen? It's not frozen, right? Oh no. Not like this. What's happening? Well, oh come on, Star! You're giving us too much suspense. What's happening? What's going to happen? You know what? It's just the client's fault. Just if everything goes wrong, just blame the client. Oh no. Well,
might have been a client restart.
We really hope that Star won the game there, like they should have. But all right, well, that's a nice win for Star, and we're gonna get back into this match once his arena client comes back up. And unfortunately, if there is a loss from this, that would be really, really unfortunate. This deck is really a really sweet deck. The arena is loading up right now, so we're gonna get into the game in just a second.
Esports.
Esports. Just scream it. All right. Looks like we're loading into the match right now, so let's go ahead and get back into it.
The thing is that even if the turn gets passed here, Plum's an instant, right? So
unless it uses the mana and the Plum and just
draw 1.
Passes the turn, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Uh-oh.
Okay, is that just an internet problem at this point then? Oh,
I mean, we're watching the stream, so the internet's got to be working, right? Oh, right. Arena.
Okay. Well.
James, how are you doing?
How are you doing, Jeff? All right. We're waiting over 45 seconds here for the next match to start, and it looks like we're starting again. So, it looked like a pretty convincing win, actually, from Star in that first game. Hopefully, Star doesn't lose out on the match from that. Hopefully. It looks like a lot of time has been taken to where that might be a possibility, and that's really unfortunate. But
hopefully Arena also is not globally going down as well, because that would be awkward.
Just like it did last time we tried to do Stream League.
Yeah, it's indie game company and so on and so forth.
All right, well, we can go over to a different match in the meantime. If this match doesn't come up, we're currently trying to still get in the match right now, and you can't see this in the audience, but I know that Star is reloading back up Arena, so hopefully we get to come back into this match because I really do want to see this match. And we weren't able to see Ubelstar play earlier on in the tournament, and it is already round 4 of the tournament. We've been going pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, they could like restart the match if they, like they could just restart the match. Mardu concedes game 1, they just play out games 2 and 3 if like the match gets destroyed, because obviously the game was over. We'll see what happens, obviously.
Yes.
But
so in the meantime, let's go ahead and go over to another match being played here. We have, let's see, we have Dragozy playing here until we figure that one out. We have Dragozy playing against Zansaya. Dragozy won game 1, playing Jeskai Dragons against Zansaya Sacrifice deck. So let's go ahead and get a quick look at the sideboarding process of Dragozy against Zansayed. While we wait for Ubelstar's match to get back up, we'll finish this one in the meantime.
This is a big match. Both players are 3-0, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, both players have 9 points. Yep, 3-0.
Yep, there are 3 players in the tournament that are currently undefeated. This is our one undefeated match. This is a spot where these blue cards are going to come in clutch for Dragozy, giving an answer to the big spells out of Zan's deck. Doomscar, Munich Massacre, etc., etc. And countering that one spell is going to be clutch. And don't forget how good Goldspan Dragon is with counter spells. Because it lost the targeting ability, it's a little bit worse now. You still play Goldspan, attack with it, make a treasure, and can counter their Doomscar on their turn, which is very, very powerful. Pretty good hand here, too, for Dragozy. You got Whelp, Test Talents, a couple Dragons, Goldspan Dragon. And we're off. Looking at Zan's sideboard. A couple Doomscars. Not a ton else going on, honestly. There's also 1 Legion Angel main and 3 board for Zan. Wouldn't be surprised to see him board in one of those Angels. It's very, very good against Dragons. You kind of want to draw it.
Yep.
You don't need the full set. 1 or 2 is good. Slayer's Bounty.
If Slayer's Bounty is a card that Zansayed has been high on ever since the card came out in this type of deck that he's playing. And it does let you see the information of every creature in your opponent's hand, which is very good information. It also gets to be a regular clue and draw a card down the line, and also get a spell book. So you get to draw a card and another card, and look at the creatures for 1 mana.
Yeah, the card's pretty sweet. It's kind of like Divination, just like divvied over 2 turns with a little bit of upside, too.
Right. And the upside of seeing every creature in opponent's hands, like, very, very valuable. And also, there's copies of Deadly Dispute in Zansayed's deck, I believe, that can also sacrifice that. And the wording of that is, even if you Deadly Dispute it, you still get to get a spellbook look at it.
Right, because you're sacrificing a clue.
Yep.
So pretty stacked hand for Dragozy here. Hazard can kill the Spellbinder, multiple dragons. Of course, the cost reduction will persist over into exile. So the spell will cost 1 more than printed, with Spellbinder making it cost 2 more, and Whelp costing 2 less. Also a turn where Whelp's going to live. So we're going to see more cost reduction on these dragons, which is pretty huge. Pretty chunky hand for Dragozy. Ooh, oh boy. All right, so a second Whelp can reduce the cost of these dragons down ridiculously, at the cost of playing Orb of Dragonkind or Spikefield Hazard. Hazard as a land here is probably just necessary, even though it kills to have a Spellbinder. And honestly, Whelp just blocks Spellbinder really, really well too. So I think the big question here is it Whelp or is it Orb this turn?
Right. I honestly think it is. I think it's Orb. I think it's Whelp.
I think I agree with Whelp also. Like Ave,
because
Whelp,
Orb gives you 1 more mana. Fearsome Whelp here gives you 2 mana. If you think about it that way.
Also guarantees a block on the Spellbinder.
Yep.
And just now you have a 1 mana Moonveil and a 2 mana Inferno, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, like 3 mana Inferno here is just. I think Dragons is the best at playing with as little lands as possible in this format, because you get to reduce your cards to the point where you just know you don't need to draw lands anymore, right?
Yeah. Still a lot of cards in hand for Zan though, so a lot of options here.
I've definitely lost to dragons by them having 2 lands before.
Yes, 1-mana Moonveils are pretty insane. Pretty insane.
I mean, it's always the last dragon they play too. So it's like you feel like they're out of gas, and then you just cast a 1-mana Moonveil and then cast a couple spells, and they keep cycling through their hand.
Yep. All right, we see the speed stack the bounty here. A little cute little trick for Zan, but a lot of pressure coming. I like that you don't get to see the card that's drafted, but I hate it. You know, you're so used to cards whenever a card is like searched for, knowing what it is, but not knowing it's like, ooh, come on. All right, card is drafted.
Here we go.
Cards are drawn. A lot of cards in hand for Zan.
7 cards in hand for Zan.
And a Foretell. So the only card that can be is Doomscar.
Not a bad card to foretell though in this situation.
Yep. So now we see test talents here, and Crossroads can come in untapped on blue.
I believe it can come in tapped because no, it can come in untapped. Yeah, because the inside went first this game.
Right. So we can see it on blue here. Going to name white though. Again, I wish they would add a symbol or border to the Crossroads in play, because I have to imagine the one on the left is on blue then. So we can see Orb of Dragonkind here. Oh, I'm sorry. Orb requires you to have a mana like a Signet, right?
Yes.
So you can't go Orb and things. So what? But Moonveil for 1 is pretty good here. Send the Whelps in. Test Talents is still up, and this looks great for Dragozy. And the funny part is, even if the Doomscar were to resolve, there's still a 6/6 haster in hand as well.
Yeah, that's what I love about the haste creatures in this format against controlling decks, is that you just play them after a sweeper, and it's like they never swept.
I gotta imagine Doomstar's getting cast here, and Zan's gonna be really, really unhappy once it gets test talents. I guess Zan knows about the test of talents because of the. So
if you're Zan, do you just get it test of talents? I don't know.
This is a tough spot, you know. It depends on what options are available to Zan. You know, is there a Vanishing Verse available or something like that, where like you can small ball for a little bit, but Spellbinder again. All right, this is pretty good.
All right, so this allows Zen Saya to play the card, play Doomscar. Oh, doesn't play it.
Okay, so this is not a terrible turn. I mean, Infernos cost 2 now. But you can't leave up Test Talents and Inferno here. So if Inferno comes down, Doomscar will come down also. But this is Dragozy starting to run out of resources a little bit.
I like the Spellbinder on Test of Talents because Zan is basically saying, if you want to use Test of Talents, it's going to be all you do.
Right.
And that gives Zan Side a significant tempo advantage.
All right, we see land number for 6 here.
I think you keep that.
I guess with the Orb you don't have to. So you can play Orb this turn, and then next turn you can go Inferno plus Test Talents.
I think I like the Temple on top because it means that if you draw another Inferno or in this Goldspan Dragon, if Whelp dies, you can cast your cards. There's an argument for putting it to the bottom as well, and you can always draw another land afterwards.
Yeah, so leaving up Test Talents here and not playing the Orb, this is a little peculiar to me because I don't know what test will actually counter here that matters. A lot of the cards in Zan's decks are enchantments, they're creatures. There's Legion Angel, great card here, as I was saying.
Maybe holding the test for the Rite of Oblivion, so trying to hold up mana for Inferno plus test, and that's why the land was kept on top.
But you can just bottom a land and cast the Orb. Like, why did
that's
Test
be
left up flat on that turn? What was Test going to counter? You know, leaving a land on top is a pretty big cost. You know.
Yep. And
now the Inferno gets blocked by both creatures, so you don't even need to cast the Doomscar.
Interesting.
Everything's face up here. All cards are known information, so this feels like a really easy double block for Zan.
I mean, with all cards being known information, I think I like Zan in this spot for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
especially
almost out.
Especially the sweeper that we know is foretold. There's another Legion Angel, which is going to get a couple more after this, and 4 extra cards in hand.
Yeah, I really can't see not playing Orb here. I just don't know what Test of Talents is ever going to target. You know, one of the things about counterspells is like leaving it up on a turn you want to counter something, as we were saying earlier. Like Test has been up for 2 turns now, hasn't even had an option to counter anything. And this mana could have been spent on Orb Dragonkind, could have orbed and activated and reduced the cost of a dragon from Whelp all in that 1 turn, you know, and decided not to. So.
And if we had waited and not done that play, Spikefield Hazard would have been drawn for when Zan goes to double block. You can just Spikefield Hazard the 3/1.
Right. So it's all cascading, you know. With the orb also, like, I mean, Test of Talents is up here again, but you know, it's not really. I don't know what it's countering that matters. And the orb could have activated main phase to cost reduce from the Whelp as well. A lot of tough little things here, you know.
Yep. All of a sudden,
Zan has been kind of pressing every little advantage to kind of get things going for looking for game 3.
Yep. All of a sudden, Zan is super far ahead.
Yeah. As I said, Angel's great against these decks. You know, the body lines up perfectly, and you love trading off an Angel for a dragon. So, all right. I mean, we see the orb activate here.
All right.
Almost missed, but not quite. So this Goldspan would have cost 4 if it had been done main phase. And now Goldspan can come down and attack, make mana for Test of Talents, but just gets blocked by Legion Angels. This is a tough spot. Looking like game 3 here.
I think if I'm Dragozy, I just cast Moonveil and potentially pass. I'm not sure. It's really tough. I mean, you could go Goldspan Dragon and leave it up. That's not even good because there's Rite of Oblivion there, ready to sacrifice the Slayer's Bounty already. So I don't really know what you do. It's kind of a rock and a hard place position for Dragozy right now.
Yeah, I don't see a way out here. If the Goldspan had cost 4, nah, that's still not enough. And the Spikefield was played last turn, but like, yeah, this is just an unfortunate spot here. And then also like, unless Dragozy plans on casting Spikefield Hazard here, why not play the Goldspan that costs 6 and not 5?
I was thinking the same
also
thing.
Reduce the cost of the dragons already in your hand too.
Maybe trying to bluff another Test of Talents in hand.
Perhaps.
But then again, what is he countering? Like what is he gonna play?
I don't know.
All right.
All right. The Legion continues. So, I mean, Hazard, I guess, takes care of his eye twitch, but that's not really the.
All of a sudden, two turn clock
right
here from Zan. Land gets drawn here, so we go what? Moonveil Regent plus Test of Talents, the Rite of Oblivion, which might not even be cast because Zan knows about it.
Right, and the thing is that like the Angels attack twice here. You know, attack with the Angels. Why cast a spell? Play something else. You know, there's not really any major pressure on Zan. Zan's got the board right now. I'm sure Zan has other creatures that he can play. Sure.
Brushstroke, can't get Test of Talents.
Yep. Attack with the Angels. Let it ride. No reason to cast a spell here. So
I think I like casting Brushstroke after combat though, because if Moonveil blocks, it can just kill Blood on us for free. Oh wait, no, it can't. No, it can't because there won't be other colors.
Correct. And just sack the clue naturally. Draw a card, draft a card. We haven't seen the card drafted yet from the first spellbook either.
Not a terrible draw, but I mean,
yeah, honestly, that's not that bad, right? I mean, I would have cast the. Actually, it doesn't matter, I guess. So, attack here, get it for a bunch. Absence one of these Legion Angels.
draw a card. Oh.
Still tap talents up.
All right, it's not necessarily that bad. You can't cast both spells, but at least Zan knows that you can cast Test of Talents. But Zan probably knows that if they cast Test of Talents, they lose. So like, might just play into it.
All right. Here's an absence.
Draw a card. Okay, I mean, life gain.
So still many, many cards in hand for Zan, and now Test of Talents is down.
Zan could potentially win with a Meat Hook Massacre here.
That would do it, yeah.
Or just the Doomscar wins the game too. Oh, checking for another Test of Talents first. I like that.
Sure, that works. All right, cool. Very well played by Zan. Very well played game by Zan.
Target yourself.
All right, game 3.
Yeah,
So-
pretty clean game there.
You know, Test Talents obviously not meant for this matchup. You know, more for the spell-based like blue-red decks and blue-white decks and control decks and stuff like that. Still okay, but not ideal.
That might
If
have
it was
been
Single Stroke or
brought
something
in.
like that, be a lot better off. But
Might have been
Zan
brought
able to
into
navigate
the,
around it perfectly
the
in that
deck
game.
post board because that was game 2, so it was sided in.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I would consider Divine Purge being really good against Zan's deck. It's not really good, but there's a lot of little things that can come onto the battlefield that you would love to make the 1 mana things into 3 mana things that come in tapped.
It's also cute because it kills the bloods and the clues.
Yep, it kills the clues, all the bloods, even tokens that are made. It's not good against, Legion Angel, but that's a 1 over 2 of if Zan brings one in.
Yeah, I mean, I like it too, honestly. It mops up the tokens from Wedding Announcement, Treasures from Dispute, Blood tokens.
I don't even hate Flame Blast Bolt because Flame Blast Bolt gets rid of Blood Artist with exiling it.
Yep. Eye Twitch.
Yep.
Spellbinder.
Yep. And those cards are not in the deck for Jagozi.
Yeah, and a card like Fateful Absence, like, there isn't really a good target for Fateful Absence in this deck.
Outside of
I suppose
Legion
Legion Angel is the best one, but that's also not a card you want to kill Fateful Absence, really.
But then you have a Braid as well that you could have brought in place, and that does the same thing, right? A Braid still kills Legion Angel.
Yeah, so, yeah, we'll see. Not a great opener. Got a Scryland, though. Fucking a mulligan. A little surprised to see the dragon go. I think the absence looks a little worse, but decent enough hand here. 3 lands, couple dragons. A little unexciting in the sense that there's no accelerant.
A little surprised with the no Spectral Hazard tapped there as well.
Yeah, valuing the hazard to kill things like Eye Twitch, but like on a mulligan of 6 in the play, you got to make your land drops, Curse of Silence.
That's a card that Zan has played before and said it was underrated, so a little not surprised that he's the one playing it.
I glossed over that. There are 4 main deck copies of Curse of Silence in this deck.
Oh my gosh, Curse of Silence is a 1 mana answer to Whelp, and it basically counters it on turn 2. Because it can't cast it.
I am astounded. 4 main deck copies of Silence here.
4 main deck copies?
4 main deck copies.
I mean, if you're on the draw, all you gotta do is see. I mean, it's a lot better in open deck list, I must say.
That's fair. That is very fair.
Because the sad part about a main deck 1-drop like Curse of Silence like that is if you're on the play on ladder, you have no idea what to call.
Right. The old blind Gabalt there before my boomers out
exactly. But in open deck list, I mean, the card's amazing, right? You're playing against dragons, you just call Whelp on turn 1, even if you're on the play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would go with amazing. It seems fine. They could just like in this game, it hasn't actually done anything. Just a 1-mana enchantment just sitting on the battlefield. Not sure. Zan's smart. I'm not convinced yet. Pretty good Spellbinder here, though. Take Moonveil, I would assume, the castable dragon. Also, it's like a Vanishing Verse in hand for Zan or something like that. And these absences are looking pretty bad here. Looking pretty bad. All right, well, there's your Whelp. I imagine we'll be drawing a card for Zan.
Well, there's a card that made Whelp 4 mana that drew a card. Pretty good.
I mean, the reality is that like that mana is being wasted this turn anyway.
Yeah.
Right. You know, unlikely to cast Absence probably. I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm not sold. Maybe we'll see more of that card as the tournament goes on, but so far I'm not sold on this card.
I personally like Paladin class much more than that card. But of course they have way different uses, but against control they have similar uses, and I'd much rather prefer Paladin class.
Yeah, again, the big thing here I think this game is these two Absence in hand. As I was saying in sideboarding, I don't think this card's very good against hand. Doesn't really have any good targets. It's gonna be grindy games. You don't want to give them a clue. Oh my god.
It actually gives them a token to sacrifice to Rite of Oblivion.
Right. You know, like so it is cute in concert with Divine Purge because you can exile the clues, but the Purge didn't even come in, so
yeah. And I honestly think Dragosi's undefeated, right?
And not feel bad about it. So
is Dragosi undefeated? I'm pretty sure he is.
They both are, yes.
They're both 4 now. No, they're both 3 now.
All right, well, there's a Adult Gold Dragon. Does not look very good in the face of Spellbinder here. And Zan is just running.
Just trading him, man. Just trading him.
Zan is so far ahead in resources. It's unbelievable.
Good old Mine Rot.
It's been the card of the day.
It has been the card of the day.
Everywhere.
I love myself some Mine Rot. It also exiles the graveyard. Even against decks like Zenside's deck, I usually bring in 1 or 2 copies of Go Blank of my own. I usually like to hold Beat Hook Massacre for like the end of the game, and if you can catch them on that, it's really good. Also exiles the Rite of Oblivions in the graveyard.
So, not a lot of lands for Zan, but flush with the cards, Curse of Silence again.
I'm going to call Moonveil Region here, making it impossible to cast next turn.
I guess. All right.
I mean, that's not a terrible draw, but you do this, you open the Dragonkind for a dragon for next turn, or even this turn, and then discount it.
Yeah, I would definitely activate it this turn. Yeah, I think that's a pretty big mistake. You want to orb on your turn. I suppose you could argue you're playing around like another Go Blank, but there aren't that many Go Blanks in Zan's deck, and the cost reduction right now is huge. Most of your dragons cost 5. You have 4 lands in play. You know, just crack this orb, get the cost reduction going, and go from there. 7 mana Moonveil. 8 mana.
You know, basically Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah. All right. I mean, again, Zan not really doing a ton, but ahead on cards by a lot. Found the land too. It's pretty clutch.
Definitely giving Dragosi time to like draw a Town Razor Tyrant and start doing some damage.
Yep.
Come on, use over the Dragonkind.
Yeah, I think trying to wait to get to 8 mana for Moonveil is pretty insane. So hop the org here. And
all right, Moonveil it is.
Moonveil would have cost less though. It would have cost 6.
It would have.
Yeah. 5, I mean.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
It draws Tyrant anyway. So.
You know what? Sometimes
19 life, Zan is still looking pretty good here.
Sometimes Tyrant just wants the top of your deck. What can I say?
Card's good. Card's good.
Shadow's Sanctum just made that 4th land drop and going right back down to 3 potentially.
I mean, still plenty of life to play with here though. Yep. 16 life.
Got a Blood
Artist in play. Brushstroke in play. You know, still plenty of cards. Doomscar still suspended in the Foretell zone.
All right, what does Zan decide to do here? Probably Doomscar over there. It's the only card that can foretell, right?
Yeah, yes. So there it is. So a couple points of life. And I think this Doomscar speaks loudly to the fact that Zan is very pleased with his hand. Yep. Zan is saying, you know what? Ain't the best Doomscar of all time, but as long as I'm alive, I'm going to win this game. Because I have 4 good spells in my hand. And taking that approach. And now this game's getting real awkward for Dragosi here. With 2 5-drops in hand, 4 lands in play. Also an 8-drop. And not much else going on.
Also an 8-drop.
Yep.
There's Elite Spellbinder going to take that Adult Gold Dragon to make sure that an untapped land isn't an out. Elite Spellbinder does an amazing job at blocking Adult Gold Dragon. Crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Gold Dragon missing that 4th toughness is
doesn't
monumental.
Take Adult Gold Dragon because then side's like, well, if they draw a land, I'll just block Adult Gold Dragon anyway.
Yeah, I think taking the Moonveil there is definitely correct. So here's a Valorous stance that honestly doesn't really do much. I mean, it could defend a creature maybe, but a lot of the effects that Zan has that remove things, Vanishing Verse, Meat of Massacre, don't care about Indestructible. And there are 0 targets in Zan's deck for the backside of Valorous Stance, barring things getting bigger off of like announcement and stuff like that. So Brushstroke again.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game's already over.
Yeah.
Unless there's like 3 Town Wizard Tyrants off the top of the library.
Even then, with now there's 2 Brushstrokes in place, every blood stack is 2 life.
Yep.
Every creature is a life or 2. You know, it's all going to add up.
A lot of card selection from Zan too, so probably never going to run out of gas.
Yep.
Gonna keep that Spellbinder back, saying if you want to attack an adult Gold Dragon into this, be my guest. Nope, just going for life.
Yeah, it's gonna fire it in. Seems very reasonable to me. No guarantee that Dragosi draws a land.
There it is.
They do.
It's Christmas.
So here comes the dragon, but we get to see, again, Zan can sack a blood here, gain some life, draw a card, untap, answer the dragon, and keep right on rolling along.
Honestly, Zan probably has the answer to the dragon, so didn't care either way.
Yeah, no blood stack means that for sure Zan's hand is all rolled up.
And after that Izzet mirror match, I think I kind of got hungry.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
waiting for
feeling
that
it too
match
a
to
little
finish.
All right, 4 cards for Zan, and the world at his fingertips. Brushstroke number 3. Every blood is a lightning helix. Pretty good. Oh, wow. Yeah. And then the Rite of Oblivion obviously being in the graveyard.
Yep.
Really seals the deal.
Yep, Rite of Oblivion was the exact card I was thinking of. Double Blood Artist. Yeah. Is there a Crush of the Week somewhere?
Yeah, I don't think so. There is not.
We are definitely in garbage time.
It's funny to note, though, Divine Purge was a card we discussed possibly bringing in.
Yep.
Although, honestly, at this point, I mean, you could recast all these spells for what they are. You know, like...
Yeah.
So... One
There we go.
is conjured.
Alright,
so,
a card they can cast and potentially save with Valorous Stance, but probably not going to be enough. iTwitch is gonna make them lose 2 life, and Zan's gonna gain 2 life off just blocking with iTwitch. There's a Vanishing Verse that comes down.
Sure.
This is as much garbage time as you can get here.
Just got it all.
Yeah, the card selection off the blood tokens is really good.
Yeah, and then the drains really add up too between the blood artists and the blood strokes. You know, a lot of life gain in this game from Zan, kind of like turning off the possible like cheesy outs for Dragosi.
Yeah, at this point, Dragosi can only hope to get like 6/6 haste dragons, and at that point, Zan can gain so much life it's not going to matter.
Right. Sack of Blood, Lightning Helix.
Go to 4, maybe a Meat Hook for lethal.
Yeah, I mean, basically anything is lethal here. So
honestly, just waiting till next turn is also lethal.
Yep. And that is a I don't know what that is.
That is a negate.
Negate, I guess.
Yep. All these arts on Arena, you don't know what the cards are anymore.
Yeah, I definitely dislike the Asian language
oh my gosh,
alt art cards because I can't read them or look at their art to know what they are. So I just never know what they are. So
it's like, wait, what card is that again?
All right, it's a very impressive match by Zan. Very impressive games. Deck looks great. Looks great.
Yep, that was very impressive. All right, let's see if we have one more match still going on here. Looks like we don't have a match still going on. Maybe that was the last one. Double check here a little bit. And so we see a guarantee. I believe that was a guaranteed first place. Maybe even if Zan loses next round.
We
Guaranteed first place after Swiss.
Yes, because the other 3-0 also lost. So right now Zan is our lone undefeated player at 4-0.
All right. So we've seen Zan's deck a couple of times. And Zan won like pretty convincing both times. Also, winning against dragons in the way that Zan did win against dragons is very telling on how powerful that deck is. Because that deck has hardly any flyers. Like it has a copy of Legion Angel and a few few eye twitches to maybe chump block, but without a lot of copies of Vanishing Verse in the main deck, really can get blown out by some dragons in game 1, which we did see happen. Dragozy won game 1, presumably by casting a lot of dragons and Zan not being able to block. But post board, having access to 4 copies of Rite of Oblivion and up to 4 copies of Vanishing Verse, the deck does a really good job, and especially Elite Spellbinder being able to block Adult Gold Dragon. It was basically just unwinnable at some point in the game for how expensive the dragons were to cast at some point.
And the big test is going to be the black decks tend to not line up well against the spell decks. So far, Zan's path in this tournament has been 2-1 against Rakdos Dragons, 2-0 against Rakdos Vampires, 2-1 against Azorius Midrange, and now 2-1 against Boros Dragons. Zan has not played against the Leer deck yet. And again, the weakness of these black-white decks typically is they're really good against creatures, but not as good against the major end games these control decks have. So that'll be a test for Zan. So far, Zan's managed to avoid them, but at 4-0, eventually Leer and Hullbreaker are going to come down and come knocking. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yep, the game plan for that deck has to be, maybe that's the game plan for control decks. The card that we saw earlier, the Curse of Silence. Maybe that's the game plan. Make some things more expensive. Play Elite Spellbinder. Look at their hand. Play around their hand. Make their things more expensive that way. Play some Paladin classes potentially out of the sideboard if he plays those. He's been known to play Paladin class in decks like that, so we'll see if he plays that. Wedding Announcement is a very powerful card against control, being able to make a couple 1/1s that can't be divided by 0, that have to be Fading Hoped or Fateful Absence or whatever they're going to play to get rid of the tokens. And everything gets bigger as well. Not only that, when you get rid of the board, if it's a sweeper that destroys things, then Blood Artist gets a bunch of burn triggers. If it's a thing like Divine Purge, that's a little bit tougher for that deck to deal with, but hopefully there's a couple copies of Sanguine Brushstroke to do the last points of damage of burn. So that's going to be the way that deck beats control decks, but the control deck's end game is so strong and gains so many cards that it's going to be really hard for that deck to beat control.
Yeah, there are no Duresses, and there are 3 Go Blanks, and no Paladin classes in the sideboard. So main deck, 4 Spellbinder, 4 Curse Silence, sideboard, 3 Go Blank, and we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
It looks like John Ramos is still playing against the Ninja. Let's go ahead and see John Ramos's point of view right now, actually. That wasn't the last match. We have 1 match remaining. This is going to be a look at John Ramos' side of the board with a Hullbreaker Horror on the board, a couple Burn Down the Houses being cast here, being copied. We'll see if Divide by 0 comes down and bounces one of these. Burn Down the House trying its best to get rid of Hullbreaker Horror, but we've seen in previous matches that it's really difficult to get rid of Hullbreaker Horror if you're on the Ninja side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, resource-wise here, the Great's running out of resources. Divide can save the Hullbreaker Horror for now, but 7 cards in hand, including a Leer for the Ninja, and infinite mana. This is going to be interesting.
This actually could be interesting if there's still a draw spell out of the Learn board for John Ramos.
Yes.
Because it's going to be guaranteed 3 draws, potentially.
This is interesting. So we're going to see the Divide by 0 deal with the Burn Down the House, but also bounce the Hullbreaker Horror.
It says select a card to discard. There's no more Learn package in the sideboard. They're all gone.
All right, here comes Hall of Storm Giants. This is a crazy turn to come into. All right.
And now all of a sudden Hullbreaker Horror can just get divided by 0 on the stack. Oh, we see a Leer here. Is there a 1 mana divide by 0 in the graveyard?
I saw a lot of things in that graveyard.
I saw basically his entire
Doomblade,
deck.
There was a Charizard first edition. There's an Ace of Spades. There's a lot of stuff in there. I don't know what's what, but
I'm pretty sure there was an entire YouTube channel in there.
Yeah, like. All right, well, here comes the verse. And what's going to get bounced here? The treasure? I'm going to assume there's no one mana spells. So all those cards are gone again. Put the Charizard and the Ace of Spades in the garbage. And we're back to playing Hullbreaker Horror versus the World here.
And Hullbreaker Horror versus the World is not that good with just a land in hand.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the top of the Great's deck here. We need a spell or two. And unfortunately, the Ninja, though, 5 minutes left. This is still game 1. This is what you sign up for when you play these decks. You're gonna play some long games. You got to be ready for it.
Now, the Ninja is notably played pretty slow, and very methodical, and this is why he wins a lot of matches. But specifically on Arena, you just lose the match if it goes to 0. And at this point, if I was John Ramos, which is Azrael and Great here on Arena, I would be just making the Ninja take the most actions possible.
Oh yeah, I'm block. Like that. That block, in a vacuum doesn't look great because now Spikefield Hazard and friends can kill the Hullbreaker Horror. You don't care. If that block means eat 1 minute of the Ninja's clock, there's no way.
Oh my gosh, conceding!
4 minutes to win 2 games is not enough, and it's like, it feels bad, but the reality is that, you play chess with the clock for a reason. You play Magic with the clock for a reason. The clock is part of the game, and you don't want to put yourself in a spot where you're trying to beat your opponent and the clock at the same time. I speak from experience here, too. Those who don't know, my first SG Players Championship in 2014, I was the feature match against Brian Braun. Round 1, Players Championship on camera, Tournament of the Year. And I was playing Blue-White Control. And because of the structure of the Players Championship, it was sudden death because you couldn't have a draw. So game 3, I have the game under control, but too many Siege Rhinos for Brian, left him at like 25 life or whatever. Time ran out, and I lost to sudden death rules in a game I would have definitely won with 1 more minute.
Wow.
So you gotta, so you have your terrible clock story, I have my terrible clock story, but that's the clock. It's part of the game. You have to play with it, otherwise the games will go on forever. So I'm not sure what the Ninja's plan is going to be here, but with 4.5 minutes left, The
extra wrinkle in my clock story is that you covered it.
That is funny. Yes. I'm glad I was there for that. Front row seats.
You had front row seats to the demise of the top deck 4/4 Angels MDFC to be the blocker that got me to 0 seconds as I'm attacking for lethal.
Yep.
If it was a land, if it was something that couldn't block, anything like that, I win. And I had the pleasure of making the best content of my life at this point, in that minute. So we see a little bit of some time being taken on sideboarding. If you don't take enough time in the actual match, you can take your time in sideboarding. It doesn't actually affect your match clock timer. So I don't mind taking a bit of time in sideboarding, but the Ninja has to play like the boogeyman's chasing him right now.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm John here, I'm just boarding in every reactive card, boarding out my win conditions, and just like, all right, you have 4 minutes. Good luck. Because you gotta understand, that might sound kind of corny, but the reality is the clock is part of the game. Just like you play for your draws, you play for your removal spells, you play for certain creatures or whatever it is, the clock's part of the thing too. So, just like playing for a Wrath in your control deck, maybe you draw the Wrath. Here, you just play for the clock. So, play Hermit, buy some time. There's just no way Ninja can win 2 games in 4 minutes. It's just not possible.
You said it's corny, and I was about to make the Ninja's last name a corny joke. But I thought it'd be too corny.
So, perfect answer to the Hermit there,
yep.
But everybody, John only has lands here. Yep. But again,
it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and the thing is, the deck Ninja's playing is extremely difficult to play. So playing a game in 2 minutes is just it's not even possible. Not only completing the game actions, but just figuring out what to do.
At this point, for the Ninja, you have to have something that happened in the beginning of game 2 of the last match we saw from the Ninja. The opponent just doesn't hit their land drops ever, and then you run away with the game, except for it didn't happen like that. There was a 2 land drops from him before, missed the 3rd land drop. Okay, now is your chance. This is the game that you get for free. Win game 2, and then now you can start game 3 with 6 minutes left on the clock. That's not going to be one of these games, since there's a bunch of mana in Azrael the Great's hand.
Yeah, and I love keeping the verse there. The Vanishing Verse is it's sketchy against this deck. It does kill their end game threats, but only in the end game. But just keep it. They got to kill you. Whatever, just hang out, hold the verse in your hand, One more card than to deal with as far as resolving the threats. A minute's already been gone here. This is not enough time.
At this point, we're going to see totally just non-optimal plays from both sides just to take less clock.
Yep.
But game, oh, there we go. There's the aggro play here.
That's an avenue.
And Vanishing Verse doesn't get rid of any of these because literally all of them are double colored.
That's true. We still get to see Soren here make a token. Then we can see Lear come down next turn. Lear's not at castable spells yet. And of course, Divide by Zero can't kill these tokens either, so...
I wouldn't be surprised if the ninja just plays a land and fires up the land.
Yeah, I mean, definitely taking the right path here, but there's now less than 3 minutes left, so...
This is the ninja's version of Esper aggro.
Yeah, you know, honestly. Alright, attack the Planeswalker, coming in. You're going to keep the Planeswalker around front of the blocker, which seems reasonable to me. It's still a pretty big attack, though. Down to 7.
This is actually kind of scary, and it's like really good that the ninja's winning this fast, but maybe doesn't get a chance to finish game 3 in 2 minutes.
Love the play here. So Spike Hazard the Soren for 1 to make it so he can't draw a card. Oh, yeah, so he can't make a token, I mean.
Draw that one.
And put it in hand.
Maybe we just like...
Nothing on
I wonder what's in the graveyard that you don't cast Lear there. Because that's a
There's
trump blocker.
It's a Divide by Zero. That's really it. But now you can see Vanishing Verse in the land.
Jump blocker.
Take 6. And
Yep.
again, the thing is that, like, now there's 2.5 minutes left. You know, so, like, this game is going to end, like we said last time, best case scenario with 2 minutes to go for Ninja to win a game.
And that's not a good scenario. So
yeah.
Soren's going to minus, Lear's going to come down, you have 2 blockers, now what are you going to do?
Yep. Also, now Lear's Divide by Zero in the graveyard too, I believe. So,
Yep.
here's Lear. Looking at the verse. Oh, no Divide, actually. I'm sorry. I must have just conjured that from my head. There's their own Lear.
All right. Vanishing Verse can get
Lightfield
rid of
Hazard
this
is
one.
not lethal, nope.
Very close to lethal, though. There's a Fading Hope.
Now it's lethal, okay. But again, this just winning the game here takes 15 seconds.
Yep. Fading Hope plus the Spikefield Hazard in graveyard is exact lethal.
Yep. So if you're John here, you just cast the verse on the
Yeah, you just cast the verse to
On a
just
Lear.
make the ninja click again.
Yep.
Nope,
Can't
can't
talk
verse
to that
that.
one.
Here we go. Here's the
To
click.
target the tokens would be easy, but they hit the Lear, they respond, cast the Spikefield Hazard, finish the combat, start game 2 with 2 minutes left. Game 3, I'm sorry.
A little over 2 minutes left to start the game, which I'm kind of surprised that he finished the game with over 2 minutes.
Yeah,
But-
like we said earlier, that's like best case. That game was literally best case scenario. John Tam wasn't great. You had this pretty aggressive exhibition draw with your 7/7, and you closed the game pretty quickly, and still only have 2 minutes left.
Yeah. Honestly, if I'm Azrael the Great here, if I'm John Ramos, I board back into an anti-aggro plan.
Oh yeah, I'm boarding out every Lear. I'm boarding out every Hullbreaker Horror, bringing every removal spell, and just like
Kill me.
you got 2 luck. You got 2 minutes. Good luck. You know.
Yeah, they can't kill you if you just have a bunch of removal in your deck.
Yep. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if the Ninja wins this game, they are an actual ninja, because it would be quite the feat.
It would probably be like one of the best control wins in a tight spot that I've probably ever seen. If he wins this,
Yeah.
like the back-to-back games like this, finishing game 1 with like what less than 8 minutes on the clock or 7 minutes.
Less than that.
And then
Yeah, I think it was like 4.
No, it was 5 something, right? Or 4?
Yeah, it was 4. It was 4:30.
And then winning games 2 and 3 in a control deck in 4 minutes is like almost
Yeah.
impossible.
And also without some sort of juke, you know, like I played control decks before that would like have like Brimaz on the board or Pack Rat or some sort of like
Yeah.
sideboard jukey card you could like beat down with.
Yep.
That's not even present here.
Control
You
deck.
know, that was a 7-mana sorcerer that made some 4/4s, like, you know.
Do
So
you remember Fires of Invention decks? I would say back in the day, but it was like a year or 2 ago that they would board into Legion Warboss.
right, exactly. You know, and that kind of juke can win a game fast, but like that juke is not present in Ninja's deck.
Yep. All right, then I mean, against someone trying to kill you, this hand's good for John Ramos.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy here. Definitely a hard choice as well as if you want to play the disruption as a land or not.
I think I just try to hit my land drops here because I already know I have enough spells to win.
Yeah. All right, clock is ticking. That is not a great draw.
An Emerith. Surprised no tap to Ferrari there.
All right.
All right. Still surprised no tap Juari, but here we are.
I mean, the thing is, if your opponent isn't incentivized to jam every turn,
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
but
Here we go. Here's Jawari.
Spike it.
I guess.
Stroke it. I kind of like
the land?
using stroke here and just playing the land off disruption, you know?
Yeah. Because then if you play the land off disruption, you can hold up Divide by Zero and Disdainful Stroke on the following turn.
Yeah, all right. So, you mean
that's fine.
Running lands here for John's pretty good.
Very good.
That was like 3 or 4 lands in a row there.
Very good.
Another land on top.
Just
is great.
keep that.
All
No,
right.
no thinking. Yeah, at this point with 1:50, this is how the game's going. It's not going to be good.
Hits the Spike Field Hazard. Yeah. The little tap in there to honestly divide that iteration, slow things down more, because you do have threats in your hand too. So. Play Dargan. Burn down the house.
Right.
Sure. Now Lear obviously awkward here because of the Disdainful Stroke.
I think you just play land and
bolt.
go. Yep. That's funny. So now that's the obvious play, right? Just play Imarith.
I like to stay and go here.
Okay.
You know so now leave it divide by zero. Leave it the Disdainful Stroke. Great stroke target here. You know, just chill. There's no reason to play Doom and let some like crazy spell go off here.
Test of talents.
Sure. Divide by zero. Sure. This is the kind of exchange that we want that John wants to see. Let's just exchange resources here, and put us both to lower resources, and you have the most important resource clicking down on you.
1:17. Can the Ninja win in 1:17?
Lear or Doom? Looks like Lear.
I kind of like Lear here because it makes Test of Talents irrelevant.
Yep, it also turns on Divide by Zero too.
Yep.
Clock's ticking. We are closing in on under a minute. Of course, those two strokes there, not very good. But can it be a spot where you can like stroke a spell and divide your own Lear?
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
But
at this point, I might have just divided my own Lear in response, just to make sure we don't see a mascot exhibition next turn.
Yeah, and that does make Lear worse on future turns. But that's actually pretty interesting. I do agree that's the mascot is a path to victory here. So you're right. I actually like that play a lot. And in a vacuum, that play is wrong. But I think given the context of this game and the clock, I actually like that play a lot.
Now if there's an answer to Imarith, like, the game could end.
Right.
Now Divide by Zero that John Ramos has cannot hit the tokens.
Correct. Yeah, wow.
Oh my gosh. Is the Ninja gonna win this?
Astounded by that play.
Well, like what if there's like a Disdainful Stroke here or something for the Lear? A Hullbreaker Horror! Okay, there's Divide by Zero though. Oh my gosh, there's a Test of Talents!
Test of Talents too. Oh my god.
Oh my god, are you serious right now? 39 seconds.
There are 2 Divide by Zeros. But and Horror can't bounce the Imarith super easily.
Oh my gosh, the absolute nightmare scenario for John Ramos right now.
Yeah, I think your play of fizzling the divide to remove mascot exhibition from the table
wins the game on the spot.
That's a really heads up play.
Well, thank you, Jim. I really appreciate you thinking that my play's heads up.
No, I mean that we would have won the game for sure. I think it's in a vacuum, it's definitely wrong. But given the context of the game, it's exactly what John needs to do to ensure that he doesn't lose. The point here is not to win. It's
don't
to
lose. And not giving the Ninja access to mascot is how you don't lose.
Correct. One of the few cards that can actually put power on the board, aside from Hullbreaker Horror as well. And Ninja having access to both here means that 26 seconds might be enough.
Oh my gosh.
So a weird choice here. John chose to play the Divide by Zero from hand, not from graveyard.
I still think the Ninja might actually not have enough time.
Yeah. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't cast Horror yet either.
Actually can if they make a token, a treasure token.
Oh, right. You're right, yeah.
18 seconds, 19 seconds. Oh my god. Okay, environmental sciences gain life.
Divide. off first. Okay.
Oh, I think I gained life there. Nine
Okay.
with nine on the board. Yeah.
Right. Ship those.
Oh my. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. What a
Oh my
draw.
God.
What a
Oh
draw.
no.
That's enough time right there.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. Attacking?
Oh man, the arrogant attack with the
Oh my
Desert.
God.
Holy crap.
Oh my
What
God.
a show from Ninja there. I did not think that Ninja would even have a remote chance of finishing 2 games there, and almost pulled it off.
I cannot
Wow.
believe the Ninja almost won that. Like when
Wow.
Divide by Zero wasn't used to counter getting the mascot exhibition, I was like, oh no, does mascot just win the game? And then Fading Hope off the top was brutal.
Wow. Yeah. If you told me like, all right, Jim, there's 4.5 minutes left, the Ninja's down a game.
In game 1.
Like, what are the odds the Ninja wins this match? I would have bet a lot of money on no. And like that was very, very close to being a extreme upset. Whew.
That would have probably been the biggest upset I've ever seen in my life if that happened.
Yeah, like just insane stuff. Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy game.
Well, that concludes round 4. I really hope you like what happened there, because that was really fun and suspenseful. So if you like what we had there, we're going into round 5 in just a couple minutes here. We're going to start pairing the next round. Hopefully, we've had less downtime in this tournament than we ever have in Stream League, which is really nice. Keeping you guys with the content, and then we'll have round 5, and of course we'll have top 8 next up as well after that. And we are playing for Mythic Invitational qualifier invites. The top 4 will get that, and then we'll get 5th place will get 3,000 MTG Arena gems thanks to MTG Melee, and also 6th place will get 1,500 gems. 7th and 8th place will get some CoolStuffInc.com store credit, and then 9th through 16th place at the end of the tournament will get free access and entry and a free invite into Stream League 8. Date to be determined. But going into round 5, we're going to go ahead and start pairing those next rounds. I'm going to take just a quick break, about a minute or two, and then we'll be right back with round 5. Hopefully you stick around for round 5, and we'll see some guaranteed placements into the top 8 and some prize money. All right, everybody, welcome to round 5 of Stream League 7, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Right now, we have Astral Flame pairing against Nimble Sloth in round 5. You have the records, Jim. You have the deck lists. Give us a snapshot.
So we got some dragons here of a different variety. We've seen a few dragons decks so far. We've seen Jeskai, but now we're seeing a Rakdos Dragons deck. So Amerstrom Predator, the big pickup here from Black, as well as removal spells. Infernal Grasp is a big one. We were kind of saying how having the hard removal has been really important for the dragon decks. The one that had Fateful Absence and Valorous Stance. Well, this one's got Infernal Grasp. Very, very similar thing. Can kill Leer, can kill small things, can kill big things. Unconditional. And a little bit of an aggressive slant here too. Reckless Stormseeker, Florian Voldaren Scion. So kind of like a mix between like the vampire deck and the dragon deck. 4 Town Razor, 4 Goldspan Dragon, only 1 Moonveil. So kind of like a mixture of dragons with a little bit of the vampire stuff going on. Playing against Mardu mid-range, and basically Rakdos mid-range with a little white going on here. Banishing Verse and Showdown of Skulls, the big pickups that white gives. And otherwise, kind of, your typical mid-range deck, some 2-drops, some removal spells, aggressively slanted, but could also play a longer game too.
I think I like Nimblesoft's position here. If they can draw a very timely, Vanishing Verse to stop a Town Razor Tyrant or something, or a Showdown of the Skulls to start gaining more card advantage. I know that Astral Flame gets some card advantage with Moonveil Regent, but that doesn't compare to Showdown. So the only difference is that Astral Flame's mana is going to be a little bit better than Nimble Sloth's, but a 3-color mana base in this format's really good anyways, with Forsaken Crossroads being so important. Astral Flame here playing the Kalane and having a turn 3 Town Razor Tyrant is almost impossible to deal with. I tweeted about this, that turn 4 Town Razor Tyrant is probably one of the best things you can be doing in this format.
Yeah, I mean, however, Nimble does have the 4 Vanishing Verses, other things. And also, one thing I didn't mention was Blood Vial Purveyor in this Mardu deck. A 5/6 flying trample lines up extremely well against the creatures in the Dragon's deck. It's a huge, huge flyer.
All right, we have dueling dragons here. What is this? Islands of Adventure in Florida?
Yeah, someone cue a Spider-Man meme, please.
Actually, the same cards on both sides.
Yep. So there's going to be a deviation here as Immersion Predator will probably come down. However, the deviation, again, sort of favors the Mardu deck with, Vanishing Verse and removal spells. Although, honestly, not a lot of ways to kill the Immersion Predator with other creatures in play. 4 Vanishing Verse, can't touch it. And then there's a Braid, Meathook Massacre, Hogger Mauling, a few cards here and there. But for the most part, as long as there's a friend in play for the Predator, that'll be pretty hard to kill.
It has to be Meathook Massacre. That is the only way, right?
I mean, obviously, you can, abrade the Painter and then use a Brittle Blast to kill it or something like that,
right.
But it's going to require some extra work for sure. And a spot where the Fearsome Whelp looks pretty good because Fearsome Whelp is extremely powerful on turn 2 and turn 3. The rest of the game is not very exciting, but in this deck, it gets to be fodder for Predator, which is actually a really, really nice thing to have.
All right, Reckless Stormseeker comes down. Probably nothing really for Nimblesloth to do right now besides, I don't know, there's no good attacks here either. Mr. Predator can block and sack the Kalane to kill the Stormseeker, which isn't really what you want to be doing. If you're Astral Flame, you just want to draw like a dragon, maybe some untapped mana for Shadow Skull Smashing in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think just killing the Seeker right now is pretty sweet, honestly. Like, kill the Seeker, get him for 4, and now you're just in a really good spot where you have a great threat in the board that's very hard to kill, and your opponent has no board.
Yep.
With the Stormseeker racing, there's certainly an option, but without Stormseeker racing is not really an option. So, Immersion Predator here, kind of exposing a weakness in Nimblesloth's deck. The multicolored, very powerful permanent.
Especially the indestructible part too. Like it being multicolored and indestructible is probably one of the best things you can be doing against other control decks, let alone mid-range decks, which have even less access or no access to bounce spells. One of the only things that is really good against Immersion Predator is maybe like a Fading Hope or Divided by Zero. If you don't have those in your deck and you're also just playing removal, Vanishing Verse is one of the only things that can exile it, outside of a card like Rite of Oblivion, which we know that Nimblesloth's not playing.
Correct. So a big turn or two here, obviously under a lot of pressure. Another Stormseeker is going to enter the battlefield. This can come in for 3 here, but actually, yeah, going to 3, coming from 3 here. And this is okay. Again, racing Predator is certainly a reasonable way to beat it. You just ignore it and try and go around it. Note there is a Den of the Bugbear on the side of Nimblesloth as well. So, racing is not insane, but still a ways to go here.
There's actually a thing that could have happened early on in the game on turn 3 that would have made Den of the Bugbear not a thing. The Town Razer Tyrant could have targeted it, chose to target a different land.
Yep, we'll see if that comes back to haunt Astral Flame here.
All right, we draw a card here. Immersion Predator just takes over the game if there's no answer to it, and sometimes it's really, really hard to answer. So we'll see if it continues to take over the game here. With the Hive of the Eye Tyrant having Menace, if there's not a Town Razer Tyrant that comes down on Nimblesloth's side, which there's probably not since it wasn't cast pre-combat due to Reckless Stormseeker's haste, but it's probably game over due to Immersion Predator plus a Menace Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, I love the play there of targeting the Painter with the Stormseeker, recognizing that the spread the damage out. But all right, so you see a Meathook Massacre here. This takes away the Predator's friends, but does not do much else. Heads up play, sacrificing the creature beforehand, so no life is gained. And now you're totally correct. We're going to see the Predator and the Hive Tyrant come in and take game 1. It's a solo job by Immersion Predator here, just going coast to coast here, unopposed.
Yep. As you said, the Immersion Predator exposes a major weakness in Nimblesloth's deck, and Immersion Predator is not something that you see all the time, so it maybe makes sense not to build your deck with it in mind, but it can really destroy you if it comes down and you don't have an answer right away.
Yeah, and there's not much on the board as far as help for it. Meathook Massacre can kill it, but of course it can just grow out of range of Meathook Massacre pretty easily.
Which we just saw
a couple Infernal Grasps, but not really much else. So Predator's gonna be a pretty big one here.
I really like how scary this Rakdos deck is if they have a turn 2 ramp. They have 12 11 turn 2 ramp cards in this deck with 4 Fields from Whelp, 4 Orb of the Dragonkind, and 3 copies of Kalane Reclusive Painter. And if they have one of those cards on turn 2, there's a bunch of 4-drop big dragons that can be played.
Yeah, another benefit of over the regular dragon decks here is just having those extra accelerators. You see it a lot in the mono red dragon decks or the Boros dragon decks, where the games they have a 2-drop accelerator versus the games they don't are night and day.
Yep.
So by adding another accelerator to the equation here, and a pretty good one at that, and then adding Predator too, solving some problems here for sure. And then I would say the one downside to this deck is that it does seem a little worse against the Dragons decks. I'm sorry, the control decks, because Fading Hope is so good against Predator. But you're playing black because you have Go Blank on the board, Duress on the board. So deck's pretty sweet, pretty cool version of the deck.
And you also have the option to just turn 3 Town Razor Tyrant the control player's land. And I mean, True. If you've ever played Control and your opponent had a turn 3 Town Razor Tyrant on you, you know how difficult that is. Not only that, but Reckless Stormseeker is amazing against Control. I love the werewolves against Control, any werewolf, because it turns it into daytime, and all of a sudden, Control decks have to play a weird game where they have to play a spell on their turn every turn, or else it powers up your cards.
Strong agree. Speaking of werewolves.
Yeah, speaking of werewolves. Making Control opponents or players that are just trying to control the board in general be forced to play a card on their own turn is way more powerful than you'd expect.
Yeah, so maybe a minor mistake here from Astral Flame, choosing to wait till Nimble Sloth's turn to Dragonfire, which allows it to go to night. So if Nimble Sloth also had a Reckless Stormseeker there, it would have been a 5-power attack. But now it is nighttime.
It did have the Dragon's Fire to... Actually, no. The Immiscent Predator has 3 power in hand, so that would have been really terrible. Because Reckless Stormseeker has 4 toughness on the other side.
Correct, yes. So, not punished, though. And now we see time for Whelp to come down. And again, Whelp plus Predator is pretty sweet. The fact that it reduces the cost and protects it as well.
I would say that there's an argument for casting Valky there, just in case there's Town Razor Tyrant in Nimble Sloth's hand. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Tyrant, of course, not only insanely good, but also lines up well against the Dragon deck because it just blocks dragons really well, too.
Yeah, I think if it was me, I'd play Valky there, but Valky could be just for the long game actually turning into Devault in a matchup like this.
Ooh. Crazy attack here. I think you're right here. I think this is a I want to get to Valky as soon as possible kind of play.
Might actually not be enough with 4 cards in Nimble Sloth's hand.
Oh
my goodness.
Card's
I mean,
really
if it's me, I'm just eating 4. If you're sticking to the game plan with I'm casting Devault, you eat 4 life here. Oh, okay.
All right. Goodbye, lands.
All right, Florian's a castable spell. Also, Immiscent Predator is 2 mana.
Yeah, I mean, Predator's pretty solid here. Although the problem is, all right, I'm going to play Valky also. I'm going to play Valky first, I think, but it doesn't really matter too much. But now there's 2 creatures in play for Predator. So there goes Stormseeker. Is a
my gosh.
Massacre in hand, though.
Meat Hook for 3, can you imagine?
However, well, in that case, you would just tap the Predator by sacrificing creatures.
Oh,
so it's got
Meat Hook for 4, yeah.
But, however, it does kill everything. It returns the Stormseeker, and it was a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play, and Ash Flame currently has 3 lands in play. So you gotta imagine Meat Hook's coming down here, and I imagine it would come down pre-attacks. No point letting Tyrant die for no reason. Yeah, Meat Hook for 4 looks pretty good here.
Yep, so nothing you can do on Ashl's side.
Yep, so Predator can sacrifice a creature, which will tap the Predator and put a counter on it, but can't tap it twice. The counter is contingent on the creature being tapped, not being sacrificed. So, sack both creatures to play around the life gain from Meat Hook Massacre, and then everything dies. And it looks like our Mardu player is way ahead.
I mean, that's not the worst thing possible. You scry with this, you play Florian, next turn, hopefully draw an untapped land to play Goldspan, and then
that was
we're
pretty
okay.
good. That was pretty good. Gonna leave the orb
on
land.
I'm a little confused there.
Deciding to take the guaranteed mana source 1 turn late. It's also a spell later too, so
I don't mind going for the long term here, being at 17 life. Knowing they have Stormseeker, though, is kind of scary.
Yeah, this is a pretty hasty attack. Now, the good news is, now Florian can get in and possibly see some more cards as well.
Nimble Sloth's out of gas.
Swap is actually out. All right, she's gonna chump block us with the painted red networks too. So, all right.
I mean,
Top
there is
pick
there.
four.
I mean, there is a hive on the other side, so pretty dangerously close to dying.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And here it comes. So you attack for 7 here. However, if the Florian gets to go in this turn, that is a 3 potential cards looked at off the top to find an answer. But the Hive of the Eye Tyrant's the real Ripple here, I think. Let's see.
Especially if Reckless Stormseekers targets Hive of the Eye Tyrant next turn and Astral Flame goes to 1. Now all of a sudden they can never kill any of Nimblesoft's creatures because Meathook Massacre would kill them.
It also went to Night too, which is pretty important. So
yeah, the trample's gonna be game.
Yeah, the Berserker has trample.
Oh, and no, it's gonna go today.
The thing is, if it goes today with the cards currently active, I guess there's Menace on the land.
Yeah, it's gonna be a chump. It has to be a chump on the Stormseeker not killing it and taking 3. Because if they kill a creature, Meathook Massacre kills them.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting spot, honestly. I mean, obviously, this also, if Sloth draws any reasonable spell at any point, the game also just ends. So, Menace on the...
And then the removal spell package from Astral Flame is Infernal Grasp, which is even worse in this situation.
Yes. All right. I mean, I imagine a spell was drawn here. Nope, that's a land.
I mean, they drew a land, which is what you want to see if you're Astral Flame. There's the removal spell.
All right.
And then
not
dead.
Yet.
Not dead.
Here comes 4. Got a block.
What can Astrals draw here?
At 5 life.
Florian, okay, cast that. Get in for 4. Draw a card out of the 4.
That is pretty good. First strike, pretty relevant.
And then we can chump block the Reckless Stormseeker with the Florian and use a removal spell that we get out of the top 4 on Hive.
Big looks.
There it is. There's a removal spell that doesn't hurt us either, because we have the 3 mana with Brittle
Blast. That is really good. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that doesn't take the damage off Meathook, which is good. But I don't know if I like leaving the Menace creature there.
Yeah, I mean, so now dead in 2 turns. There's also a look off the orb as well, and the Florian will give 7 looks if the full attack goes through.
I mean, if the orb gets a 6/6 dragon and an untapped land is drawn, the game's over.
I have bad news for you. Oh, there's one. I'm sorry. There's one. There's one Inferno on the deck. I didn't see it first. All right. Well, there's the Hive.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
Played here.
Go for it.
Here's the orb look.
Here we go. 6/6 dragon, untapped land. Oh, okay. That's still good. It turns off the Hive.
Also, perhaps that probably been a better draw, honestly. Turns off Hive and pressures everything. That's an amazing draw. I don't know if I like not attacking first here, but
yeah, because what if you get a Town Razor off the Florian or something? At this point, you just get in for one of them, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because then next turn you can attack with everything anyway, and then you can cast the Whelp. Okay, we have a Vanishing Verse here. That's one of the reasons why I like Florian. Also, Florian's good against control decks because it doesn't die to Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, I'm not sure what not attacking with Florian plays around. Like,
there was an oops for Nimble.
Huh.
Meathook off the top for Nimble. Can you imagine?
That would be insane. Probably mostly has to be that.
Probably not Meathook, or else they would have slammed it.
Yeah, there's also only 2 Meathook total across main and board here, so I think we're wrapping up here.
I did not expect the game to end like this.
Yeah, I mean, these 1-for-1s are okay, but not in the face of Florian.
All right, here we go. Here's 4 looks. Big Dragon. We got a Town Razor again. Oh, I mean, you can go Kalane too. Okay, I guess not. Could have been a 5/5 Dragon. But it's all right. We don't want to die to another Meat Hook Massacre, right? If you're Astral Flame.
Yeah. All right. So it's Meat Hook or bust here. Yeah, and actually, you're right. If it had been a 5/5, that would have played around Meat Hook.
Yep.
So would have forced Sloth to pay the 2 life in just the hopes of drawing Meat Hook, I think. 'Cause that's the only out at this point.
Showdown is
great,
a good card to draw here, but not enough.
Not really here.
Oh my gosh, imagine if Blood Vial Purveyor came down earlier.
Yeah.
There are basic lands, so this Hagrid Mauling is not 3 mana.
I mean, drawing Town Raider's Tyrant every turn is not a bad place to be. Not a bad place to be.
Yeah, definitely not a bad place to
Dragon
be.
takes it down.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I would have taken Nimble Sloth in that matchup with the Showdowns and the Vanishing Verses, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You know, I think the mid-rangey kind of decks usually are pretty good against dragons. It's kind of aggressive. There are 4 Stormseekers, 4 Town Raisers. Blood Vial Purveyor look pretty good too, but Dragons takes it down, and the Rakdos Dragons looks pretty nice.
All right, we have John Ramos against Zan Syed playing. Well, so let's go ahead and look at John Ramos here. This is going to be the second time we watched John Ramos. And going into game 2 with Zan Syed winning game 1. Going into mulligans here, mulligan to 5. We have a Memory Deluge Unexpected Conversion with a couple lands going back.
Well, we said this earlier. This is the test for Zan. Zan has not played against Lear or Hullbreaker Horror yet. So if Zan can beat Lear and Hullbreaker Horror too, Zan's going to win the tournament. Yep. Simple as that.
Yep. This is the test, and I'm happy that I'm actually. He's probably happy it's happening in round 5 when guaranteed first place already on the bank.
Yeah.
Instead of it being in top 8.
For sure. Yeah, being 5-0 on the play the entire top 8. It's a great place to be. Hand, for a mulligan to 5, John's hand could be worse for sure.
Could be much worse.
Good mana. Yeah, I mean, can't ask for more, honestly. Zan's got 3 go blanks and 0 duresses.
There's a Valky, gonna look at the hand.
We'll naked Valky here.
I don't hate it. There's a Jawari. We do this, and do we pass or hold up Jawari?
I mean, passing here is basically just taking the card, licking it, and sticking it to your forehead, I feel like. All right, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Zan Syed has a lot of really powerful 3-mana enchantments, so I don't hate doing this.
The one like wrinkle here is that it could be Divide by 0, which is the card you want to play into, to get rid of it sooner rather than later. So, but not playing the card draw spell there on a pretty safe turn there's a cost there. It's a very real cost.
Especially since Unexpected Conversion and Sorcery Speed, like you can't just wait and then cast it on their end step.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So now, like, say you don't cast Unexpected Conversion this turn, when are you casting it?
I don't know, and that's a major cost. Here's Curse of Silence. I guess Curse is gonna name one of the cards in hand for sure.
Probably Deluge.
Naming Deluge is pretty sweet. 6 is a lot.
Because, like, say you don't call Deluge, right? Oh, Divide by 0. Okay.
I mean, again, that read makes sense. Like I said, you know, by not playing the Unexpected Conversion, you're clearly saying I got something.
Yeah.
You know, and Divide by 0 and Disruption are both cards that make sense. So, Disruption is easier to play around just like by playing around it. So, names Divide. But now we got to see a play from Zan because, ooh, wow. All right. That's pretty good.
Take some power off the board. Didn't get to see the last card in hand. Wow. I mean, honestly, if I'm John, I think I just Unexpected Conversion. There's a chance you draw 2-mana removal. Then, and even if you draw a land, or maybe even the 1-mana bounce spell, you can just like play Lear and 1-mana bounce spell if you draw a bounce spell land.
It is tough because like the variety of spells in Zan's deck is so wide that it could be a creature next turn, it could be an enchantment, it could be a discard spell, it could, you know, like it's kind of hard to plan for what Zan's gonna do. I think I like leaving Deluge up here. Leaving Deluge up also has the benefit of making Zan pause and think, okay, what's going on here? What am I gonna play around? You know, and it looks like Zan is stuck on 3 lands too. So
Here we go. I mean, this is some good draws. I mean, Vanishing Verse on land is basically just all we want to be doing right now, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty amazing to think that John Mulligan to 5 this game.
Hey, if we would have used Unexpected Conversion, we would have drawn Vanishing Verse on the land.
That is true.
All right, Divine Purge is pretty good here. I mean, it gives Valky another look, though, if you do that. Unexpected Conversion, getting a free Vanishing Verse out of the deck.
Interesting spot. You know, Purge does mop up these tokens pretty well. Life total is starting to come into play here. 11 is getting a little low.
I think second main, yeah. We see the stop on second main. I think we Vanishing Verse the wedding announcement to make sure that Zan doesn't draw a card.
Yeah, that's very reasonable.
Because Zan's definitely not making a token, so Divine Purge isn't going to be as good, so I don't mind Vanishing Versing the wedding announcement.
Looks like Zan is still stuck on lands here.
That's been basically a theme in this tournament. Zan's been stuck on 3 or 4 lands for a couple of times we've been watching him.
Yeah.
I've also noticed that for Zan's decks, he likes playing like 21 and 22 lands.
I'm always down with the lower land counts, personally. I'd much rather be screwed than flooded.
Oh,
Zan's deck is very good at catching back up, too. So
I'm the opposite. I'd much rather be flooded than screwed. Because especially if you're playing a mid-range deck or something and you really need to hit that, like turn 3 Stormseeker against the control deck, and if you get stuck on 2, it's like the difference between winning and losing. Like right there is the difference. All right, here's a good Divine Purge.
Yeah, there's a pretty good purge here. Hitting the blood token, the token. It obviously will allow Zan to recast the Blood Artist and the Valky, but buy some time. Also good as Flashback Deluge here, but damage is starting to add up. Interesting spot, very interesting spot.
I think if you're John, the only way you lose this game is by getting burned out somehow. So I think I'm just Divine Purging. There's a chance that Zansaya does just enough damage to like play a small Meat Hook Massacre and just win the game.
Now this is game 2, so I'm curious to think how many massacres are in Zan's deck post board. Obviously, it is still reasonable as like a 1 or 2 of. Wow. Okay.
We're gonna do this and Divine Purge.
Pretty aggressive, honestly. I mean, the enchantment, all it does is drain for blood, and the purge kills the blood anyway. So that is a very
an aggressive Vanishing Verse, but maybe John Romo's thinking they're gonna cast it anyways with a Leer, but it still seems a little aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, this verse could have hit the Sorin, you know.
Nothing on Innistrad is free.
So there's a Sorin.
It could be Leer time here.
There's a Sorin drawn. You can see a Leer and then Vanishing Verse on Sorin right away.
Yeah, there's no Fading Hope in the graveyard to protect the Leer. But even just like play Leer, kill Sorin, then Leer dies is still a pretty good exchange. And John still has access to a flashback on the Memory Deluge and a Sorin. So I kind of like the Leer here. The ceiling is untap with Leer win the game. The floor is play Leer, play your Planeswalker, get a removal spot out of your hand. Also important to note, Zan only has 4 lands in play. So if Zan spends his turn killing Leer, that's another turn you have to draw more cards. So
and you have the Sorin already that you can draw more cards with as well. Yeah, I feel like this is the best play by far. If Zan draws a land, they're probably tempted to attack with Hive of the Eye Tyrant, maybe exile something that Leer can cast, maybe like exile the Memory Deluge or something.
Yeah, but there's still a bunch of great cards in the graveyard for Leer to untap it also.
Kind of rocking a hard play spot here for Zan.
Yeah. And again, like I said, the ceiling here is that no answer for Leer, John untaps, and then the game ends. All right, there's the answer, but again, this is Zan's entire turn. For the most part. Zan can play a curse here and name Memory Deluge to crank it up to 9 mana, but is that really a good use of a card? You know, like... Land number 5. Announcement. That's pretty good.
All right, we see a blue creature land here. Sorin probably minuses. I don't know. I could have seen casting Memory Deluge as well.
Yeah, I mean, wasting 4 mana this turn kind of stinks, honestly. I think I'm pretty happy just playing land, saying go, and end step deluging.
Yeah, same here.
Like,
especially because it could get exiled.
Right, so mana, this is just like a mana efficiency thing where like these 4 mana now have gone to waste.
Oh my gosh, actually?
Then...
Wait, I'm sorry for interrupting you. But Hive of the Eye Tyrant kills Sorin and exiles Memory Deluge, like guaranteed by itself.
Oh yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I think this is a misstep from John here. Even without the factor of Hive getting rid of Deluge, mana efficiency wise, I still think it's better. And then with the Hive in the play, it's just a no-brainer.
And maybe if I played Sorin, I would have just plussed it. Because then the Hive plus the 1/1 can't kill Sorin.
Right.
Very interesting.
So possible misstep from John here. We'll see if Zan capitalizes.
Zan's not the one to miss a capitalization.
And there's really nothing like, there's no cards in hand for John. There's no like, it's all face up.
I like that Zansai can not change his mana base at all and just put Forsaken Crossroads on red, like he just did.
Yeah, it's cute.
For Valky.
All right, this is an absolutely back-breaking attack.
And then we have Curse of Silence here to call whatever else, possibly Lear. And then we have the 1/1 back to block the 7/7 land.
Yeah. Say most things are covered here.
Wedding Announcement's going to make a 1/1. And then there's still a couple of cards off Divine Purge still left exiled, so Zenside's not going to run out of gas for a while. Azrael the Great, the John Ramos, their best draw is probably just, just a huge draw spell.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even that much left for Lear in the graveyard, honestly.
And what more could you want? Like, if their best draw is a huge draw spell right now, that's all the more reason to just pass the turn instead of playing Sorin and then cast the huge draw spell.
Absolutely. I think it was an oversight. I think there's a discussion to be had as what you want to play there. If you are without Hive of the Eye Tyrant ready to exile it, I think it's still correct to flash it back. But I think John was thinking about that and missed the Hive. Because the Hive was backbreaking.
Yeah.
Here's Curse of Silence. Name a card, any card.
Lear?
I mean, Lear costing 2 more isn't even that
maybe
bad.
Hullbreaker? Is there a Hullbreaker? Oh, Divine Purge. Oh, Divine Purge is okay, call.
All right, so Sorin again.
I mean, this isn't the worst draw. I mean, it's not good. But if they Sorin and minus again, that's 2/2/3s. That means you can double block the Hive if they attack with it. Then Sorin's guaranteed to die anyway, because 2 1/1s are going to be attacking into Sorin. So Sorin's almost automatically dead. Unless
There's also
Sorin
a Hive on
pluses.
defense here, too.
Yeah.
I have a wedding to start.
Oh, it was a Hive on defense. I didn't even notice that. We get a draw disruption to just keep in hand, I guess.
My ways are not.
To just make Zan think about it.
Well, Zan knows what it is. It's revealed. So I think it should have been played as a land, probably. I suppose there are, like, the taxed creatures that cost, like, 4 mana or whatever, so...
It could make him not cast something.
Yeah.
Like, instead of double spelling, Zan might just single spell because they know Jawar Disruption is there.
It's also the possibility that John's going to want this land next turn, though. You know, the big draws are probably big card draw spells, and the more mana you have, the better, so...
John Ramos?
Interesting choice there.
John, I just got a notification that John Ramos just started streaming right now. Like, almost to the end, in round 5.
Good time to get on, you know?
There we go, yeah, good time to get on. Alright, so... What does Zan do here? I mean, I assume that Zan has a bunch of decisions to make here, but firmly in the driver's seat at this point.
Alright, he's going to go over the rights. Take care of Sorin no matter what. And again, now we're at the point where Zan wants to trade because trading resources is great. Zan has tons of resources. Go Blank turns off a lot of outs here.
You just draw a Disruption because you can?
It turns off the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but that doesn't matter anymore, so yeah, it's fun. Don't know what this 1 mana can be used for, but sure, why not? And there goes the graveyard, so now Lear isn't even a good draw. I'm calling Lear as the draw step this turn.
that would be the draw step, right?
Yeah.
All right,
So
here we go.
fires up the 7/7. I think firing up the I'm sorry, never mind. They're 2/2s now. I forgot. Never mind. There are 1/1s. I think firing up Hive is better, but they're 2/2s, so that's very, very bad. So income 7/7 and the 2/3 flyer.
And then John Ramos goes to 11. There's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage from Zenside next turn with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. So, gonna chump block since Zenside doesn't have game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're the control deck is in the spot of trying to aggressively attack with a 7/7 into a player at 20 life.
Yeah.
Not a great place to be.
Not a good place to be. Unless there's 2 minutes on your clock. The ninja knows what I'm talking about.
That is true. All right. Zan has all the cards right now.
All the cards,
options.
all the power. There we go. Blood Artist comes down. Inside, just going to build up the board again. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I mean, if there's the draw spell.
That's a start. It just needs to be attack first here.
Maybe gonna
hold it.
keep the land to block, but can't block the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, pretty interesting choice here. Obviously, there are sorcery speed cards available to John that can be played. This is a big swing.
I mean,
and don't forget this doesn't draw 3 cards. It draws 3 spells.
With no play there, Zan probably thinks John drew a land.
Right. Now, how does that profitably affect Zan's decision making for the turn, though? You know, is Zan going to make a play that's going to fall into Discover really badly?
Maybe because they would probably say, well, it has to be Discover, or what else is it? But
right,
if it was Discover, what would they have cast on their turn anyway?
So sends him a 2/2 with the into 2 creature lands there, and then John quickly says, "Okay, no blocks." So something's up here. Something's up for sure.
I mean, it can't even be Meat Hook Massacre, right? Because even if the 7/7 gets fired up to block the 2/2, that's 5. Oh, that is kind of heads up to not block with the 7/7. What if it is Meat Hook Massacre and deals with the 7/7 land? I mean, even if that's the case, it doesn't kill John anyway. So I don't even know if I don't even know if that would be. I don't know. Discover the Formula is just obviously the best play.
Yeah, this is huge. It's huge. Big draws. Disruption, Deluge, Sorin, and get to cast the Deluge also.
Oh my gosh, with an Emerith?
It's pretty good.
And a 3 mana Sorin divided by 0. I mean, you couldn't be asking for anything more if you're John here, right?
Yeah, this is pretty good.
I mean, I'm even still kind of tempted to cast this Memory Deluge out of the graveyard. I don't want it to get exiled again.
11 mana available. That can be Doom plus Deluge. Of course, the Doom doesn't have hexproof. It has Ward 4. So the Rite of Oblivion can hit it.
I mean, if I'm John, I'm really okay with Rite of Oblivion using every single mana at sorcery speed and then Jawari disrupting it.
That's also true. Disruption's live too. I think that Doom coming down here with Deluge, Disruption, and Divide all up feels pretty good.
Yes. All of a sudden, I think Azrael's ahead.
Yeah, I mean that card is.
Totally Discover the Formula is a disgusting card.
Yeah,
It's
ridiculous
just gross.
card.
Yeah. Like when you really think about what that card does, and then you think about it again, and then you read it again, and then you know.
Yeah. It's kind of card you just cast it once, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see how this one works.
I think I first found out about it when on day 1 of pre-release or whatever. Ali Eldrazi made a deck with Discover the Formula and Geist Channeler, making it cheaper, and he cast 2 mana Discover the Formulas and copied them and everything. And I was like, oh, that's what this card does.
This is a crazy play here. So, despite drawing all these spells, John opting to fire up the Hive and just exile the right by attacking with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
I mean, I would have been okay with the right being exiled. I mean, with the right being cast on an Emerith.
Yeah,
And this Hive's a 4/4.
Now, Hive and Blood Artist can block the Hive. Now the Divide's got to come down here, and then
I don't know. This seems like a worse play to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm loving how this sequence is working out here. Leaving a lot of good cards on the bench here just to get in this attack for a card you almost want your opponent to cast anyway.
Maybe there's a Deadly Dispute as well, for Zan. Sacrificing Blood Artist, potentially?
That'd be pretty good. Physical divide.
Yeah, and then
So much. I mean, I guess actually it would not be good because there's a 1 mana disruption up here, an actual force spike.
yeah, there's no way Zan knows that though.
All right, yeah, for sure. All right. Real tanks here. Zan's clock is getting a little low. Of course, this is game 2.
This is game 2, and it's a grindy matchup. And getting under 10 minutes in a grindy matchup isn't where you want to be. Okay, here's a Vanishing Verse, and gets Dwyer Disruption for 1 mana.
Get off
Oh my gosh. Oh, he has to be real sad.
Even then, though, like, this turn went about as it could possibly, well as it could have gone for John, based on how John played after turn. I'm still not convinced that,
I still think the Emerald play was correct.
yeah, that all these cards in hand are, you know, I mean, I guess Zan's board is pretty empty.
4-power Hive could come through and exile the Deluge.
That's true.
And at that point, if you had played Imarith, you could have just cast Deluge in response to the Hive.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt Zan would fire up the Hive with the Deluge castable Deluge up.
Right, but that's even better for John.
Yeah, so we got rid of the Right of Oblivion, but at what cost? But still chock full of good cards here. And again, pressure's on Zan. If Zan loses this game, it's going to be hard to win the next game in time.
Yeah, I like the 2-3 being there. Where I don't like the minus on Sorin from before, I still like the 2-3 lifelink every turn. Again, with control decks like this, you can get burned out over the course of the game really, really quickly. And having that 2 life gain every turn is really strong.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely adds up.
And next turn, you just have to fire the Imarith off, right? Like.
Yeah, I mean, Zan's did not have a very good turn here. 4 mana Blood Artist, sacrifice it immediately for 6 mana total was not very good. Another Blood Artist, but now the world is John's oyster here.
All right, it's just Imarith get in for the 2-3, right? And then they can't really go for the Memory Deluge with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, because then they just John just cast Memory Deluge in response to it. So like, what are you gonna do in that case? I mean, he also has enough mana to fire off his own Hive of the Eye Tyrant to block if he really needs to. Gets in for 2, goes to 13 life.
Yeah, I mean, Imarith with Divide and Deluge up feels pretty awesome. So,
especially since Zansiad has to pay for the ward cost and then get his card countered by Divide by 0.
Right.
All right, deciding to go with the Sorin instead, getting that lifelink damage. The reason why I don't like 2 lifelinkers here is because if there's a Meat Hook Massacre that comes down, it kills everything and 2 lifelinkers. The thing I do like about it, though, is if that's the case, Divide by 0 stops it anyway. So,
yeah,
like,
so just taking a more aggressive line here, saying I'd rather have board presence than cards, basically.
Yep. Which is fair. It's fair to get 2 lifelinkers down. It definitely makes Zan it makes it really hard for Zen to kill with 2 2-power lifelinkers on board.
All right, 2 Blood Artists, and now 2 Possessor. Now each blood is 2 damage.
We could see a Meat Hook for 3.
I mean, Divide ends that pretty quickly too, so.
Meat Hook for 3, it gets divided. There's 9 damage on okay, here we go.
Oh,
here's the problem.
Oh boy.
Wait, the ward can't be paid.
Can't even pay it. Yeah, 1 short.
Oh, it just gets countered. Oh my.
Okay. Interesting. Tell me more.
That couldn't have been just to sack the blood token, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would just discard the spell to the blood token, right?
Oh my gosh, you declined that. Oh, no, not taking that much life.
Yeah, don't take 7 there, but
all right, so what you do here is
pressure the clock here, honestly.
It's almost game on board, right? You divide the Blood Artist, and then you get in with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant with Menace, and then nothing can be blocked, so he has to use the blood token to discard to stay alive.
3. That is, yeah. I mean, that might have been it. Yeah. I mean, this is a much safer play for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this line too. Even if it's a huge Meat Hook, you just divide by 0 and win.
Yeah, like your top card's Hullbreaker Horror. You have Divide by 0. Now you're enough life where like you're probably not getting burned out. So.
And this board state brought to you by 1 copy of Discover the Formula Top Deck.
Yeah. This game was looking real bad. And again, like I said, this is bad for Zan. Clock is ticking. You know, under 8 minutes now.
Go blank, very powerful here.
Yeah, this is actually huge.
Especially if there is a Meat Hook Massacre in hand. That can Meat Hook Massacre for 1, 2, 3.
That's lethal for sure.
4. So at this point, I think I just divide 0 by 0 like one of the Blood Artists.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. Meat Hook here would kill almost the entire board. The
And
Blood
then-
Artists will pop off.
And then their board die, Zan's board would die, and then everything besides Imarith would die. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. 14. Yeah, that's game. That's game. If there's a Meat Hook Massacre, it's way over game. You have to bounce Blood Artist.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, is
Alright.
this gonna be game for Zan? If there's
a Meat Hook Massacre
If there's
waiting
Meat
in
Hook
the
Massacre,
wings,
it's game. This is something that Zan would do to. Oh my gosh. Is it game?
what's the last card, Zan?
It has to be. I mean, he can technically Meat Hook for 3 and still have game. Oh my gosh, it's not Meat Hook. Oh my
It's an
god.
awakening for a Blood Artist and a Spellbinder, though. That's not bad.
Ugh. I mean, at this point, we can Hullbreaker and then cast Environmental Sciences, right?
Yeah, I guess that's just it, I guess.
Oh my gosh, if that was a
Not
Meat
that
Hook
many,
Massacre, that would have been crazy.
Yeah, that was again, it's hard to know how many Meat Hook Massacres Zan even has in post-board, though.
Against control,
It's a control deck.
Probably 1 or 0.
Yeah, so cast no. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 mana available.
1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6. I think it's game on board if it's just Hullbreaker and Environmental Sciences. Oh, or Deluge, that works too. Oh, okay. Then yep.
All right, going into game 3, less than 8 minutes left. So the time pressure is on Zan.
Wow, that was one really powerful Discover the Formula. That card is insane.
Yeah, and there's only one copy in the deck right now. There's one on the board.
Wow.
So
Wow.
the case Discover the Formula pulls it down. Excuse me. All right, game 3.
That was actually, wow. I would have not taken the Meat Hook Massacre challenge there.
All right, so Zan is on the play and on the clock.
I mean, I'm in love with the hand if I'm John. If we can get another white source.
Yeah, I mean, obviously divide by 0 can get sciences and go from there. Little heavy on 5s. Double Leer, Imarith, not looking amazing, but Divine Purge buys some time. And again, Zan's deck isn't particularly fast. That's what I was saying earlier. With these black decks, they struggle against the control decks because they don't really apply that much pressure. And they give the control decks all the time in the world to get their stuff going here. So John declines to divide by 0 just to go find sciences.
I think this is fine. I don't think. I mean, I could either say you can Sorin minus. There's probably a Vanishing Verse inside its hand or something, but you can also just pass and divide by 0 whatever they play, and then get Environmental Sciences. Then use non-white mana to Environmental Science, and then Divine Purge.
So fortunate our motives align.
Gonna make a vampire. I think the lands here are really, really important for John. I would be prioritizing making every land drop possible until the end of time. So the divide by 0 not being cast, and then science is not being cast. Don't know if I'm thrilled with this turn sequence.
Since the land drop was already made from John last turn, John's thing is probably divide next turn, get the Environmental Sciences. But that doesn't actually work because there's no more land.
So like you divide on 3,
Yep.
Sorin on 4, and then sciences divide on 5, or sciences purge on 5. You know.
Yep.
So now if there's no land drawn, again, every turn that goes by with John not playing a land is very, very bad for his Leer Imarith hand. All right, pretty good sequence.
One more garage.
Sacking Blood Artist, not Brushstroke. Very interesting.
Yeah, knowing that John has multiple copies of Divine Purge in the deck, Divine Purge can't get rid of Brushstroke. Brushstroke really adds up in the late game, so I'm not surprised.
And then once again, we see a non-land draw. So now once again,
Wow.
only 4 mana available. Can't make a land drop. Now has to divide basically in the same spot as 2 turns ago, but Zan's obviously played 2 lands since then. So
Oh my
we're not
gosh.
gonna divide again.
I'm really surprised. I'm surprised.
Yep. You got to make your land drops. You can't let this mid-range deck outland you. Especially, and that's like a general purpose thing, but in the case where your hand is Leer Immorith, it's even much more serious. All right.
That land drop was actually just if he missed the land drop right there, the game would have been like basically over. But
Correct.
now you can play Immorith. They can't get rid of it with Rite of Oblivion, and then keep drawing lands.
Yeah, they would need to have a natural Vanishing Verse or Rite of Oblivion in hand. Flashback will not do it. There's a Legion Angel. This is pretty interesting. Not a lot of mass removal in this Esper deck for this Legion Angel package. Of course, Divine Purge not going to do it. So, while Purge is certainly not bad here, these Legion Angels are going to keep coming.
Yeah, I think it's either divide by 0, on the it's either divide by 0 on the next turn.
I think Divide's going to cast right now.
Get environmental science or divide by 0 right now. Get environmental sciences, cast it, play a land is fine. I think divide by 0, trying to stop their play, and then getting regardless, you have to draw a land here or try to get a land.
Like I find it hard to believe Zan's making a play or it's not Legion Angel. So just like main phase bounce Legion Angel, cast your sciences, and just make John's missed like 3 or 4 land drops already this game. How different is this game if there's 6 lands in play or 8 lands in play? Whatever,
oh, very different. Then we're like a land or 2 away from Leer being cast.
Right. So exactly. So we ended up dividing a Legion Angel anyway,
Oh, no.
and now there's also dispute up available.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, brutal. Just brutal.
That's why you main phase it.
Yep. One of the many reasons.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
No other white mana. You have to hit a land drop.
And again, same thing. Gotta divide here,
Oh
gotta
my
bounce the
God.
Angel, and gotta cast Sciences.
All right, Legion Angel went back to hand. Zan draws for turn. Now Zan's just super far ahead.
Now Zan does have 4 minutes left. So the thing is that, like, even if John is not going to be in a spot to win this game, by making the plays that make it go longer,
I'm
Still very
tempted to just discard both Leers.
yeah, that's very reasonable. Honestly, I think the discarding a Purge is fine too. With the second Purge already in exile, 5 mana Purge is fine.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
It's probably a Leer Purge, but yeah, this is rough. And again, similar to one of the matches earlier, where like you can be like, man, I just never drew a land, but there were a lot of options this game on many spots for John to make the play that says, if I don't draw a land, I'll still be okay here. And those opportunities were passed up, and now we're in the spot we're in with 5 lands in play.
I honestly would think about using Divide by 0 on something that can't be sacrificed in response. I don't know. Like, maybe you use Divide by 0 here, target the Sanguine Brushstroke, and then when they cast it again, you can do a huge purge. But the problem with that is that Zan knows that's happening, so...
yeah.
It's crazy.
I feel like this is the spot where John's like, okay, maybe I should have main phased this. Because if they have that dispute again, I'm going to smash it through my monitor.
Yep.
But you can't not cast it. Like, oh my god.
John pumps fist into the air.
Yeah.
Says Temple of Tilt and passes.
All right, well,
I guess we played around the Deadly Dispute.
yeah.
Jim Davis sighs. All right, so we have a Curse of Silence. Okay. It's all getting more grim as we go, right? For John.
Yeah, but the thing is that the crux of this game has been mana every single turn.
Yep.
The Curse of Silence wouldn't be good here if we had 8 lands in play or 9 lands
Which
in
we
play.
probably should.
And that's been the crux every turn. So Imrat's kind of holding the fort here, but eventually Zan will have enough lands in play to flash back the Oblivion on it, and then it's not going to matter anymore. So
what is in Zan's hand? Like, the problem with this, not only is the lack of lands a problem, or the lack of second white mana a problem, but there's a removal spell in the graveyard, a removal spell that's played right now, okay, and 3 more cards in hand.
yeah. And now the board has gotten so bad that this is cute, I guess. Still not great though. So you bounce the verse, maybe you bounce the right, and like it just happens again next turn.
Yep.
Because the development didn't happen early for John, now these plays are treading water plays. They're not actually buy time to get ahead plays.
This honestly could just be cast this turn again. On something else, but that's probably not going to happen because they really need to get rid of Imarith.
And I mean, Zan's clock is still ticking. Can't quite see it because of the color scheme of this board.
Yeah, it's messing with the contrast or something from the little pixel.
Yeah.
All right, Environmental Sciences comes down, gets a cup of life, gets a land drop. And you can tell Zan's done this before. Zan knows that these land drops are important.
Yep. So, again, found another land, but looks like is that 2 minutes left for Zan? 2:30.
Oh my gosh! So you gotta play the clock game again if you're John?
Yeah, I mean, we can see Science is into Purge here.
I mean, this isn't the first time John's had to play the make your opponent use their clock game. Wasn't
Yeah.
John the other opponent of the ninja?
There are some definitely long games in this format.
All right, here's Purge. Doesn't get rid of the angel, but you just attack with Imarith, right? Because you know Zan's gonna get rid of the Imarith if you don't attack with it
So you
anyway.
get a card off it.
Here's a draw.
All right. And now it's Lear versus the world.
Does Zan have a go blank?
Did John not play a land that turn? Oh no, it was plains. Never mind. I'm sorry.
The question is, does Zan have a go blank? That would actually mean that this game might be over.
The question also is, does Zan have time to finish this game? Because 2 minutes left, clock is ticking. Here's the rights. I guess there are multiple Legion Angels available, but once this Lear comes down, there's at least one Vanishing Verse in the bin, if not 2. So, new Spellbinder. Okay.
I mean, the flyers is a big deal too because right now John can't block them.
All right.
Land's not going to do it. That's good. That's a okay card to draw. It kind of seems like that John's running out of resources. But also we saw them take out a copy of Discover the Formula post board.
Yeah, that was surprising too. I mean, that's the kind of thing I think you would do against an aggro deck, but Zan's deck isn't really an aggro deck. It's a control deck. It's just playing a bunch of creatures. Just like it's a board control deck. All right, I think this is. I think Zan's gonna pull it off here.
Zan's gonna have a minute and a half.
Some miraculous wins here with under a minute on the clock.
Okay, so let's see if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 mana away from Lear and Divine Purge out of the graveyard. So you have to draw Divine Purge off of this unexpected conversion to stay alive right now.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry. The Spellbinder effect is not perpetual, so the cost addition to Divine Purge is not going to persist to the graveyard. I mean, this has got to be draw 2 cards and pray, right?
Yep. Leave double wide open. All right, yep, I agree with this. You scry, you try to find Divine Purge. If you don't have Divine Purge, you bottom it. You unexpected conversion, draw the Divine Purge. That's not... Is that good enough?
Obviously, that works well in concert with the Lear later, but that does not seem good enough to
Is
me.
it good enough to buy a turn of time on Zan's clock? Because you have Lear that can cast Fading Hope out of the grave. So you just unexpected conversion here, right? And then you bounce the Legion Angel.
There are no creature lands in play.
No creature lands in play. And then the next turn you cast Lear and then bounce another card. Oh my gosh, double Fading Hope.
Crazy games.
Hey, you know what card did it for save the day for John against the Ninja? Fading Hope off of Unexpected Conversion. The same exact thing.
All right, this is huge.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
I said it's fine. Let it resolve.
It's gonna call Lear.
Zan is Fading Hope. Name's Lear. Okay. That's a pricey Lear.
Oh my gosh! You just bounce Legion Angel, bounce that Scry. Nope.
Still has access to Lear plus bounce next turn with 10 mana.
Lear plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Oh my gosh.
And again, this is more for time than anything else.
Yep. I mean, it is a Scry, so you might have done that anyway, even if you didn't have a Scry. But listen, we're gonna get to use Lear, bounce a Legion Angel. Oh, that's not good enough. That's going to take 3 damage off the Blood Artist, so that's not good enough. So you have to go land, Lear, bounce, Prey.
I'm going to predict that Zan wins this game with 39 seconds left.
39? Okay, I'm going to say 43.
43?
I'm going to say a minute
How about
6.
Wait.
Minute 6.
Crazy match.
Oh my god.
Crazy match. Woo.
Wow.
Oh boy. Some of these games today have been like, I need a nap.
I know, right? Before I needed something to eat. Now I need a drink. Where's my whiskey? And now I need a nap.
Yeah, I need an actual drink, right? Yeah, we should cheers up here. Woo. All right. So
wow. So that's the end of Swiss. Do you mind taking a quick second to look at the standings after this round is over? I'm pretty sure the round's over. Also, we have another match to watch here. And then we can talk about the top 8 decks before we start the next round in top 8. Take a little bit of a break in between.
That sounds great. Yeah, Zan, our lone undefeated player. 5-0. And again, I said about Zan, when Zan was 4-0, I laid down the law. I said, hey, all right, Zan's 4-0, but hold up a little bit. He has not played against a blue deck yet. And there it was, a pretty convincing defeat of a blue control deck there. Zan, our lone 5-0 player. Following up in second place, Astral's Flame with Rakdos Dragons. The deck looked awesome on coverage so far. LA Dragon, our round 1 feature, another deck that I liked a lot with Rakdos Control. A little mid-range action.
I love that deck.
Then we have a Medicus Dota with Abzan Clerics. A deck we've talked about a little, but haven't actually seen yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised
we gotta lock that one up for.
Actually, Jim, you know why we haven't seen it? He's been winning too fast.
That's true. That's a good way to be. In 5th place, Dragosi with Boros Dragons. You've been on camera a few times today so far. It's actually Jeskai Dragons. A little tiny hint of blue on both the main deck and the sideboard. In 6th place, John Ramos. We just saw John play Esper Control. Gets into 6th place at 3-2. 7th place, Nimble Sloth with Mardu midrange.
We saw that one. Yep.
And then our final competitor at a record of 3-2. There were 3 players who did not make it at the record of 3-2. With about a 1.5% breaker difference, we have Adam Ant MTG, Azorius midrange, sneaking in the top 8 in our 8th seed.
And that was the flashy deck, wasn't it? That was the Intrepid Adversary, but the blue Adversary deck.
Correct. Yeah. So kind of a white weenie, a little bit of like blinky action going on, flickery action going on, a little bit of counter spells too. So a pretty good spread here. We got clerics, control, dragons, midrange, actual control.
Basically everything.
Yeah, nice mix. I'd say we're lacking a true aggro deck.
We're lacking mono green and Gruul werewolves, right?
Correct. Yeah, no real like straightforward aggro deck. We have, the LA Dragons Rakdos control deck is certainly mid-rangey, aggressively slanted, but still very mid-range. The Dragons decks are pretty mid-rangey. And even Adam Ant's deck, while it plays a lot of the white aggro cards, it still has kind of some counter spells and some blink stuff going on. So not just pure aggro. So aside from pure aggro, most things are presented.
Right. And all of these players stream as well. So if you like these decks, the type of things that they're playing, make sure to go give them a follow on Twitch, give them a quick shout out in the channel, and make sure to watch their content if you like what they're doing. speaking of the top 8, our top 8's coming up next. All right, welcome to Top 8 of Stream League 7, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We have a rematch of Astral's Flame playing against Nimble Sloth. This is that wonderful match that we saw, I believe, being stolen by Immersturm Predator. So, can you talk to us more about this matchup, Jam?
Yeah, this is a match we saw, and on paper, it feels like the mid-range deck should be favored against the Dragon deck on average. Mid-range has got a lot of removal spells in it. Can usually answer the dragons pretty well. But the Black Splash in this Rakdos Dragons deck by Astral's Flames really came in clutch, with Immersturm Predator being almost unkillable. Of course, Mardu mid-range has 4 Managing Verses, which are normally very good against dragons, can't kill Predator, and then not much else to kill it. The Predator just kind of ran rampant and went nuts. So, on paper, I would think mid-range would be favored here, but we saw Rakdos Dragons take it down, and now it's a rematch. So now we get to see if you can do it once. Anyone can do it once. Can Rakdos Dragons do it twice?
And I had the Mardu deck winning in the end, but we'll see if it really wins in the end. Seeing if cards like Vanishing Verse is as good as I thought it was, and cards like the 4-mana enchantment, I forgot the name off the top of my head, that draws 4 cards, is as good as I think it is as well.
Yeah, Showdown's great.
Showdown's
and again, the mid-range deck, it's sort of like a and it's the mid-range deck, I guess, right? So 4 Razor Tyrants, 4 Stormseeker. It has some of the aggressive slantedness also. So there is the possibility of this Mardu deck racing Immersturm Predator. We saw one of those games, it started to happen like that, and then didn't really end up working out. But that could be one of the possible answers here. And we're going to need to see Nimble Sloth be a little nimble here and figure out what the path is going to be to beat this Predator.
Yeah, Nimble Sloth has been raving to me over his Mardu deck, and he said it was really good, so I'm kind of not surprised that he's in the top 8 in this tournament, and but it's just a matter of, can you beat Immersturm Predator?
Yeah, so big draw there for Astrals. There's currently a Predator with no friends, and now Welpeer makes a friendly appearance, and of course Sloth also missed a land drop too. So this is not looking very good for our Mardu player.
Oh, there we go. Now we're going to get to hold up Immersturm Predator, hold up Dragon's Fire or Infernal Grasp with casting Immersturm Predator. Not looking good on Nimble Sloth's side again.
Yeah, also no white for Sloth either. If there was maybe a chance to go end-step Banishing Burst to Whelp and then untap and play a kill spell on the Predator with no defense for sure, but looking like a rough start for Nimble Sloth here. Goes top.
Rise to the top, yep.
Infernal Grasp, Dragon's Fire, Hazard, Smashing, a handful of spells, 2 creature lands for Astral's Flames also. Is looking tough. Yeah, so unfortunately, as I said, racing Predator is certainly an option, but not when you missed a land drop or 2 and played always tap lands, so Astral Flame able to play Predator with mana up for removal, and now it's just off for the races. Going to fire up a creature land here, get it for a whole bunch of damage, and we got a really fast game 1. It's looking like.
Yeah, the only thing about this is that you can't stop something with Infernal Grasp, but they can also just untap Infernal Grasp on their turn and attack for game.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no need to stop anything. Any offensive threat would be raced, and then any defensive threat can be killed on Astral's turn here. So it does go to Knight. There are some werewolves in the Mardu deck, but none of them will matter too much here. The backside of Reckless Stormseeker is good and all, but not really stopping the flyers. Another tap land, just a brutal draw for Nimble Sloth.
Yep.
Missed 3rd land drop, and then the next 3 lands all came in tapped. Basically, everything that could go wrong is going wrong, and Nimble's going to have their back against the wall here in Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, we see a Town Razor Tyrant here, going to stop one of these creature lands. Good thing is there's a... Well, I thought there was another one, but Temple of the Dragon Queen is not a creature land. Well, actually, no, there is 2.
Yep. Lands 1 and 2 this game for Astrals were both creature lands. So...
Wow. We have this in... We have, Whoa.
Pretty simple here. Just fire up the Bugbear, fire up the Grasp, and call it a day.
I'm a little surprised there was a Bolt there.
Oh, it needs enough mana to activate the Bugbear and fire off the Infernal Grasp.
Right, but since it's not lethal this turn, I was thinking to myself, oh, it could just be a Town Razor turn.
We got what, 4, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I think putting your opponent to 1 with a hazard in your hand.
Is it actually?
Good, you know?
Is it actually going? Are they actually going to 1?
Yeah,
4,
it's
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 10.
So, in come the clowns. Predator gets bigger. Token comes into play. Yeah, that's all she wrote here. So right now, Nimble Sloth would need to be able to kill a land, an indestructible creature, 2 1/1s, and discard both cards from Astral Flames.
It needs like a meat hook for 1, and then a removal spell on Predator. Never mind, that's not going to work because Predator gets indestructible in response. So
yeah,
basically, Nimble Sloth needs like 13 mana right now.
Yeah, for sure. Good game. All right. So unfortunate for Nimble Sloth, a pretty bad draw. Very, very awkward hand. And honestly, Astral Flames draw wasn't great either. It ended up panning out reasonably, but wasn't really that fast.
See a couple of Shadows Verdicts thinking about, seeing a Valky possibly come out, a couple of Brittle Blasts coming in from the sideboard. Now, this matchup could just be like opposite than what I thought. I thought there would be enough card advantage for the Mardu deck to survive the early game and kind of take over in the late game with putting counters on things and having a bigger board state than Astrals. But the past 3 games that have been played in this matchup has just been Astrals taking over the game really quickly and staying ahead.
There's also an element of like, the Mardu deck is 3 colors, has more things to put together, whereas this the Rakdos Dragon deck is like, all right, I got some ramp cards, I got some removal spells, I got some dragons. Here they are, try and beat them. And then I also have this 1 card that you can't really kill. Much simpler, much more straightforward. We watched the Mardu deck unfortunately stumble on lands a little bit. Of course, Forsaken Crossroads is pretty great, but a little awkward on the play as far as coming in tapped. So we'll see if our Mardu player can put it together here, because impressive showing for Rakdos so far.
Maybe it could have been a questionable keep as well. Maybe it was a two-lander keep with no scry. Maybe that was the case as well. Or maybe you wanted to hold on to the Hagra Mauling a little bit too long and didn't play it tapped on turn 1. A lot of things could have been the case there, for sure.
For sure.
Oh, wow. This hand, a couple of removal spells, a Fearsome Whelp. You're really happy to draw a dragon, but I think I'm keeping this hand if I'm Astral.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's funny. There's so much like visually going on in the hand. There's 2 D&D books, an X spell, but the reality is this is a 4-land hand. This is like 2 kill spells, a whelp, and then the
here we go. MVP 50 feet of rope. Let's go.
Yeah, Gingerbrute gets in for some points too here. I think this card's really fun. So of course the break expectations is the Thoughtseize, but your opponent gets a bad card with it, and Gingerbrute's not that bad. And they're going to decline to cast the Brute on 1, not revealing the Whelp.
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, so valuing the information over the point of damage.
So I guess keeping Gingerbrute in hand to protect against a Go Blank or something?
That's possible. There are 2 Go Blanks in the Mardu sideboard. I don't really see them coming in this matchup,
Me neither. So why keep the Brute in hand instead of attacking there? Not sure.
Yeah. Oh, man. Whew, boy. It's Sloth's turn to have a good hand. Town Razor turn 3 on the play. Can't ask for more. Brittle Blast can kill it, but
We're gonna deal with your Den of the Bugbear being I guess nullified and still taking 2 damage every turn until you feel like sacrificing it.
Yeah, and not a lot going on here either for Astrals. Fearsome Whelp with no friends. A Gingerbrute that got lost, I don't know, just ended up in his hand somehow. It's a couple lands, so like losing a land isn't too bad here, of course, but that's a really good draw.
If you're relating it to Fibblethip, would it be like a Fibble Brute or
basically,
or like a Brutal Thip?
How did I get here? So Florian now is the push forward the Sloth needs here to really apply some pressure. Sack the land, no kill spell for the Florian. And I think this game is about to snowball in Nimble Sloth's favor. All right. So Gingerbread here can get the chump block for the first Florian attack to keep it off from getting a card. And again, that's kind of the fun of this like Thoughtseize card is that like, while it gives you a bad card, it's still a card. It still does something, you know?
Right. I feel like the best card off of it,
push.
even in these mid-range mirrors, is just the Thopter Foundry card. It's not Thopter Foundry; it's called something else. But you can just pump 4 mana into it to make a 1/1 every single turn.
Yeah. Deliberation here over on Nimble Slot's side. Tapping some lands.
Yeah, what do you think this is right now? Is this a go blank?
I don't know.
The
It's a
meat
Massacre for 1. That's pretty good.
Yep, that gets in for 1. Florian gets in for a draw here. Kalain is a good draw. A couple things are good draws here.
So land's fine too with your creature lands in play.
I think the land was already played. Yeah.
Already played a land. Got it. All right. So, and unfortunately, that the LD from the Town Razor Tyrant means it's the smashing cannot kill Florian this turn.
LD.
And you can't keep Florian in play for too long before things get really crazy. So,
watch this Town Razor Tyrant coming in hot.
Survey says probably not at this point.
Yeah, at this point it's just 3 lands, right?
Yeah,
Which land is better? Stormseeker, okay. Not terrible. It kind of forces Astrals to play a spell unless they want to turn it to nighttime, which is good. I'm gonna see like a Haunted Ridge and a Shadow Soul Smashing on Florian probably to stop the card advantage. But still a Reckless Stormseeker in play.
This solves one problem, but there are still many other problems to solve before Stormseeker at the top of the deck and
the creature lands. Meathook Massacre life is not nothing.
Yeah, honestly, a hand that just did. Oh, there we go.
Wow. That's an instant concede right there.
So, 2 somewhat uneventful games. We had a lot of really exciting matches today, but these first 2 games here, unfortunately, were both players took turns not really having functional hands. Hopefully game 3 will be a little more exciting.
Well, you know what not drawing Immerstorm Predator means for Nimble Sloth? It means Nimble Sloth probably has a better chance of winning. Like, as soon as Immerstorm Predator comes down, it's just a nightmare.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting to see these Shadows verdicts, and it does deal with a lot of cards in the Mardu deck, like Rahilda and Stormseeker, but there are some big boomers in this deck too. 4 Town Razor, 3 Blood Vial Purveyor, so kind of a hit and miss kind of card. Expensive too.
In decks like Astral Flames with like all the 4-mana dragons and Goldspans, I love Shadows Verdict in this format. Mm-hmm. One of the things that red decks really struggle with is dealing with things that have high toughness, especially things with 4 or more. It deals with the cleric spec very cleanly. Any mono green, cruel werewolves, like any of those decks, even Rakdos mirror matches like this is very good. Other than, but I don't think I would bring it in here because it's like a mirror that has a lot of 4-drops, so I don't even know if I'd bring it in there. But you can also use this as a little bit of a cue on how you think Astrals wants to win this game, and maybe he's just taking the control role instead of being an aggro deck in this mirror.
All right, we do see another two land hand here for Nimble Sloth. There's a Painter and a lot of 2-drops, but if third land doesn't pop off here, we're pretty risky. And this is the Singleton Valky from Astrals. 1 in the sideboard, coming down, revealing the hand. Here's Painter, and Astral's hand's looking pretty good here. A lot of removal spells, a Goldspan Dragon.
Gets to be a Town Razor Tyrant next turn if he wants.
That's true.
We've seen last game and this game, Astral's really respecting the +1/+1 counter off the lane.
Yeah, and then I'm getting value in the damage here too, getting it for 2. There's land number 3, but it comes in tapped. So
too many tap lands in these last on game 1 and game 3 here for Nimble.
Yes, so still has a play here. So definitely a better hand than game 1. Now you're correct. We can see Valky pop into a 4/4 flyer and pressure damage. See if Astrals wants to push damage here.
I don't know if that's the case.
Orb.
knowing that there's Florian and Rahilda on the other side of the battlefield, getting a draw off Rahilda attacking and Rahilda being able to get a card out of the deck at the same time, it feels like too bad to do. So I don't mind casting that removal spell here on Rahilda main phase.
Yeah, reasonable. Just keep playing stuff, So now next turn, Goldspan Dragon's available, Brittle Blast is available. Nimble Slot's hand is good though. Now the lands have been found, so Florian, Vanishing Verse available.
This is going to be a good back and forth game.
Yeah, we definitely. We got our wish here. We got our wish.
Got what we wanted, Jim.
Yes.
And this
Florian comes down.
This is probably the only back and forth match in both back and forth game in both matches combined, right?
Yeah, there have been some one-sided ones in this particular matchup, which happens when mana stumbles happen, and then of course when a card like Immersion Predator is played that just can't be dealt with. All right, land 5. This also turns on the Brittle Blast as a possible option off Goldspan Dragon's treasures and the remaining mana. Being smart to making sure the orb gets tapped here. Arena won't always tap the orb for you. So here comes Goldspan Dragon. However, it's going to run headlong into a Vanishing Verse.
And then the Brittle Blast will not be able to be cast, and this will be Nimble Sloth's opportunity to play a big spell, maybe a Blood Vial Purveyor or a... Actually, Blood Vial Purveyor is the best card possible, right? Brittle Blast doesn't even get rid of it.
Yeah, this is a really good spot. So it's going to cost Nimble Sloth the treasure and no more white sources, but killing Goldspan here with Vanishing Verse is unbelievable because now it opens up the Scion to draw cards. There's a lot of cards in this Nimble Sloth deck that are really snowbally, where once that first hit happens, they draw a card, that gives them more cards to get the next hit in, and you kind of just keep going so you win you draw so many cards you can't lose. And Florian's like that, Rahilda's like that. So this is a huge tempo swing turn here where Astros is tapping 5 lands for this big threat. Nimble Sloth gets to answer it, untap, attack, draw a card off Florian, play another threat, and really kind of keep the ball rolling.
And one of these things about Alchemy that's different from Standard is that Goldspan Dragon's not going to make a token off of the Vanishing Verse attacking. If this was regular Standard instead of Alchemy, Goldspan would make the treasure, Brittle Blast would be able to answer the Florian. So huge difference in Goldspan Dragon in these formats.
Absolutely. Mage tempo play. That's kind of the heart of a lot of these mid-range decks, is having these big tempo plays, where you can have this really powerful card. Tower of Time fits in that paradigm. Blood Veil Purveyor. You should have this really big, powerful card. Oh, wow. We're going to see...
Oh, my gosh.
Wow. I am stunned. I am beyond stunned.
Head scratcher. It's a head scratcher.
So, this makes me think that last card name might be a Showdown of Scalds. And Nimble was valuing the white mana a lot, but I am extremely surprised at that sequence there.
Has to be Showdown, right? Showdown, get a little bit bigger than Astrals. Astrals is firmly ahead here, especially because Valky gets to be a 4/4 dragon. Nimble Sloth is at 12, so not a lot of life. 18 life for Astral's Flame, so the race is on.
Yeah, I'm floored right now. I actually can't even believe that Vanishing Verse wasn't cast. I mean, the game was I thought the game was almost over because of how backbreaking that Vanishing Verse is going to be. Might be a connection problem, maybe.
Yeah, maybe they lost connection. Maybe they're not in the game right now.
Oh boy, it looks like that might be the case.
Oh okay. My gosh, and that's why the Vanishing Verse wasn't cast because their arena was restarting.
I need an adult. What are we gonna do?
Oh no, not like this. Oh
like
no.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, what a draw too.
Oh my gosh.
What
okay.
Yeah, I mean that's unfortunate the nature of online play.
Okay, so we don't know for sure if Nimble Sloth has a dragon in their hand or not, but let's say the Vanishing Verse was cast, which Nimble Sloth is perfectly smart enough to cast that card right now if they didn't disconnect. So they cast that, Goldspan Dragon's exiled. Their 3 mana removal spell still in hand. Rahilda's still on the battlefield. Reckless Stormseeker comes into play. They don't have a Vanishing Verse anymore. Potentially, because they would have kept the Rahilda on the battlefield, so second Rahilda in hand's redundant. So it just matters of what the other two cards...
It wasn't Rahilda in the battlefield, it was the Florian.
Oh, it was Florian.
And the Florian was going to attack for 3 and draw another card.
Yep. So maybe,
and then that finds another removal spell or whatever. And
Yeah.
I mean, the
okay,
ball is
yeah. I think it would have, and not necessarily would have been over for Astral Flame, but it would have been, he would have been very far behind.
all my money was going on Nimble Sloth at that point in the game, if that Vanishing Versus cast. But it looks like the disconnection here is going to change things a little bit. I would have lost all my money apparently. So
Yeah, that's the second time you would have lost all your money, right? you want to make more bets, Jim? Oh, here we go. He's back. He's back, but probably doesn't matter anymore.
All right.
Wow, heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking, and I could have flipped over the Volky there too, actually.
I guess could still do it.
All right, and this is unfortunate.
Okay, so we know Nimble has the dragon, so that was very, very unfortunate. Imagine Florian being attacking, getting a card, and then casting Town Razor.
I hate to see it.
Wow.
I hate to see it.
Wow.
All right.
Another Town Razor. Okay, one Town Razor is bad. Multiple Town Razors is a bit unfair.
Yeah, and I mean...
Okay, so we can actually attack with Valky and then make it a 4/4 and make them trump with the Town Razor.
So I missed attack here with the Volky. The mana was available to make it a 4/4, but...
You hate to see something like that in top 8 for Nimble.
Yeah. Definitely unfortunate.
Now all we can do is wait for Nimble Sloth's card to be played and a potential concede.
Yeah, I don't really see any outs here, unfortunately. Let's play Rotilda. It's nighttime. This is the Rahilda. It's the Feral Outlaw, but...
All right, we can go ahead and... there's a Whelp. It was actually lethal with Valky becoming Town Razor.
Yeah, I mean, there could be like a raid or something in response or whatever, but
Yeah, that's
either
true.
way, it's just 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You hate to see it.
No problem with taking a lot of precautions when you're ahead.
Yeah, for sure. The format in play, no real outs here for our Mardu players, so... Dragons takes it down.
Yep, Nimble for sure had to restart the client. It froze and crashed. Well, that's one thing you have to do with the Arena client is make sure your game doesn't crash. A good thing to do if, to get away with that, to solve that actually, is to restart the client after every match if you're playing in a tournament, especially one like this.
Unfortunate.
Yep. All right. MTG
So
Arena.
still a
MTG
great run by
Arena wins
Nimble
again.
Sloth.
But yeah, great deck for Ashless for sure. All right. Who do we still have playing in the top 8? Let's see here.
It's like Adam, Ant, and Zan are still playing.
All right, let's go ahead and catch Adam Ant plays in game 2, playing the Azorius Tempo deck against Zan Syed's Orzhov Sacrifice.
They were our number 1 seed here versus our number 8 seed. Zan was undefeated in the Swiss and currently up a game. Looking pretty good here, too. A lot of mana in play. A lot of creature lands, Blood Artist, and a couple Glasspool Mimics looking pretty lonely here with not many friends to help out.
Now, Glasspool Mimic really, really bad in the face of instant speed removal, but Zan Syed, a lot of his removal, if it's not Vanishing Verse, it is sorcery speed.
It's a pretty good exchange there for Zan. I mean, trading a land for, a removal spell and a card is pretty awesome.
This is good here, being able to Glasspool Mimic. Being able to cast Glasspool Mimic on the adversary. Maybe flash in a Guardian of Faith.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, copying a 2/1 flyer for 3 isn't really that appealing, even if a shelter can protect it. There's Doomscar hanging out over there for 7 mana. Rite of Oblivion.
Getting to look at that.
Again,
glass
there's a lot of resources for Zan. We've seen Zan play this deck a lot, and there's just been a lot of resources available to him a lot of the time.
Yeah, and Zan really likes playing decks like this with a lot of little decisions, a lot of really thin edges to take over your opponent in certain situations, and he's definitely the player that thinks a lot about different ways to win games like that. So not surprised that he's playing a deck that can have a lot of little interaction.
I'm excited to see whatever card this bounty drafted cast, honestly. I want to see more weird cards in play. More Ginger Brutes, please. More 50 feet of rope.
Yeah, I want to see 50 feet of rope win a game.
All right. That is not the card that
That's
came
not,
off
that's, not the card. That's not the card.
Not the card. So again, Zan just kind of trucking along here. You know, Creature Land in play, a couple Blood Artists in play, a couple of Rule Spells there. Zan's deck is in no rush, but very good at gumming things up and buying time. All right, they discarded the land and not the card that was drafted. Important.
Can we find out the card that was drafted?
I want to see it. I don't even know what cards that card can get, so.
I don't know either. I don't remember.
All right.
Negate, not terrible.
So Negate makes the glass pool on the flyer look much more appealing because now you can back this clock up with the counterspell. Doomscar doesn't look so good. So, and Adam seems to agree here. Attack for 3, play Mimic, put 5 power in the air, 2-turn clock.
Exactly. Yeah, one of the problems, like the weakness of Zansai, if we can find a weakness in there, it is other flyers.
Yep. Ooh. Heh.
3 damage. That's the card. We found it. Deals 3 damage to it. Deals 3 damage to a tapped creature. If it will cast in your main phase, it deals 5 damage instead.
So unfortunately, Adam decided to attack first and not play the Mimic, and got aptly punished here by Summary Judgment. And now needs to negate this, and this everything just falls apart right now. Adam's super behind on resources. Best chance to win this game was to sneak some flyers in, negate a key spell, and go from there.
Yep.
And now that avenue looks closed.
And that's all due to Summary Judgment off Spellbook.
Yes.
Honestly, that card's not awful to get off a Spellbook. A removal spell like that, instant speed.
Yes, the card's fine, honestly.
It can kill a tap the 5/5 dragon out of control decks, right? It just kills that off of like a free card off of a card being sacrificed.
Yep.
Here we go. Glassful Mimic gets taken by the Valky.
Yeah, between Doomscar and Rite of Oblivion here, I don't see this adversary crossing the finish line in time. It's also the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. 3 damage a turn is definitely a reasonable amount.
This is also a very unique deck from Adamant plays too. Maybe I've played against one deck that was kind of like this in my entire history of playing Alchemy.
Yeah, deck is sweet. Definitely cool. Some cool cards here for sure. And again, just playing 4 Captain and 4 of the Clone is a pretty good place to be.
I mean, the only out here is draw a Captain and then get a bunch of clones. But then at that point, you have to like draw Negate also, and you wouldn't have had to use that Negate earlier. So we drew Plains, which is not going to do it. We can Guardian of Faith, maybe attack with Adversary because you have to deal some damage here. Guardian of Faith has the upside here of being protected by CGB Shelter, but Zansai knows about that, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, the 7th land is like part of the equation if you're trying to play an Inquisitor Captain, because you can Captain and then Faith away the creatures in response of a Doomscar, but I think it's too little too late here with 2 Blood Artists in play and the Valky and the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Although, looks like the Hive's going to stay home here, which is interesting.
A little surprised Guardian of Faith didn't flash in to block that Valky. Does Guardian of Faith have 2 toughness? Or 3?
It is a 3/2, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Another avenue there could have been Guardian of Faith, phase out the Adversary, block the Valky, and then you get the Glassful Mimic back, and then Zan probably doesn't Doomscar there, but if he does, you can CGB Shelter.
All right, so here is the Doomscar. Unfortunately, Guardian can protect the adversary, but then dies itself.
Oh yeah,
4
the
points of
Security
frame,
Shelter
or 8
actually
points of frame.
doesn't
Well, the game's just over.
doesn't protect against the Guardian.
Yeah, the game's just over. Blood Artists are gonna finish it up here.
That is
All right,
4
triggers on the
damage.
stack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, that was 6 damage. Oh, was there
8
2 Blood
damage.
Artists?
Two Blood Artists and 4
Yep,
creatures died.
that'll be it.
There you go. Great run by Adamant with a really cool deck, but Zan continues to steamroll along.
Well, so we have 2 people that have won in top 8 already. Now, those people that lost are going to be guaranteed getting CoolStuffInc.com store credit. Whether they get 5th or 6th or not depends on how much MTG Arena codes they're going to be getting. Do we have anybody else still playing here in the round? Let's double check. See if John Ramos is playing here. John Ramos is still playing against Metacustota. Just got finished Divine Purging with a Sorin and a Hullbreaker Horror in hand, a 7-mana Leer in exile.
Let's jump right in.
This will be our first chance at seeing this Abzan Clerics deck, and this is a deck that I've personally played, and splashing for green for Trellisara on turn 2, getting a little bit more life gain, a little bit of scrying going on here, a little bit more +1/+1 counters.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see this deck, honestly. I've been looking at the list all day. Our first chance to get a peek at it.
I wish we would have seen the match, but it is in Game 3, and it's fairly close. There's 6 cards available for Metacustota, but there is a Hullbreaker Horror kind of looming over here in the Vanishing Verse.
Oh, well, about to be a little more expensive, though. And again, we see Vanishing Verse here not lining up well against a gold creature.
Yep.
Moon Dancer ready to dance away.
I really like 2-mana gold creatures right now and out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the Verse not take out the Veteran, perhaps, in response.
With 4/4, they're at 5.
Yeah, so the Veteran's in response to the Moon Dancer would still be a 3/3. This can kill the Spellbinder, but still a tough spot here. We have
All right, so maybe
a Naked Leer.
minus the Sorin for a lifelinker. Wow, just go in Leer and says, please don't have an answer to my stuff.
Me.
All right, Naked Leer, pass the turn.
You fight for
All right,
me.
is there a Skyclave? No, Skyclave Apparition doesn't do anything here. It could maybe, let's see here. There's another Spellbinder, I believe, over there. Righteous Valkyrie. Oh my gosh, that pumps the team a lot. We have to have a couple chump blocks now.
Yeah, I mean this extra vampire.
Oh my gosh! Double Valkyrie. Oh my goodness. Even more.
That doesn't do it though.
Doesn't do it, but even they're scrying to the top now.
So now we can see it goes to 2, but now John gets to untap and cast a Divine Purge. And
Gosh, Divine Purge is so good here.
yeah, Divine Purge mops up, and now Leer is just free and clear. 37 life is a lot, but when you have 1,000 cards at your disposal, you don't really care that much. So
Oh, Divine Purge is really good.
yeah, that is really good. There are 2 go blanks in Dota's board.
Has to draw them right now. There's no divide by zeros available, so gotta draw it.
Yep.
Paladin class is a great card against control decks, but not at this point in the game. Oh my gosh, there it is!
Oh, there's the go blank. Oh wow.
Oh!
I am very surprised to see that the card draw spell not cast on John's turn. Not really leaving much up here. There's no haste threats, so you can just like untap and kill things at your leisure. I like this play though. So balancing the Leer to discard, put it all on the shoulders of one big dragon. Although honestly, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Could be
both those
Hullbreaker,
Righteous Valkyries
though.
are on. So
one more mana to cast Hullbreaker?
yeah, I mean, this turn could just be Righteous Valkyrie, and those things are going to be huge. So
This is a crazy game 3. Oh
it costs
my
5,
gosh, of course. Of course. Vanishing
John's
Verse in
got a
response to
lot of
trigger?
work to do here.
Did not Vanishing Verse in response to the trigger to draw an additional card. But wants to flash in the Hullbreaker Horror.
Alright, I guess it's a path here. This is a crazy, crazy game.
I mean, Vanishing Verse and Valor Stance is like, could you, and an untap land? You needed the untap land to cast Hullbreaker Horror. Drawing both of those cards, could you ask for anything better if you're the control player?
Yeah, I mean...
Alright, something... I think you just let it happen here, right?
Fine, yeah, I mean... Oh, no. You gotta cast Hullbreaker Horror here. Like... You don't care if the verse costs 4. Wow, really?
Whoa, whoa! I'm even surprised that Valor Stance didn't... Whoa. Whoa.
That's... I don't understand.
Whoa.
If you're gonna kill it, why not kill it before the life gain trigger goes off? And then you don't really care if Stance costs 4 because you have 10 lands in play and a Hullbreaker Horror in play, you know?
And Valor Stance can't kill the 3/1, but it could have killed the Valkyrie.
Right. Very, very surprised to see Hullbreaker Horror not cast there. Very surprised.
And if they did cast Vanishing Verse, I'm surprised the target was the other one.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that's an insane draw. Alright, so giving Metas Gastona a chance here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
And also, if the Righteous Valkyrie is played, the Imrith has to chump the Spellbinder. Alright, this is Fading Hope.
9. I mean, maybe John's scared that the unknown card in Dota's hand is a Vanishing Verse to kill the Hullbreaker Horror.
Maybe.
But it would just kill the dragon then.
This game has a lot riding on it. If someone's not in the Mythic Invitational qualifier, whoever wins this gets in.
Yeah, this is I'm astounded that Hullbreaker Horror was not cast last turn. Just floored.
Alright, here we go. And the game's over.
Alright.
Maybe he wants to keep Valor Stance to protect the Hullbreaker even more?
I mean, yeah, now we're at the point where we're like, oh my god, there are 2 ridiculous cards in play. Really, I might be making an error there. I said if the Horror was cast that turn, then the Flyer would have dealt lethal damage, so that's a mistake.
Alright, and if we don't have some kind of miracle, game's over.
Good old Hullbreaker Horror.
MVP was Divine Purge by far, though. That's the second Divine Purge that was cast on the board.
Yeah. It's pretty funny seeing the 7 mana Elite Spellbinder off there to the side.
Yeah, it is funny.
For 7 mana, you can either have an Elite Spellbinder or Hullbreaker Horror. What would you like?
Yeah, you choose. Alright, here we go.
Alright. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just cast the Deluge here and bounce it, but whatever. Thanks, Conveil, sure. We're in garbage time here. Hullbreaker Horror says, I don't care what you do, what you have.
Yeah, nothing matters anymore. Wow, surviving at 1 life with this sports state is crazy.
Crazy game. Crazy, crazy game. Whew.
And just like that, John Ramos MTG is guaranteed a Mythic Invitational qualifier spot for February.
I am glad we got to see the Abzan deck a little bit. It does seem very sweet, but yeah, Hullbreaker Horror says no.
Yep, that's what's been happening all day. What's up?
So what do you at 40? Don't care.
I know. I think it might have been higher than that at one point in the game, but yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Who else do we have, or is that everybody that has finished their round in the top cut? Okay, apparently there's echo in my audio. Is anyone hearing echo?
Echo. Am I hearing echo?
Okay. Anyways.
Oh, okay.
Who is... Do you hear? Is there anybody else playing? Oh, the round has ended. So that we do have the final 4 people playing that already are guaranteed their slot in the Mythic Invitational Qualifier in February. So no need to get top 1200 Mythic, skipping the line for these 4 players. And now they're just playing for glory, bragging rights, and more CoolStuffInc.com money. So, do you have the players right now available to tell everybody who these players are? And then we'll start the next round in top 4.
Yeah, we got Zan just cruising along here. 6-0 now, undefeated. Orzhov mid-range. Astros Flames, Rakdos Dragon currently at 5-1. His first round in top 4. Elliott Dragon. We haven't seen Elliott Dragon since round 1, but I did say that I liked his deck a lot, and maybe we'll see that one again. Kind of like basically just like a Jund deck, but only Rakdos. Jund in spirit, not in colors. And then John, Esper Control, just won that crazy game, still hanging on.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see. Like, I think these mid-range decks are just aggressive enough with the right tools like GoBlank to be able to be good enough against Izzet and Esper, while also being interactive enough to deal with the aggro decks. It's just a matter of against really wide aggro decks, maybe like either Clerics, Mono White, Mono Green, Gruul, things that go a little bit wider than the Dragons do. I'm curious to see how well that those mid-range decks do against those decks. But they do play Meat Master.
Yeah, I think my pick right now is Elliott Dragon. I think his Rakdos deck is super awesome, well positioned on all sides. I know Zan's been crushing it right now, but I liked it round 1 and looking forward to seeing it here in top 4.
My pick is Zan Syed. I think the life gain is going to be too much for that Rakdos deck to beat.
Cool. Well, let's hope we get a nice battle here. We have our top 4 bracket pairings.
Yeah, we do have our top 4 here. We have I believe we have John Ramos. I don't.
Yep.
Do we have who's John Ramos playing in our top 4?
John versus Elliott and Zan versus Astral Flame. So to get the finals that will pit our picks against each other,
yep.
Elliott's got to win, Zan's got to win, but Elliott has to overcome Esper Control first, and Zan has to keep the run going here against Rakdos Dragons.
All right. Well, let's see. I feel like we should watch Zan Syed's last. And watch Elliott Dragons first.
Sounds good to me.
Because Elliott Dragon has a pretty aggressive deck. So let's watch John Ramos play against Elliott Dragon. They are currently queuing up in their match. Let's give a couple keys to victory. If the control deck is to beat Elliott Dragon's Rakdos aggro / burn deck, what are some keys to victory for Esper?
I think for game 1, it's really going to come down a lot to what part of Elliott's deck does he draw. There are 3 Meat Massacres in this deck. Those ain't going to be so good. There are 3 Go Blanks in Elliott's deck. Those are going to be really good. So can Elliott apply enough pressure and then draw the right mixture of disruption? And then for our control player, can basically they stop the snowball from happening? Kind of keep the threats in line, control the game, kind of get to the late game. On raw card power level, John Ramos' deck is much better. We're looking at Lear, Hullbreaker Horror, Discover the Formula. These cards are absolute home run high power cards. Whereas the Rakdos deck, Electrostatic Blast is great, but it's more of a small ball card. Time Raiders Tyrant's great, a little more of a small ball card. So I think that if our control pair can get to turn 7 or 8 feeling pretty safe, it'll look really good for them. But Elliott's gonna make it pretty hard for them too.
Yeah, I think I will err on the side of Rakdos beating this Esper deck. I just think that Rakdos is going to get it to the point where here's a Go Blank that goes off. Here's an Inscription of Ruin. We saw Elliott Dragon play against a control deck before and resolved about 5 Mind Rots, and that's really difficult for the control deck to come back from. The control deck's on 4 or 5 lands when the first couple Mind Rots go out. They're all of a sudden top decking for their lives, and Elliott Dragon has a lot of cards that are aggressive, but also gain card advantage at the same time as being aggressive. Electrostatic Blast being one of those cards that are amazing because of that. Deal a couple damage, and then not draw 3 cards, but look at the top 3, play a card. Very powerful. Also deal 3 damage and then learn. Also very powerful. Especially so that you can deal damage while also keeping your card advantage going. And as long as Elliott Dragon deals enough damage to the Esper player before Esper completely goes haywire with either a Discover the Formula or Lear or Hullbreaker Horror, when it gets like you said, turns 5, 6, 7, if those things don't start, the haymakers don't start coming right away, it can get to the point where I think there's gonna be a haymaker that comes down, but there's gonna be 1 or 2 really key burn spells that go face that wins the game for Elliot.
Yeah, that's a major factor because we were talking about the mill deck earlier. How the mill deck's trying to sort of sidestep this board control, card control thing, and just say, you know what, I'm just gonna kill you. I'm just gonna deck you. You're gonna give me time. That's great. The burn is a similar thing where the Lear deck can draw tons of cards, but isn't really gaining life. So if you're just like, all right, I'll shock you. All right, I'll bolt you. All right, I'll bolt you. You're at 7, you're dead now. So it can kind of sidestep the card advantage part of the game or the board control part of the game and just burn out. That is pretty sweet.
All right, so what? Okay, so I think they actually read the standings wrong, and one person should have went first.
That's what I would assume as well. That's it. It's over. Fast
there we
match
go.
of the day.
Top
Woo!
2. Let's go. So they're gonna start again, and the way it works in this tournament, if you're not already aware, the person with the higher seed gets to choose whether they want to go first or second, and that seemed to have gone the wrong way in that match there. So they're gonna go ahead and requeue.
Yeah, it's part of the allure of Zam being undefeated is obviously it feels nice to be undefeated, but as the number 1 seed, we'll be on the play through the entirety of top 8. A very, very powerful thing to have access to.
All right, so starting this on the right foot for Azrael, for John Ramos, being on the draw with a Forsaken Crossroads and another land. I know it's a little bit low on lands, but you have unexpected conversion to draw a couple cards, maybe hit your land drops. You have Divide by 0, and go and get Environmental Sciences, hit your next land drop. You have a Scry, so I think I really like this hand if I'm John.
Yeah, it's a little risky, but pays off immediately, so perfect.
We take those.
Yeah, sure. Every time. A little bit of color choices here with the Crossroads and the Pathway.
Deciding on that one. Divine Purge is going to be pretty important here as well. Divine Purge isn't as good against Elliot Dragon's deck than it is against other aggressive decks because Elliot Dragon has, not Intrepid Adversary, the red adversary come down with haste to cast a spell immediately, things like that.
Yeah, 4 Bloodthirsty Adversary, 2 Sedgemoor Witch are the only cards actually killed by the Purge in this deck. So
Purge can be key though. If the Witch comes down and makes a bunch of 1/1s, Purge can be really important.
All right, so what was the color chosen on the Crossroads? I glanced at it for a second.
Believe it was black.
Okay.
Makes sense since it's a Sorin double black pip card in hand.
Yeah, I mean, double white on Purge, blue needed for Divide by 0 and conversion.
Because, being on the draw is a little bit of a cool thing if you know you're playing 4 copies of Forsaken Crossroads, because they do come in untapped.
Yeah, and smart sequencing here also, saving the Pathway in the Crossroads. Getting to make that color choice at a later point when you have more information.
You need some inspiration here. Cast to go get Environmental Sciences. Down to 17.
All right. Disruption and Divide by 0, both at the ready. There are 4 Town Razor Tyrants and 2 Sorins as 4-drops in this Rakdos deck. And again, this is a weird one here because, when you see 3rd land like that go, you think Divide by 0, which is there, not necessarily thinking Disruption on turn 3. So countering a 4-drop here with Disruption would be huge.
I've actually come to the conclusion that when I'm playing an aggressively slanted deck against Aurora Disruption, I just never play around it anymore. Sometimes it's correct if you have 1 threat in your hand, but sometimes players get greedy and play it and then miss a land drop. And then if they don't have it, then you're in a really good position.
Yeah, for sure. The ceiling's super high for sure. It's the kind of thing where I think if you only have 1 threat or you don't necessarily need to play your best thing into it, but you should play something into it. That I strongly agree.
Right.
All right, well, playing around it here. Bolting in the land and firing off an inspiration.
All right, another 3 damage, so down to 14.
Good draw for land-wise for John here. That solves the blue problem, solves the black problem. Crossroads can come in on white. You can see a Sorin come down here. And again, we're seeing these burn spells add up. You know, the Esper control deck's not going to get on the board super fast. So get that chip shot damage in, fire up a burn spell or two, and burn spells don't really care about Hullbreaker Horror. You know, they don't really care about Leer. They're just going to do everything, go to the face.
I don't think I would have played the untap lane here, because I think Sorin is a little bit too risky. Not being able to use anything on your turn like a Valor Stance, Jawar Disruption, or Divide by Zero, and potentially getting your Sorin just killed by the land. I don't think I would like to take that trade, but so maybe I play the Forsaken Roads, Crossroads tap, maybe scry one, try to get another land, and then play the untapped land the following turn, but we'll see how this goes for John.
I don't necessarily agree. I think that if Elliot's turn is activate land, kill Sorin, that's their entire turn, I think John's stoked about that.
Also true.
John basically said, I'm going to play a 4-mana 2/3 flyer with lifelink that time walks you, which sounds great in this current scenario. So ended up working out because obviously the Sorin and the creature are still alive. And now a lot of cards available too. A lot of options for John here. Divide by Zero, card draw spells, Valor Stance, Divine Purge, sort of in play, not really in play yet, probably. Force Spike still available. Definitely some impetus to protect Sorin, but not really necessary. It's already drawn a card and made a lifelink flyer, and will also gain life if it's attacked. So
now, Sedgemoor Witch is one of those things that can kind of get out of control, but you know, Divine Purge is there to save the day. If you're Elliot Dragon, I mean, what do you think he has in hand? I mean, there is a lot of main deck discards, so we'll see if that happens here. There is 6 mana available to cast a discard spell, get Divided by Zero, and then cast another one. That one at that point will get Jawar Disruption.
Yeah, that's sweet. Big things here. This is tough. Your control player says go. It's 5 lands in play and 7 cards in hand. A lot to work out of what they could possibly have. All right, start with Go Blank. Not the best Go Blank of all time here. You know, Go Blank is much better when your opponent has, 2 or 3 cards in hand and 5 and 7 cards, and there's currently no cards in the graveyard anyway. So this is a pure mind rot for the most part. And yeah, so you can see here, John's totally happy to discard a bad card and a land.
Yep.
Still plenty of resources to work with. Also building towards Divine Purge here. I imagine we'll see the Sorin get eaten. Wow, so John going to defend the Sorin.
All right, Sorin goes to 2 loyalty here.
All right, Scry's top. Vanishing Verse also looking pretty good.
All right, sacrificing the Sorin for that other 2/3, knowing that one of the win conditions for Elliot Dragon is that burn damage. Getting as much lifelink on board as possible is always good.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. I think get these flyers in play, keep the damage coming, keep the life gain coming. You know, put another wrench into Elliot Dragon's plan here of like, there's 4 power and flyers in play. I could just die, which is not a thing you'd expect from the control deck, but it's another thing to work with. All right, so couple pests, couple flying zombies. Kind of a weird hand because Divine Purge looks actively bad for John right now with these flyers in play.
Right.
A sorcery card draw spell, couple instant removal spells, and of course Hullbreaker Horror looming overall. All right, this is a downside to John's plan here is that these meetup massacres, which wouldn't be very good usually in a game 1 scenario, are now turned on by these creatures being in play. So that takes care of that.
Yeah, I mean, making Elliot Dragon having a card dead in the matchup be all of a sudden not dead in the matchup is great.
Yeah, that's awesome. However, Hullbreaker Horror mana has been achieved, and reasonably stable board with a bunch of good cards in hand. Things looking pretty good for John here. And as far as answers to Hullbreaker Horror, looks like Elliot has 3 Infernal Grasps, and then maybe a backdoor answer of like, 2 burn spells at once or whatever.
Yep.
But there are 3 Infernal Grasps is a lot. These cards have been in hand for a while now for Elliot, so interesting choice here for John. All right, never mind. Choice not actually. I'm sorry, there's still land to play. So inspiration going upstairs. We see a Luthier on one of these mountains or a Learn. Pass summoning, sure.
It seems like Elliot Dragon is getting in like the necessary chip damage needed, but Hullbreaker Horror is especially with Discover the Formula on the board right now, is just probably going to be it.
Yeah, that was the turn where basically, do you have Grasp or no? Do you have Grasp? We keep playing. If you don't, I win. And the answer was no. Hullbreaker's Horror is down now on an empty board, and this game is over. Divide by 0. If John was at like 3 or 5 life here, maybe. But this game's gonna end very, very fast. I suppose there is a Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but there's also a Vanishing Verse available too. Now the Valor stance can protect the Hullbreaker Horror. A little surprised to see the Tyrant resolve here.
Tyrant resolves, hitting that land. Abundance of resources for John. I don't see how John ever loses this game. I mean, This is what we were talking about before the match started, right? If there's a point that Azrael or John stabilizes enough to resolve one of the bomb spells, there's probably no way that John loses. But the game plan for Elliot is win before that happens.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a pretty easy, like, you just kill the Town Reser Tyrant, bounce the Witch back to hand as a spell.
Oh, there's no white mana open.
Oh, none of those lands are white. I really, really wish they would freaking add a symbol or a border. Like on Magic Online, they would put a border around the land just to let you know what color it is, what color was chosen, but
do this.
It's a little awkward. So bouncing the Tyrant is not super ideal, but
oh, it didn't even bounce it.
All right, sure. So
all right, just looking to exile it.
Take the 2. Deciding to stance instead of verse. I suppose verse answers the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yep, need verse to answer the Hive because Hullbreaker cannot answer the Hive. The one downside, if Hullbreaker could have a downside, is that it can't bounce non-land permanents.
Yeah. Witch is back. In theory, Witch could block the tokens could block Hullbreaker Horror for a while, but that's not really going to work like that because the Horror can just bounce off the tokens too, so I think casting Discover here and bouncing Witch to hand is pretty ideal. Can't believe it Horror bounces spells too.
I know. The fact that Hullbreaker Horror bounces spells and Divide by 0 bounces spells, it just adds an element to counter spells in this deck that they don't really have to play.
Yeah.
They can already play their counter spells while doing other things. Like Divide by 0 counters a spell while maybe doing something already that you already want to do, like hit your land drop with Environmental Sciences or draw extra cards with the Teachings of the Archaics, right? You already want to draw extra cards. Why not counterspell a card and then get a card that draws extra cards, right? It just does everything that you want the deck to do. Hullbreaker Horror is a win condition that also is just a counterspell.
Yeah. Card is very good. I mean, pretty much just John's in a spot now where it just needs to not die. Sack the land, Sciences for 1, bounce token, draw card, bounce token, attack for 7. Science is gaining life here is pretty awesome too. So
Yep. This is one of those things that if you're not in top 4 of a tournament, you just scoop.
right.
Unless you're worried about running out of time, but I don't think that's the case for Elliot Dragon's deck. Now, if it was control versus control and they were in this spot, you just concede if you're the control opponent.
Absolutely. All right, so exile some cards, stack for 7, now at 1. Fading Hope, Vanishing Verse at the ready.
All right, and this game is over. There could be a Sedgemoor Witch, maybe something cast like a Vanishing Verse targeting the Meathook Massacre to bounce the Sedgemoor Witch, and they have to cast it again.
Yeah, I might have liked that. It doesn't matter. It comes tapped anyway.
Yeah,
Hope
the
deals with
game's
tokens.
been over for about
Grasp
3 or 4
Grasp
turns
is
now.
obviously not ideal, but certainly very castable. I guess the Fading Hope can deal with the creature land, which can't chump block for the turn. So
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Vanishing Verse on the Hive of the Eye Tyrant or Fading Hope. Doesn't really matter.
yeah, I mean,
We're in major garbage time here.
Hullbreaker Horror.
Bouncing the Meathook. Oh, okay.
Whatever, bounce everything. Put the D&D book in the bottom of the library. And all right,
There you go.
A pretty convincing game 1 win there for our control player. All right, and now you get to see some of these less efficient cards like Meathook Massacre and stuff go to the board, and then Elliot's got a whole suite of cards to bring in here. The 4th Go Blank, 4 Duresses,
Yep.
and 2 more Sorens.
Yep.
That's a lot.
That's why I like the Rakdos deck against this. There's so many Mind Rots, but if it gets to the point where a Haymaker is cast and not immediately dealt with, or if it Discover the Formula is cast and there's not burn spells to win the game right there, the game ends.
Yeah, for sure. And the tools are there to slow that down, but of course, top of the deck, you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck. So we'll see how this one goes. A lot of discard. Almost, honestly, too much discard, but might get to a point where, cast Go Blank, draw Duress, and how many cards in their hand, kind of thing. So,
Yep.
But there are certainly cards to remove here. Brittle Blast, a Braid, even Electrostatic Blast, not looking awesome here. So a lot of things to take out, and then a lot of good tools to bring in for our Rakdos player. For Esper, not a ton, honestly. Honestly, the Desert Doom, the Immoriths seem pretty solid in a more low resource game. You just gotta jam it, let it ride. But aside from that, nothing really super exciting in the board for them.
In this matchup, I really like the fact that this Esper list is playing Sorin. Usually the Esper list that I've seen that I've really seen on Ladder and things play more of the Key to the Archive plus Teferi instead of in the Sorin spot. But I like the lifelink of Sorin. Teferi does gain life as well, which is an argument for playing Teferi over Sorin. But I think Sorin does give a nice, a better lifelink touch than the other one than Teferi because it's an actual blocker too. I personally really like Sorin.
It's interesting, honestly, to just most of these decks are playing Key, and John's just nah, I'll just play Sorin. I'll just play more of a control-y kind of, a little less combo-y, a little more control-y. We've seen the Is It control decks, leaning more on, copying spells and making treasures and stuff like that.
Yep.
It's just a more modest, I'm just gonna play control, gonna kill all your stuff, gonna cast a Leer, call it a day.
All right, we see Valor Stance, Gerard Disruption, Discover the Formula of Sorin. This hand is pretty close to perfect.
That's pretty good. The Valor Stance is honestly it's all right.
I'd rather the Valor Stance be a different removal spell, but it's a removal spell nonetheless.
Yeah, it only kills Town Rager Tyrant in the entire deck, but
you do kind of need to kill that card. But yeah, if they don't have it, it kind of sucks. All right, do we play Gerard Disruption first? I think if it was me, I'd play Forsaken Crossroads first. Leaves up Gerard Disruption to make a 2-mana play if Valor Stance isn't an option.
Yeah, the one awkward thing is that to make that play, you got to play Crossroads on blue.
Yep.
And now you have 4 blue sources and only 1 white source.
I don't
do
think
agree.
I mind that though.
Yeah, I do agree. So you got to play the beach instead. On the draw here, the Crossroads can come in untapped. So, all right. We got a discard spell counter up here. That's the first one.
All right. You want to do discard spell counter? All right, we got one. All right, that's one.
It's a good one too.
Can we get to 10 in a game?
I feel like the duress here is double value because you get to take a card and now you know about disruption. So taking a good card, not taking discover because there's probably more discard spells to come.
Yeah, I feel like if that's the only discard spell, you take the huge spell, right? You take the Haymaker.
Right.
Which means they probably don't have Go Blank. They probably have another targeted discard spell.
Well, that's not necessarily true because Go Blank can eat the lands too. You know, just lowers your resources, so playing a 6-mana spell can be difficult.
Yeah.
But you're correct. Duress number 2, ready to rock and roll. This one takes cover for sure.
I just got lucky with that. I don't really know.
Well, hey, better lucky than good, right?
That's true.
So
that's why I'm commentating, Jim.
What's up?
That's why I'm commentating. I'm not playing.
Me too. I had a day 2 of the right now. So now the one thing is, like we were saying earlier, is you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck here. So just like Jund in Modern or classic, Jund decks in general, it's very important for Elliot to do something here and really attack in some way to kind of to take advantage of this time that they're buying. Because eventually, John will draw a Leer or a Hullbreaker Har or some other big card.
Yeah, for me personally, when I play aggressively slanted decks with this card, I always like to get some pressure on board. I don't even care if it's a 1/1. I want to be attacking them while I'm attacking their hand at the same time.
Right. Absolutely.
Oh my god, wait, that's 4. That's 4 already.
That's 4.
I mean, it's working, though. I mean, there's nothing in John's hand.
It's working to an extent. The most important thing against this is just making land drops, though. And now there's 5 lands in play, a scry as well. The potential draws aren't necessarily awesome, but there's time to find them, and they can get back out of here. There's a lot of card draw in this deck.
If we go land adversary, pretty strong. Oh, Town Razor Tyrant, pretty strong.
All right, so now squeezing a different resource here. So obviously Grasp can kill the Town Razor Tyrant. The question for John is, how long do you hold on to this land?
Ooh. Okay, definitely not holding on to it anymore after that land drop. But
yeah, probably.
Azrael's going to need to draw a big draw spell soon. And I think smartly, John says, I'm keeping my land because one of my outs here is drawing Discover the Formula.
Yep. All right, there's Sorin. So
you can't ask for a better start than this for Reliant Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely.
You deal with this.
So do you think John keeps the land? I think he keeps the land. Yep. Here we go.
All right, keeps it.
Vanishing Verse. Maybe this kills the Sorin?
The problem is, Den of the Bugbear is also looming. So you kill Sorin or you take 5.
I think you have to kill Sorin.
Doesn't take many 5 balls to end the game.
Yep, and especially since the 1/1 stay. So it's 6 the next turn.
1/1 stay, and the land's still pinging.
Well, I guess it's a 6 ball, not a 5, so it's 7 next turn. And another creature land. This has to be over.
By land.
Oh, game
Hello,
life.
Patterson. That's not a bad draw. Lightning Helix. Oh my god.
I always say, oh my god, after I say Lightning Helix.
So that negates the damage from the attack. So kills the land, negates the damage from the attack. Still at 8.
What if he kills his den in response?
That would be extremely aggressive.
I told you.
I didn't say I wouldn't respect it. Not say I wouldn't respect it. Elliot Dragon. I like it.
He did it. He did it to stop the life gain.
I like it.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe I said that. And it actually, I thought it and said it out loud.
Kill your own creature and take 2.
Yep.
Love it. All right, we got a game 3 here. That was a discard heavy game. Duress, go blank. Oh, you don't got any resources left? Here's a dragon. That's kind of the plan. So Elliot wants to do that exact game plan again this turn. And now it's up to John to play around that. And I really think that the Imrith has to come in here. I think you want singularly powerful cards available to you that are great in a top deck. And Dragon is exactly that. So I'm very surprised not to see the second dragon come in.
I think if I'm the blue deck, I just bring in like 100% of all my draw spells and then just keep playing them.
Right. Just want as much gas as possible.
Yep.
Make a top of your deck live.
There is a command in my chat that's exclamation point called it, and it says I'm a fortune teller. And because it happens so much that I'm just like, they do this and then they do it. And it's like some obscure things like in the control matchup, kill your own creature in response, and it happened. It happens all the time.
See, I make the mistake of calling out the bad things that could happen to me, and then they happen.
Oh no, that happens to me too. I'm just like, wow, the best thing they can top deck here is discover the formula. No cards on board, no cards in hand, 6 lands, rip, play. Just like, all right, next game.
Yep, I should probably stop talking.
Why do I always say, why do I say things?
Yep.
I say them because I want them to happen to me, I guess. I'm masochist in that way. But
Good
okay.
TV.
All right. John, this is for the finals. Okay. John's on the play.
Which almost is not good. Hear me out. I could see a world where John chooses to be on the draw.
For the card advantage from discard.
Correct.
Yep.
I mean, and that used to happen. In the Jund like Cascade Pro Tour, in whatever, a million years ago, I chose to be on the draw of that Pro Tour because I was playing a Lightning deck. Like, because if you're just mind rotting, both players are mind rotting the crap out of each other, having the extra card matters, you know?
Yep.
And Elliot's deck isn't that aggressive to punish it, but there are some adversaries and stuff like that. So I'm not saying necessarily correct, but it's the kind of thing you could think about for sure.
What if Elliot Dragon took a little change up post board and just took out the discard spells?
That would be 4D chess at a level I'd never seen.
Because there's no discard spells in Elliot's hand with the Brick Expectation. It's just
burn
all
spell,
aggro.
burn spell, 2-drop, burn spell.
That would definitely be 4D chess, and I have no I have no space in my brain to think of those things.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what terrible card that Elliot gets to play with this game, because you know he's gonna have time to.
You know what's gonna be? Millstone. Of course it is. Plot
twist. I'm gonna mill you out now. Thank you.
Yeah, mill out the Hullbreaker Horrors and Deliers. Let's freaking go.
Yeah.
Right. And until the milling happens and it mills Memory Deluge, and then you're not as happy. All right, so we get a, what is that? Oh, that's the ramp spell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the relic with you have City's Blessing. You can like sack it and draw. I thought you couldn't see the card though.
You get to see it. Off of Break Expectations, you do get to see it.
Ah, okay. Most of the draft cards like don't reveal the card. Just almost surprised that this card reveals it.
I guess it reveals it because it's your opponent. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But all right, well, some land drops and some pressure here is what Elliot's looking for. A lot of removal though, and not a good land.
All right, this.
So I like the sideboarding here. I like the Hermit a lot.
It's just a couple blockers. It's like a counterspell and a blocker, or 2 blockers.
Right, and it's just like you just want things to do things, you know.
Here we go. Do we counter this? Nope. There we go. Wow, amazing draw. Wow.
Right. So this is what I was saying. You just want all your threats. You know, just put stuff in play. You know, if they're gonna shred your hand, just put stuff in play. You know, start putting things there.
Land drop.
We
perfect.
See a plus in the Sorin, valuing the cards, not the body. I like that also. Multiple inspirations in hand for Elliot.
Especially if Elliot pops off a discard spell, you do want to keep those cards coming.
Yep. And if Sorin can draw 2 cards, that's a huge win.
I've seen Elliot. I was watching Elliot for a little bit, and Elliot likes to go on 5 mana. Likes to go 3 mana burn spell or discard spell. Or 4 mana, and then next turn land adversary do the same thing. Especially if it's just a discard spell, that is brutal for John.
Yeah, I think that the adversaries are going to come in here and kill the Sorin though. Now it's a blast. Okay, sure. So blast is great, card advantage, and then honestly not a card that will find too much card advantage in a meta matchup like this. So pretty good hit. Love it.
Yep, now we can hold up Vanishing Verse and Malevolent Hermit activation.
Yep, old man beatdown. I love it. This is a great way to kind of like flip the script a little bit, you know.
This
that
is
last game. I don't have any cards. Well, fine. I'll put some stuff in play and make you deal with it.
This is almost like the post-board pivot thing that we were talking about before.
Yep.
All right, so we have 2 mana here for what? Environmental Sciences. Hit the land drop. Oh, I actually really like this with Electrostatic Blast.
All right. So, I mean, making card advantage progress.
And
a land or a grass.
For John, there's removal spells, but there's no card advantage spells. So Elliott Dragon can exhaust the Vanishing Verses and Infernal Grasp, take some damage from Malevolent Hermit, and then if John doesn't draw a Leer or a Memory Deluge or something like that in the next few turns, Elliott Dragon could out card advantage the control deck.
Yeah, it's definitely, the script is pretty flipped here. All right, so start killing these hermits.
It would be very interesting to see if there's another Spikefield Hazard in Elliott Dragon's hand for this other hermit.
That would be clutch, yes.
There's a land. That's not our card advantage spell that we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean the hermits themselves are card advantage, of course. It's just like a 2/2 flyer that can come back in later. So, you know, just putting bodies in play is very reasonable right now. Play the Geist, a couple kill spells. Now Adversary's online as far as flashing spells back, which is kind of nice. Really cool game. Totally flip script from the last game. Oh, okay. So they get to counter it and not exile it. John wasn't tapped out at the end of last turn, right? Was he?
He had 1 land left.
Okay. All right, this is a pretty big turn, I think, for Elliott. Elliott's able to kind of turn the board around a little bit here. Graveyard-wise, there aren't many cards to bring back that are awesome. No discard. Tire plays, though. And then with 2 more mana, can double kick the Adversary, which would be phenomenal. Ooh. That's pretty sweet. So 1 land away from double kicking the Adversary, which would be huge. Could flashback double Inspiration, double Learn, maybe Electrostatic Bolt instead. Also can get a Mascot Exhibition here too. So definitely an interesting game. We're seeing Elliott here with all the big game kind of spells, and John here with the small ball stuff, which is pretty humorous given how last game played out.
Yep. It's like a flip the script in a way that you'd never expect, right? Like, yeah, okay, now it's John with the small ball stuff.
Confront the past. That reanimates a planeswalker or kills a planeswalker, but you can only reanimate your own planeswalkers though, right? I gotta read that one. Hold on. What? What's that card called? Confront the past? Huh. I'm not seeing that card in John's sideboard on Melee.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong deck. I'm looking at John's deck list. The script is so flipped.
I know.
I'm like, I have them actually on different deck lists. I apologize. Yes, the card is in Elliott's sideboard because Elliott is the person who has the card in their hand currently. Confront the past. You can only return planeswalkers from your graveyard. Okay, that's what I was looking for.
All right, so this gets to fire off a couple times. The 4/4, it's going to get Vanishing Verse, but at this point, John hasn't drawn a card advantage spell that's like a real big draw spell, or Leer or anything. So Electrostatic Blast gets to stop that. Igneous Inspiration gets to go face. But now there's a couple removal spells, and then we have a Mascot in hand that can't be Vanishing Verse. So at this point, I think it's up to John to start drawing a card now.
Yeah, and interesting enough, it's funny because the Electrostatic trigger is delayed and hanging out. But Vanishing Verse makes it a little hard to use.
Game could be over.
So they can't. So if all right, gonna cast Tyrant instead. So if Elliot cast the exhibition there, wouldn't necessarily be easy to use the cards off of the blast. But playing Tyrant instead, not targeting the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, and playing a Sorin too. Oh wow.
Well, that Sorin was. Let's see, Sorin is a lifelink blocker, or a lifelink attacker, I should say. Sorin is a very powerful draw. Now there's a really real Vanishing Verse decision here. Probably have to sacrifice the Hive of the Eye Tyrant to the Townraiser Tyrant trigger. Probably can't take a 4/4 flyer to the face very much longer. Also can't let the Sorin draw a card next turn. So like, what's the decision here?
This is tough. Yeah, I mean, the Confront the Past is also face up too. So if Sorin doesn't get exiled, they can come back via that, which is pretty good.
Yep.
Next turn could just be like make a token, Sorin dies, return Sorin, draw a card, or make a token. This is a very tough spot for John.
It goes after the Sorin, says I don't want him to draw any more cards, but at the same time, there's no real answer to what's already on the board and in hand right now.
Just playing off the top here. Needs a big hit, and there aren't really any big mass removal spells in this Esper deck. Aside from Divine Purge, there's no Doom Scars, there's no other big Wraths, so the Staple Stroke's not going to do it. Looks like Elliot Dragon's going to cross the finish line here.
Wow. Like I was saying in the beginning of the game, the card advantage that Elliot Dragon was getting, if John doesn't draw a really powerful spell that draws cards, is going to outcard advantage John, and that's what happened.
Yeah. Gonna play Mascot here. Hit the cards off of the Electrostatic. Can't use it. Unfortunately for Elliot, the card draw return was Stroke, which is the perfect answer to that. But don't think that John's beating this board right now.
And a land, that'll do it. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Awesome match.
Wow. Wow.
Awesome match.
Congratulations to Elliot Dragon. Your pick for making the finals. For winning game 3 pretty decisively after John fizzled out a little bit at the end and draw some powerful spells. And you said in the beginning, if it gets to the game where it's at that 6, 7, 8 mana, so 6, 7, maybe 5 land spot in the game, and a really powerful Haymaker hasn't been drawn, it looks real bad for John.
Yeah, and then the pressure was on there. You know, the Time Razor was killing lands. There wasn't any actual discard spells played that game at all. You know, we saw in game 2, the Go Blanks were able to, you know, discard lands and spells and put John to a spot where he had like 5 lands in play and no cards in hand. So even then, you can't even draw a big bomb at that point because you don't have enough lands in play. But this game was the opposite, and just a really weird game. Small ball stuff coming from John, the Hermits, the removal spells, and then Elliot going big with big flashbacks on the adversaries, and just super cool game. Super cool.
Wow. So we have a little bit of difficulty with Zancyad versus Astral's Flame. Zancyad was very late to his match, so in doing so, he in any major tournament or even any tournament that you enter, if you're 10 minutes late, you're going to get a game 1 loss, right? So it turned out that because of that, Astrals won the game that they played, the first game they played, and it seems to be that Astrals decided to take the match 2-0 over Zancyad for Zancyad being at least 10 minutes late for his match. All right, everybody. We got all of that figured out, and we are ready for the finals. Okay, not gonna cover the other match. It ended before our match ended, but we got everything figured out. Our finals is going to be Elliot Dragon versus Astral's Flame. We have a really cool mid-range mirror match here in the finals. I didn't think we would get this far. I thought we would have an Esper control deck or something in the finals. What do you think about this matchup, Jeff?
This is cool, honestly. It's not often you see 2 decks meet in the finals that are the exact same colors and share like 6 cards in common. 2 very different takes on Rakdos here. Of course, Rakdos Dragons by Astral's Flame here. Full-on dragons, right? We have Goldspan Dragon, Town Razor Tyrant, you know, the works, Immersion Predator, some mid-range elements as well, Stormseeker and friends, but, most part, a dragon deck, Fearsome Whelp, and so on and so forth. Whereas Elliott Dragon on the other side of the bracket, more of like, I've been calling it a Jund deck, where it's just kind of like this mid-rangey deck, lots of discard, main deck go blanks, Planeswalkers, kind of a lighter suite of threats, a lot of burn spells, just do wildly different strategies with the same color combination. It should be really, really cool to watch them clash.
Yeah, I really would like to see how Immerstorm Predator lines up against Elliott Dragon's deck. We haven't seen this. They didn't play against each other in Swiss. So this is pretty new. I'd be interested to see how Elliott Dragon's card advantage package in Electrostatic Blast and Adversary pairs up against all the big dragons and Kalane ramp abilities of Ashel's Flame deck. I think if Ashel's Flame... Ashel's Flame, I believe, will be on the draw, but if Ashel's Flame gets a turn 3 Town Razor Tyrant, of course, the game could be pretty short.
Yeah, for sure. That's a capability that Elliott's deck does not have. Of course, Elliott is playing 4 Town Razor Tyrants, but know what to accelerate them out ahead of schedule. So this is going to be interesting. Yeah, Immerstorm Predator is going to be pretty good. There are 3 Meathook Massacres in Elliott's deck, so that can't answer the Immerstorm Predator. Also, a lot of burn spells. So killing these small creatures and then just killing the Immerstorm outright is also a possibility too. Spikefield Hazard, a Braid, Electrostatic Blast. Pick off that small creature, and then if the Predator has no defense, can take that down as well.
Yep. All right, so we see a hand in Astral Flame where Dragon's Fire is probably not going to resolve on turn 2. I like the Scry on turn 1. If we can Scry on turn 1 into Kalane, is probably what Astral Flame is going for here. Especially being on the play. Turn 3 Immerstorm Predator with Kalane on the battlefield is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, strong grave of Scry here. There's a lot of really great hits, a lot of great 2-drops to hit. So fire it up, give yourself an extra shot at it, and go for it.
Astral Flame, I believe, did win the DGen Gaming Open as well. So in the finals in this one as well. So a very good player. If you're not following him already, you definitely should be.
All right, so misses the turn 2 accelerator, but still great shape here. Has Dragonfire available. 3-drop, 4-drop, 4-drop, 4 lands, creature land, looking pretty good. For Elliott, not so much. Tap land on turn 2 on the draw. Not going to be able to answer the Stormseeker. And now you get into a spot where Seeker comes down and attacks. If Elliott's able to untap and answer it, then a Dragon comes down. And now, Elliott's in this situation where he's kind of just answering the threat every turn, not really getting anywhere.
There you go. 3-mana sorcery, and then we're going to have to deal with the Town Razor Tyrant targeting the black source, and hopefully Elliott Dragon has one more black source in his deck. There is the ability to get another land with Environmental Sciences.
All right, Tyrant ahoy.
One thing about this Immerstorm Predator is that if Town Razor Tyrant gets answered immediately here, Immerstorm Predator doesn't have a friend like you were talking about before.
Yes, there's no fodder in play. And again, Elliott's deck's going to be pretty good at picking off the fodder creatures with the small burn spells. So Immerstorm Predator is not going to be nearly as good here as it was against the Mardu deck.
All right, it turns into nighttime, which helps Astral Flame's deck a lot. Knowing that there's a Braid in things and 3 damage removal things in Elliott Dragon's deck.
There's the Painter.
Yep, that's actually really, really powerful here.
Yep, so now you can see Painter plus Predator as a 4/4.
That would mean that Dragon's Fire can kill Elliott Dragon 4/4 if you were to play one.
Yes, it also means that the Braid no longer a way to kill the Predator. The Igneous Inspiration no longer a way to kill it. So
I think it has to be make your land drop this turn, make your land drop next turn, cast Meathook Massacre. Well, if that's the case, Immerstorm Predator can become a 5/5, so that doesn't even work.
Right, Predator is really good at racing Meathook Massacre. Just grows by 1 every turn. So.
All right, gonna be Dragon's Fire on this Town Razor Tyrant with that Immerstorm Predator on the board, getting in for 6 damage, putting Elliott Dragon to 7. Maybe he has to sacrifice a land. I mean, Immerstorm Predator has been an all-star today.
Yeah, I mean, When not played against Divide by Zero and Fading Hope, Immersion Predator is an insanely good threat.
I mean, maybe Elliot Dragon has to play another Town Razor Tyrant to stop the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but at that point you're just treading water, and Astral Flame is going to take this game decidedly in the finals.
Yeah, some sort of mixture of like, Kill Painter. I mean, there's some Infernal Grasps in Elliot's deck, because we could see like an Electrostatic Blast targeting the Painter, and then sack it to Predator in response, Infernal Grasp to Predator, but now Elliot's so low on life that the grass would put Elliot to 5. The Hive of the Eye Tyrant's ready to rock and roll. So there are avenues. There are paths for Elliot, for sure.
There are paths, but I feel like the path for Elliot to win at this point in the game is for Astrals to draw another land or another Kalane or some really bad spell or land, and then Elliot Dragon being able to actually deal with the Immersion Predator. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's not. I don't think it's likely.
For sure. The big thing is that, like, Elliot needs to find the right cards, and then Astrals needs to miss for, like, a few turns. Any hit off the top of the deck here will close this game out for sure.
There we go. Here's a piece of the puzzle.
Unfortunately, there's no 1-mana spell that can really finish things off here. So,
what's actually?
I'm sorry, a Land with a Blade. All right.
What's actually interesting? Okay, is this the game over then with Hive? Yeah, it is game over.
That's 9. Yep, it is 9, and a creature was drawn anyway. So even if they were a 10, Painter will come down, reprotect the Predator, and then call it a day. All right, Immersion Predator takes game 1 all by itself. It's like the third game today we've seen Immersion Predator straight solo.
Wow, that's crazy how Immersion Predator just solos games like that.
Yeah, pretty wild, pretty wild.
All right, so what do we bring in if you are Astrals here?
All right, so I mean, it's kind of weird, honestly. Like, Trespasser seems kind of good, actually. Trespasser, Valky is like a little interesting. I'm not sure. See, no, the rest is pulled over there. Sure. It's a very interesting like dynamic. Is like both decks are like kind of doing similar things. Both decks have a lot of removal spells, but like they can clock also. Card like Trespasser is good against removal spells. It's good at like clocking, because you can just kind of gain some life and drain some life as well. Card that I'm a pretty big fan of. Valky's kind of cool here. Boarding out Stormseeker makes a lot of sense. It's just a card that dies to basically every spell in Elliot's deck. So kind of a weird one where the players need to decide if they're the control deck or the aggro deck here. I
really like Graveyard Trespasser. It kind of fills both roles, but you know that Elliot loves to use his graveyard, and it gains life.
Right, it's just like a card. It's just a card that, like, there isn't really a lot of blocking happening in Elliot's deck. So it's a threat that needs to be killed by a removal spell. That's 2 for 1 right there, which is great. And then it just kind of gains some chip shot life, does some chip shot damage.
And exile important spells that he loves to bring back with Adversary.
Yep, exactly. So, well, great.
Oh my gosh, is it gonna happen again, Jim?
This is I couldn't ask for more from this hand. You're on the draw, I suppose, but
I guess the only thing you can ask for in this hand is a removal spell. But turn 2 Kalane into turn 3 Mr. Predator. Oh my gosh. All right. I mean, is this gonna be a really fast 2-0?
Duress makes it look like that. That is the perfect piece here. So we have looking at Town Razor, Bloodthirsty, Grasp, and a Braid. A Braid can always take out the Painter, but we can see Florian here.
Oh my gosh, we actually drew a removal spell too, Jim.
Yeah, this is a lot. Now the Predator isn't necessarily going to have friends. If the Braid takes out the Painter here, the next turn can't really be Predator because you risk it just dying. So maybe you're playing the Voldaren Scion instead, and then a little more time and so on and so forth. So there's I would say that Astrals needs to find some more creatures just to protect this Immersion Predator, but he's going to have plenty of time to do so.
And we see players really respecting that 1/1 counter from Kalane, killing Kalane almost every time.
Yeah, I think that was more a byproduct of understanding that, like, if Predator comes down,
Yep.
it has to die anyway. So, wow.
Casting the
This is
Predator and saying,
surprising.
you better have it.
A naked Predator. And
He had
gets
it.
punished.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Very, very aggressive play from Astrals. And now this game is completely shifted.
Wow.
Tyrant comes down on the play, and yeah, that I'm very surprised at that. Obviously, Astrals knew 2 of the cards in hand, didn't know the other 2. There's a lot of removal spells in Elliot's deck.
Wow.
Very surprised. Very surprised.
I mean, even a little surprised Valky was played, but I mean, I guess it's not terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, with the land drop, the Bloodthirsty Adversary would have killed Florian anyway.
Yeah, this is brutal. Because the thing is, like, Astrals is just stuck on 3 lands here, and one of the lands is pinging them for 2 every turn. You know, like, what's the avenue here? I'm not seeing one. There's a land, but now what? You know, you can play Orb and Grasp. You can't afford to keep this land around much longer. Grasp costs 2 life also. And then Valky couldn't even really block that turn because it would just give the adversary back. So if there's Valky in play, it's basically an enchantment. Den of the Bugbear ready to rumble again. Town Raiser coming in. Life loss from lands. Life loss from spells. That's a pretty good draw too. Yeah.
Four or 5 damage on board right now. Astral's probably having to sacrifice something. Infernal Grasp targeting that Town Raiser Tyrant, taking a couple more life. Looking a little grim. An untap. Does Astral's Flame take a damage and try to cast Inferno with an untapped land? Probably not, right?
Thing is, like, then what?
I mean, oh my gosh,
that's
actually
like hanging out. Adversary ready to flashback a spell.
Might be the end here. The adversary having an answer to Town Raiser Tyrant and becoming a 3/3. If there's an answer in the graveyard, which there should be.
Yeah. Can't see the yard exactly. Inspiration was cast. Game. Gotta sack the land. Here's the adversary. Cast pretty quick. What do we got in there? I don't remember. I got a bad memory. Brutal Blast. That'll do it. Blast it up. All right. We got a finals.
Yeah, we got a game three. Wow, I really thought that match would have ended so quickly with that duress drawn.
Yeah, so bringing in the Stormseekers back in here on the play. Again, I really think these Trust Patches are going to be coming in. It's funny, I'm actually pretty unimpressed with Inferno of Star Mounts. And maybe even Goldspan Dragon. There's a lot of removal spells in Elliot's deck, as well as the Glow Blanks, that a random 6-mana dragon that dies to Infernal Grasp. This doesn't seem very good to me, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that, but it also doesn't die to every other removal spell. Like, it doesn't die to Brittle Blast specifically.
Yeah, but, like, you gotta get there, too, you know?
That's
if you're
true.
being mind-rotted and your lands are being messed with, you know? It's tough. It's tough. All right. Hand's fine. A little light on lands. Has the Whelp. Declining to duress on turn 1 rather than playing Whelp on turn 2. Whelp on turn 2, very likely to get at least 1 cost reduction off.
I mean, all things considered, we draw 1 land if you're Astral Flame. I really like this hand. Little light on
absolutely. Lands. Scry top. Goldspan Dragon.
Yep.
Not bad.
Not terrible. I mean, if any deck can survive on 2 lands, it's the Dragon's deck that starts on turn 2 well.
Yeah, and the Whelp's huge here because, like, even this first cost reduction is huge. You know, now 1 land makes everything live. Is a duress available also, a removal spell or 2. You know, and then if Elliot doesn't kill the Whelp this turn, which often won't happen because you don't know your opponent's so reliant on it, real great cost reduction. I almost
that was a huge draw.
Feel like I'm interested in duress Dragon's Fire turn.
What
rest
does,
here,
what does he
Dragon's
usually?
Leo
What
Dragon's
does Elliot
Fire.
Dragon have for turn 3? A witch, a 3 damage removal spell.
Yeah, I suppose it's mostly just witch. That's very fair. I mean, I'm more interested in the duress than the removal spell.
Yep.
You know, just kind of like get the duress going, and then if the whelp's not killed, reduce these costs of these dragons even more, which is awesome. Braid. All right, so gonna kill it.
I mean, I guess a braid is not really killing anything else.
All right, and gonna go for the duress first before Moonveil. Gonna see a hand. Okay.
Wow.
That's some cards. That is some cards.
Yeah, but I asked what they could play on turn 3, and Go Blink is definitely one of those cards.
Yeah. Pretty reactive hand, though. And currently, at present, no real answer to this Moonveil. Untap land for Goldspan Dragon would also be awesome. Not quite. Still good, though. Still good, though, honestly. Playing Moonveil here is great. Hive is a land and a threat, which is great. Very surprised to not see Moonveil cast here. Extremely surprised.
I guess Astrals is... I mean, it's not like playing the Moonveil Regent would have been aggressive. It would be a 4/4 flyer that is guaranteed to live as far as Astral's Flame knows. Because that card in hand only does 3 damage.
I think that the thought process there was, you're going to play Sorin, I'll kill your token, I'll untap, play Goldspan, and kill your Sorin. But Elliot saw right through it, because why would you do something this turn? And it has the removal spell for the Goldspan Dragon also. Oh boy. Wow. Elliot turning the corner here.
And now there's not another mana to leave open for Dragon's Fire or Infernal Grasp, so pretty clean Sorin or whatever else Elliot Dragon wants to play this turn. There also could be a situation where Astrals really wants to get the value out of Moonveil, so he's going to empty the hand first.
Also reasonable. Also reasonable. So here comes Sorin. Sorin's going to look at the top card here. Find a land, and I kind of like this from Elliot. Recognize him at, like, they're both at 20. Let's draw some cards.
Yep, I like this as well. Let's draw some cards. Hive doesn't kill it. If you minus it, Hive guarantee kills it.
Exactly. And the thing is that with Meetup Massacre in hand, you got to make sure it's big enough to actually kill the dragon. So making those land drops is super important. All right, big scry, big spot.
Yep. Gosh, the more and more I watch Elliot Dragon's deck, the more I like it.
Yeah, this deck is sweet. This deck is super sweet. Pretty good draw.
See, here we have Moonveil Regent, and I think this is what Astral's Flame was playing for. Moonveil Regent, cast a spell, deal with this. Well, actually, it doesn't even deal with it, but...
it only shrinks it.
Oh my gosh.
Discarding a Grasp to kill. I actually don't hate that, given the context of the game right now. There aren't a lot of like things to be killing, and we want threats. But now we're at the spot where Sorin's drawing cards, and then Elliot's deck is much more well set up to play this mid-rangey game as far as drawing cards and killing things. And there you go. Meetup Massacre for 4 to kill 1 creature. It's not ideal, but Elliot has the cards to do that now with this Planeswalker in play. So I imagine we're going to see. The creature land take down Sorin here, but that's a pretty good side card to have on top. Fire in the Den, take out the Sorin, deal a point, but a lot of work. The big news here is that Goblin token is worth its weight in gold, because now Immersion Predator has a friend to come into the battlefield with. There's still smashing, there's still some things going on, but like a lot more value to that token than there would be. Town Raiser on top's also great. 2 creature lands. There's a path here for Astrals, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. And Elliot recognizes it, using a removal spell to kill the 1/1 Goblin. I'm obviously not a fan of, but recognizing the Predator.
It does, like, the recognition of Emerson Predator in hand does make killing it more appealing, but also it does give him access to the 7 mana sorcery off the lesson.
Absolutely, yeah. So the fact that if this was just a regular, like, whatever, lightning strike removal spell, this would look really bad. But the fact that it's killing a creature off the battlefield, keeping the board clear, keeping Emerson Predator without any friends, and then getting this crazy 7-drop spells, I agree, totally awesome.
Now, Towners are trying to get to shut off one of these creature lands. Probably going to see it being sacrificed and just casting a 7-drop. Not knowing the rest of the hand, that's what I would think. Oh, keeping the land there.
So, all right, so no land in hand. It's pretty clear. So that's just Elliot saying, I have the land in my hand. I want to cast my 7-drop. I'll take 2 to do it.
Yeah. Oh wow, not going for it. Here we go. Actually, I do like this play. It keeps the friend off the table. It draws a card off of this. Hit your land drop. Cast a Sorin. If you have a land in hand, you cast Sorin. If not, you can't cast it.
Yeah, I mean, it does replace the land, so you can sacrifice the land, not take any more damage. This being the case, I'm a little surprised to not see to see the land kept this turn, not sacrificed.
All right, no friends for Predator. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the Den of the Bugbear can get in, make a Goblin friend, and won't be able to play the Predator till next turn. But
I really like this back and forth happening right now with the Predator, with the Elliot Dragon playing around the Predator, Astral Flame responding with making another friend. Because Elliot Dragon knows if Predator hits the battlefield with another creature, it's probably over.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Got to keep the land again. Wow, very interesting. Play Mascot. The blast goes off. Some big spells. All right, that's not too shabby. Haste on Predator is really cool. Gets to grow immediately, which is pretty nice too. So attack for 5 here in the air. And the big fear for Elliot here is to get kind of cheesed out.
Yep.
A burn spell, a haste threat, and oops, you're dead before you can use all your cards.
And yeah, I mean, the scary thing if you're Elliot is that Astrals is at 20.
Yep. So there's no racing here. You gotta beat this Predator straight up.
You gotta beat it. You gotta beat the other creatures.
Yep. There are multiple Meathook Massacres available for Elliot. So 2 more copies floating around. That would help you solve this problem here for sure. And,
this probably screams Meathook.
That might be it.
Astral saying if you got Meathook, you got it. There it is. Oh my god.
Huge hooks.
Woo.
Fresh meat.
Fresh meat. Gonna get the opportunity to gain 3 life off of this. There's a couple creature lands, but they can't animate. Astrals can't animate both of them. Oh my god.
What was I saying about getting cheesed out here?
What was that
again?
Attack
for 8.
Oh my gosh. There's no instant removal spell.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The 1 Star
The
Mouse.
1 card. The 1 top deck. Oh my gosh, Exile's in!
The 1 Dibble is here.
oh my gosh, wait. Okay,
I've not seen that meta mode before. That was pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, so Tibalt's gonna die, but they're gonna have a 6/6.
Yeah, so it's important to know that Tibalt's emblem persists, so that 6/6 is still castable.
Yep, gonna go to 6 here, and then if Astrals draws a land, it can animate both creatures for lethal. Am I looking at that right? Yeah, wait. Yeah, untapped land means that Astrals can animate both creatures for lethal.
And untapped land for Elliot means that the Inferno comes in for lethal. So...
Oh my gosh. Are we going to see an untapped land? Oh my god.
So we got 6 power on the creature.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Inferno
no freaking way!
One side, and then wins the game for the other player.
Oh my god! No way!
That's 9. That's 10. Look
attack for... Oh my god!
Winning Extreme League 7 in style. That's impressive. That was awesome. Great finals.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Wow. Can you imagine? Okay. Top deck Inferno. attack with Inferno, no removal, to Ball Exile, untap Red Source, put 4
Crazy
into
game.
it, and win exactly.
Yeah, that was awesome. Great final. Elliott Dragon's deck was awesome. Loved it. So we saw it round 1. Haven't seen it since, and it still looks just as good here in the final round, in the final match. Elliott Dragon, your Stream League 7 champion.
Wow. That was incredible. Congratulations to everybody that made top 8 and everybody that played in this tournament as well. Thank you so much. Wow, this is Elliott Dragon's 2nd Stream League victory, actually.
And also props to Astral's Flames. Made it to the finals. Very, very cool take on the Dragons deck being Rakdos. Usually we see Mono Red or we see Boros. So super cool take on the deck. Immersion Predator was an MVP all day. So big props to them. Great run. Just a little bit short, of course, but finals finish is a great finish as well.
Wow. And once again, thank you so much to CoolStuffInc.com for providing some amazing prize support and letting us do the tournament that we do here. Thank you very much to you, Jim, for being awesome and being available to commentate with me. I love commentating with you, and a lot of amazing insights, know a lot about the game. So super stoked to have you a part of this. This is your 3rd or 4th Stream League, maybe 5th. So thank you for your continuing to come back and making the tournament what it is. It definitely wouldn't be what it is without you. Seriously.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much. It's super fun.
Thank you as well to the sponsors of the stream as well, of DGen Gaming, literally everybody that puts this on. And once again, most of all, thank you very much to you as the viewers for making this what it is as well. As always, you can type in code DGen in CoolStuffInc.com, code James5 at CoolStuffInc.com to get 5% off your account. Thank you to Ultra Pro for sponsoring as well. And Alter Sleeves, you can get 5% off of your Alter Sleeves by using code DGen at checkout as well. And also you can type in code !GVG to get packs, decks, and cosmetics from MTG Arena. Basically any cosmetic that you want. You can even get pre-release packs by typing code !GVG and typing code DGen at checkout there as well. So thank you everybody that made this tournament go on. It was awesome. A lot of back and forth games, a lot of very exciting finishes, a lot of very down to the wire time games. One notably, if you didn't catch this earlier, we almost had 2 games in 4 minutes won by a control deck in the Ninja. Didn't get a chance to play in the top 8, but that was one of the most exciting parts of the event. Thank you once again, Jim Davis, and we will see you tomorrow. Streaming once again tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern. We'll be playing some more Alchemy. Thanks everyone for joining, and I'll see you tomorrow. This will be up on YouTube, so make sure to subscribe to my YouTube as well. !YT in the chat. Almost at 1,000 subscribers. We're about 42, 43 away from 1,000, so that's awesome. And thank you once again, Jim. Do you have anything else to say about this tournament? Any last words?
No, it was a great event, honestly. I mean, we saw a lot of the things that are big in the format. We saw the control decks, the dragon decks, and then again, really love the innovation from Elliott Dragon, a deck that, if you ask me what's big in Alchemy, I would tell you dragons. I would tell you Lear. I would tell you maybe werewolves. Super off the radar deck. Was really, really cool. Attacked the metagame perfectly. Great finish. You love to see it.
All right. Thank you once again, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Cool Stuff. And I'll see you next time. And as always, Goose Gang.
Have a good one.
Out. Let's go.